Good morning and welcome to this year's Indiana 4-H Leadership Summit. My name is Tony Carroll and I am a program specialist in the State 4-H office. We are thrilled to deliver this program in partnership with Indiana 4-H Foundation and sponsors. Today's program is being recorded on Zoom and is live streamed on YouTube. Today you will participate in sessions designed around our educational mission areas, healthy living, science, and civic engagement. It is our hope that adult and teen leaders will use this material to enhance 4-H educational programming in your county as everyone works to achieve a sense of belonging by all youth, independence, mastery, and generosity, our essential elements of youth development. As you can see from today's agenda, you will learn how to effectively conduct team building activities from a nationally recognized leader in the team development industry, Michelle Cummings. Educational sessions will be led by some of our best Purdue Extension staff members, and at lunch we will recognize this year's 4-H Award of Excellence Youth and Adult winners, as well as tenured 4-H adult volunteers. Before we begin our program, I want to ask Ethan Rose from Spencer County and Thomas Carroll from Lawrence County to lead our pledges to the American and 4-H flags. Ethan Rose recently completed his 10th year of 4-H in Spencer County. He is attending Indiana University. He previously served as a delegate coordinator for the Indiana State Fair Youth Leadership Conference and as a member of the National Youth Congress Leadership Design Team. Ethan will be a member of the 2021 State 4-H Junior Leader Council. Thomas Carroll recently completed his 10th year of 4-H in Lawrence County and is a freshman at Purdue Fort Wayne campus. Thomas has been active in junior leaders and as a member of the Teens as Teachers program. Thomas served on the 2020 State 4-H Junior Leader Council and will continue in that role in 2021.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, Ethan and Thomas. It would not be a true 4-H event if we did not have some Get Acquainted mixers. For those of you participating from a site, remember to always practice social distancing and personal protection. These mixer activities only require you to talk to each other, so moving around is not necessary. Anyone participating from home can also participate. We are going to start off with two ditloids. A ditloid is a type of word puzzle showing a combination of letters and numbers that are the clue to a common phrase. Here is an example. 3BM is 3 blind mice. As the next ditloid appears on the screen, talk among your group and determine what the phrase is. Once you know the phrase, type the answer in the chat box. The chat box can be located on the Zoom toolbar at the bottom part of your screen, and you may use this chat function throughout the day as questions arise. Do we have any takers? To magic to be believed, not quite. Think in 4-H terms.
You got a couple that got it right, Tony.
Oh, there we go.
St. Joan Hamilton.
Yes, there we go. To make the best better. There we go. To make the best better. And so now we've gotten warmed up. Let's do a second one now. A little bit more difficult. Oh, there we go. Becky Holbert has it. The 7 Wonders of the World. Yes. And so next we're going to try a trivia question. And once your group knows the answer to this, type that in the chat box. There are 4 known to us, perhaps there are more, perfectly recognizable and understandable words in the English language having one of each vowel in reverse alphabetical order. What are those words? And this is definitely going to take some teamwork. And even if you get one word figured out, go ahead and type it in the chat box. Oh, utopia is one. Yes. That was not on the answer list, but that is exactly correct.
But Tony, you might have to spell utopia right, though.
I'm sorry?
You might have to spell utopia right. There's only not an E in it, but it's a good try.
Okay. Well, maybe that's why it's not on the answer list then.
That was a really good try. You could always create some new words this morning, Tony. That might be fun.
Yeah.
As long as it's 4-H appropriate.
Any other tries? We're stumped. Oh, well, that's not the 4-H way. We got to keep trying. Ooh, Hamilton County. I can't believe it's quiet in Hamilton County. It is a very tough question. We'll give it a couple more seconds. I don't even know how to pronounce that word. Unofficial, wrong order though. Well, Steve, let's give them the answers. And these 4 words are subcontinental, uncomplimentary, unoriental, and unnoticeably. So very good. And so I hope this has gotten everyone in the mood and ready to learn today. While mixers typically require physical interaction, as you just experienced, we can still have meaningful mixers in a virtual environment. I did a quick Google search and found today's free mixer activities at www.businessballs.com and click on Team Building Games to find more of these. Today's events could not happen without the Indiana 4-H Foundation's financial support from their funding partners. On your screen are today's sponsors. Many of them are businesses in your local community. Please let them know how much you appreciate them supporting state-level activities and events. At your host sites, there are lists of these sponsors, along with their contact names and addresses. If you are at home, you'll find a link to this file on the Leadership Summit webpage. We have also provided some thank you notes. We would appreciate you taking time while you are participating in the summit today to write a couple of notes to these sponsors. At this time, I want to turn the program over to Madison Powell, who will introduce this morning's keynote speaker. Madison is in her 10th year of 4-H in Tipton County and is joining us today from the Hamilton County site. She has been extremely active in 4-H, school, and community activities. She was a 4-H member of the 2020 Teens as Teachers State Team and will be serving on the 2021 State 4-H Junior Leader Council.
Thank you, Tony. Welcome to the Indiana 4-H Leadership Summit. It is my privilege to introduce our keynote speaker. Michelle Cummings, MS, is the big wheel and founder of Training Wheels, a known leader in the team development industry. She is an accomplished author and is a sought-after speaker and consultant on leadership, team building, and experiential learning. Michelle has created a wide variety of facilitation, debriefing, and team building activities that have collectively changed the way trainers and educators work. Probably the most notable accomplishment, though, is that she is a 4-H alumni, putting in 10 years with the Busy Jayhawkers 4-H Club in Norton, Kansas. She held several officer positions, including president of her club her senior year of high school. Michelle currently lives in Livingston, Colorado, with her husband, Paul, and 2 sons. Please join me in welcoming Michelle Cummings.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I currently live in Denver, Colorado. So good morning from Colorado this morning. I love that you guys used the chat box earlier today to share where you're viewing from this morning, because in this virtual time that we're all in, it's so important that we stay connected to one another. And this is one of those ways that we can totally do that. So if you didn't get a chance to say hi in the chat box, feel free to totally say hi to everybody this morning. And I'm going to encourage you today to actually turn your video on if possible, because we're going to be doing some activities today to help connect you to one another, even in this virtual space. All right, so if you could turn your cameras on if possible, if it's appropriate and whatnot, that would be awesome. And I am going to do a quick little exercise to where I want everybody, we're going to give everybody a little bit of high fives this morning, getting ready to start out, because I know it's early. It's really early in Colorado because I'm an hour even behind you. So, but what I want you to do is everyone take your hands and put your hands out to the outside part of your screen here, as if you were going to high five the person in the little screen next to you. All right. And so we're just going to do this, give some high fives or high tens, I guess it is, to the person next to you and say, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Oh. All right, awesome. Well, I'm going to share my screen here. So, so Steve, if you could give me co-hosting or screen sharing capabilities, that would be awesome.
You should have it.
Oh, I should have it. Okay, awesome. All right, cool. Thank you. There we go. Okay, cool. So, so like I said, I'm excited to be here this morning. I love 4-H. I have been was in 4-H, as Madison said, for 10 years when I was a kid growing up, and I absolutely loved it. And I really feel like 4-H is one of those things that gave me the skill set that I needed coming into the workforce, and giving me the confidence to step outside my comfort zone and create this little company that I started called Training Wheels. So, as Madison said before, in my bio, Training Wheels, we're a team building company. And I learned a lot of these team building skills and things like that when I was sitting in the same seat that you're sitting in right now. And so, so since then, I went on, got my bachelor's degree in psychology, my master's degree in experiential education, which is basically a philosophy degree in hands-on learning. And so, but this was me back in the day, back when I was in 4-H. I know that was some really bad 80s hair back in the day. But what I love about, back in the day, back in 4-H, is that it gave me such great opportunities. So I was president of my club. It gave me the foundational skills I needed. And so, and I was in everything that my parents would let me sign up for in 4-H. I did a little bit of everything. So, so everything from livestock. I grew up in Kansas, and so, so not unlike Indiana, there are some rural areas there. So I did livestock, I did clothing, I did photography, I did arts and crafts. I did everything my parents would let me. So, and what I love about those foundational skills that it gave me, and when I found this play with purpose, this intentional learning, experiential education is really a philosophy degree in hands-on learning and learning by doing, which is what you do in 4-H. And this is my favorite quote that really kind of hones in on this, is that I can learn more about a person in an hour of play than a lifetime of conversation. And that was said by Plato, who's been gone a really long time. And so what I love about this is that there is a lot of history in experiential learning and learning by doing, because he's been gone for a really long time. He's like one of those ancient philosopher dudes, right, of old. So I can learn more about a person in an hour of play. And I totally believe that to be true. And that's what I do in team building, is that I do different activities that surface specific behaviors that I am wanting to surface in my groups. And then we do it through a game. We do it through play, so that people are having fun while they're learning. And then I can intentionally target my conversation to that. So today we're going to do a couple of activities during this morning opening, to get your brain awake. I love that you did a couple word puzzles, but I'm going to give you a couple of other activities to do as well. So raise your hand. I'm curious. Raise your hand so that everyone can. You can either use the reaction button in Zoom, or you can just totally raise your hand. But how many of you have been told in the past that that to be a good role model, because people will follow what you do rather than what you said? So go ahead, raise your hand if you've heard that before. Okay, I see lots of hands going up. Okay, same with me. You know, I remember my parents used to say the same thing: be a good role model because people are looking at you to be a good leader. And really, people will follow what you do rather than what they hear you say. It's one of those crazy things. And now that I'm a grown up, I totally believe that to be true. But I have a little exercise that actually kind of proves that point a little bit. So everyone, go ahead, take your hand and make an okay sign with your hand, just like this. All right, I see lots of you in camera view, so let's see in your gallery view. You need to be able to see me, so make sure that your screen is you can see me in the speaker view as well. Okay, awesome. So everyone just take that okay sign and just put it right on your chin. Okay, well, most people's chins are down here. All right, so how many of you totally just followed what I did rather than what I said? Let's see the hands, because I saw you in my gallery view. I saw all kinds of you doing just this, just like me. And then all of a sudden you went, oh, wait, oh, right? So again, the words just came out of my mouth. People will follow what you do rather than what you say. And that right there is a quick 10-second example of why it's so important. The human brain is actually wired to follow the behaviors that we see people do rather than listening to what they say. Now, of course, we listen to what people say all the time, but our actions speak so much louder than our words. And this is a perfect example of that, is that people will 100% follow what you do. Now, in my gallery view, I want to say I saw a couple of people go, like quickly figure out that I said chin instead of cheek, right? But again, the brain is wired to follow what you see people do rather than what you hear them say. So it's such an important example of why positive, good leadership is example. Because guess what? It would be great if the brain could just shut off all those negative examples that we see that we don't want to follow, but it doesn't work that way. Our brains will follow what we see people do, whether it's positive or whether it's not so positive, right? So that's why when you hear people say, be a good role model, be a good leader, it's because people really will do what they see you do. So if you are being a leader amongst your peers, then people are going to mimic or mirror your behaviors, what they see you doing. So in this virtual space, it's the same thing. People, we see you in gallery view. We see you show up in the virtual space. And your peers, the other kids in your club, they will follow what they see you do. So if you're doing all the right, cool, positive things, they will follow that. If you're being energetic and you are really encourage people to stay connected in this virtual space, they will also do that as well. So I like to start off with that message just because in my opinion, it's so important for us to have a little bit of an example of that. And again, we did it by experiential learning because you just experienced it. I said it, people will do what you do rather than what you say, but yet you still physically did what I did, right? So now in theory, that experience now lives in your bones because you're like, what? I kind of caught you in that behavior, right? And that's what experiential activities can do. And it's leadership in action. Now in 4-H, I know leadership is one of those things we talk about all the time. I remember when I sat in your chair, in your seats, and that is such a common theme. And I hope this little 10-second activity now really shares with you why it's so important. So leadership, in my mind, it really requires you to step outside your comfort zone. Our comfort zone, in my mind, is all the things that we're already good at, right? It's the skills we possess, it's the things we bring to the space. And really where the magic happens is when we choose to step outside of that comfort zone into what I call the stretch zone now, and that's where the magic happens. So for me, in my opinion, the comfort zone these are all the things that you're already good at. And maybe you weren't good at them to begin with, but now you're really good at it because you've had some experience with it, right? You've had practice, and now all of a sudden, maybe you're like, you know what, I am a pretty good leader in my club. But were you a good leader the very first day when you got into the club? Maybe not, but it's because you experienced the stretch zone. It's because you decided to step outside of what you knew and go into what I call the stretch zone. And this is where new learning takes place. Okay, now there is one more ring out that I call the danger zone or the panic zone. And that's when we get stretched a little bit too far outside of our comfort zone and into the panic zone, or where our brains physically can go into fight or flight because we've gotten too far outside of what is comfortable and normal and good for us. So if you've ever experienced the panic zone, maybe you've gotten up in front of your club or gotten up into one of the county meets or anything like that, and all of a sudden you just froze up. And that could be maybe you got into the panic zone because it was a little bit too far outside of what you were comfortable with and what was common and good and whatnot. Maybe that was your first year in 4-H. And now maybe if you've been in 4-H 5 or 6 years, now public speaking might not be as big of a thing because you experienced the stretch zone. You experienced stepping outside of what was normal to you into that zone where I'm willing to take some risks. So now, if we were live and in person, I have this really cool activity that we can do that I call that with this giant tarp, and I have everybody stand on the tarp, and I read through some different examples and things like that, and have people step and move and vote with their feet, basically, and move into different zones on that tarp. And while it's a really cool activity, we could still do the same thing here in the virtual space as well. So now when I do this live and in person, I usually start out with maybe some physical risk things like, where would you place yourself on that bullseye? If I were to say things like riding in a car without your seatbelt on, would that place you in your comfort zone, your stretch zone, or your danger zone, right? And each one of us have different levels of comfort with that particular scenario. Or I could do a different one, like walking along the edge of a cliff. I don't know, are there a lot of cliffs in Indiana? Maybe, or a really big hill or something like that. But, for some of us, we would be like, okay, yeah, totally, I love that. And other people are like, no, panic zone, I don't like the height thing and whatnot, right? And now in today's time, it could be something around COVID. Like, where are you at on this comfort zone bullseye, if you will? Maybe it's when you find out that your next door neighbor came down with COVID. Now, like, you're in really close proximity with it. Does that place you, interacting with them, would that place you in your comfort zone, your stretch zone, or your danger zone? Right? Or we could take it to emotional risk, right? How about singing a solo in front of a group of people? For some of us, that might be comfort zone. Some of us stretch zone. Some of us total danger zone. Woo, that talk about fight or flight. For some of you, that might put you straight into the panic zone. Or maybe it's getting up and talking, giving a speech in front of your peers, in front of your club, right? So I share this with you because leadership requires us to step outside of what is comfortable and skill set that we already have into that stretch zone. And that can be a very vulnerable place, right? When we choose to step in there and allow ourselves to experience the unknown, to learn something new about ourselves and start gaining our skill set in something that is outside of what we're already good at. So so I mentioned walking along the edge of a cliff, rock climbing. Several of you here may have actually at one point in time experienced a ropes course or rock climbing or something like that in the past. Or if you even have a set of car keys, or your parents have a set of car keys, and that they have on a little carabiner clip, right? And so that carabiner is most vulnerable when they are open, right? So when that gate is open, that is when, it's most vulnerable. The rope could slip out, your keys could fall off, all those different scenarios. And if you think about it, carabiners are most vulnerable when they're open, and coincidentally, so are people. So the next exercise we're going to do is a little comfort zone activity that I've kind of tweaked and changed a little bit for the virtual space. So what I'm going to have you do here in a moment, we're going to play a little game of Have You Ever? Okay. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite you to, we're going to do this exercise here that I've created some slides that are going to automatically play through here that have various levels of risk to them. Some of them are at physical risk, some of them might be more emotional risk. Okay. And so what's going to happen is you're going to see a statement flash up on the screen. And this is where I want you to, you're going to first read that. And then if it applies to you, you're going to stand up for about 3 seconds, and then you're going to sit back down. And then the next statement will come up and you're going to read it. And if it applies to you, you're going to stand up. And then if it doesn't apply for you, you'll just stay seated. And then you'll stand for 3 seconds if you chose to stand, and then you'll sit back down. So, and what I want you to do is I want you, again, we're in the virtual space. I want to make sure that we are connecting with other kids all across the state from other counties as much as possible. So this is, I'm going to invite you to hover over the green bar that says you are viewing Michelle Cummings' screen right now. And I want you to click that little down arrow or hover over that little down arrow that says view options and click on the side-by-side mode. Okay, now when you click on this, you're going to see your gallery view come up over on one side and my slides come up on the other side. Okay, now there's a little gray bar in between my slides and the gallery view. Now that little gray bar, you can move that gray bar left or right to either show more of your gallery view or a little less of your gallery view. Okay, so what I want you to do is slide it over to where you can still read my slides, but at the same time, you are going to be able to see and connect with other 4-Hers all across the state. And the intention behind this activity is for you to see who do I have things in common with, and things like that. It's also, I'm going to invite you to step into the stretch zone. Like I mentioned, some of these are lighthearted on purpose. Others are these might go a little bit deeper, like, ooh, that actually was a little bit emotional, risky for me to choose whether or not I stand up or not. And also, because I do operate on a challenge by choice philosophy, you have a choice on whether you stand or not. No one's going to, if you decide, oh, I don't know if I want to admit that in front of everybody, you don't have to. You can totally stay seated if you want to. But if you choose to step into the stretch zone, that's okay as well. If you choose to stand up and sit back down, that's totally fine as well. All right, so let's see here. I am trying to find my gallery view because it's kind of, you guys are all hiding from me right now. And I want to be able to see you as well. Okay, cool. I found you. All right, so y'all look lovely. Make sure you turn your camera view on this morning so that we can see you. And as soon as I as soon as I advance to the next slide, there's going to be some music that plays, and it'll automatically pop up with the first statement. So again, read that statement. If it applies to you, stand up, and then stand for 3 seconds, and then sit back down. All right, are you ready? All right, here we go. All right, I like flaming hot Cheetos. I have climbed a mountain. I have more than one foot. I love someone. My skirt turned forward. I'm a British fighter. I own a gaming system. I have experienced now. Tipping the scales into where we go. World is all tied and made up in my mind. I'll take a chance on the bones I throw. Maybe I just want to live my life. Feel just one. I like chocolate. I would cry if I lost myself. I'm a hugger. I am not a hugger. stood up to someone being unkind. I have lied. Get up. I miss hanging out with my friends. I love soda more than I should. I have felt out. I have left my loved ones. I have worked hard on a 4-H project. Being a leader is important. All right, awesome. All right, cool. Thank you guys so much for participating in that. So I'm curious, where's your energy at right now after just doing this particular activity? Is it a little higher than when it was when we first got started? So just because we're in this virtual space does not mean that we can't do these cool, that we can't do interactive activities, right? We totally can. Doesn't mean that we have to just stay and do a lot of nothing, right? So I'm curious, let's use that chat box feature. And I'm curious, if you click on this link here, it'll bring up a little slide that you can look at. I'm curious, of that game that we just experienced together, what was one prompt that made you laugh? We could totally use the chat box here. What was either one prompt that made you laugh, one prompt that might be difficult to admit, that was hard for you to like, I guess I'll stand up, but whatever. And then maybe one prompt that might stick with you. So let's hear from everybody, and let's talk about that for just a second. What was one of those things that just made you laugh when it came up? And then let's start with that one. So let's see here, Flamin' Hot Cheetos. Shannon doesn't like them, but I used to not like Flamin' Hot Cheetos. And then, but I actually hadn't tried them, but I just had made up in my mind that I didn't like Flamin' Hot Cheetos because it sounded awful. And then I tried them. They're actually pretty good. They really are. So, so I own a gaming system, the one that was fun. Yeah. Have you ever lied? That one was a little harder to admit, right? But also would be funny to, oh, I love that, Audrey. The laugh you have lied, it'd be funny to lie and then not stand up, right? Yeah, I threw that one in because in anybody's life, we've all told little white lies at some point in time, right? Jumping up and down for the chocolate, probably soda, right? Laughed at the lie one because it was funny, right? And the not a hugger one. Cool. All right, cool. How about what was one prompt that maybe it was difficult to admit? Anyone care to share? So just put the word difficult in front of your answer so that way we know which one that you are that you're responding to. Okay. Difficult, feel left out. Yeah, absolutely. Especially in this virtual time, right? My boys are kind of your age as well. My boys are 15 and 17. And so they're also in that time where like, oh my gosh, you know, like that, what is it? FOMO, right? That fear of missing out. And that's alive and well in your age group, right? Is that we sometimes we fear getting left out from our friends, from what we're missing and things like that. And you know, and if we think about, you know, this time it's easy to feel that way when we can't be physically together with our friends and things like that. So yeah, and even those difficult to your friends because you feel like you don't have friends, that's also difficult. And that's where 4-H can be such an amazing thing because this is such a great place for you to be included, to feel like you can connect with people that have similar interests than you. So, so Cressida, if that's how I say your name correct, I hope that is something that you can truly find in your club, in your county, other kids that are ready and willing to be your friend. So, all right. So now, how about one prompt that's going to stick with you? So now, start out with your prompt, your text or your chat with stick just with like stick with and then dash whatever. What's one prompt that maybe made you really think a little bit? Might stick with you just a little bit. Awesome, Chrisette. I'm glad you feel you're a leader also. Standing up for someone else. Absolutely. Yeah, that one, you know, especially even in the virtual space, right? That whole cyber bullying thing can be a thing in this day and age. And so so how do we make sure that we are standing up for and representing those people that are experiencing that? So what will stick with you? My friends consider me a leader, right? And just by being a part of the 4-H program, people will look to you as a leader just because of your association with 4-H. And I don't know if I fully understood that when I was your age and in the program itself, but now that I'm a grown up and I get paid to play games for a living and things like that, I totally understand that so much better. And so if you think about that and that whole, you know, exercise we did at the very beginning, is that people are looking to you to be a leader. And so you already naturally are one just by being in 4-H. And so now how do you use that example, that power, if you will, for good? What kind of leader do you want to be in your clubs, in your community? And how do you want to show up in this world? Because people are looking to you as a leader to show us the way of what you want to have happen in the next year, the next couple years, and how you shape the future for the rest of us as well. All right, well, this morning's presentation was totally around trying to get you off on a good foot, right? So that we can start your day out with some good positivity. And so I want to go back, share my screen one more time with you, and finish up with a couple of last minute slides here. So again, leadership requires you to step outside your comfort zone. We talked about that a little bit already, and where the magic happens is in that stretch zone. Right. And maybe it's you leading a virtual meeting with your staff or with your club. Maybe you've never led one virtually before. Like, oh my gosh, I now have to be the Zoom expert and I have to share my screen and I have to do all these things. I have to build out a PowerPoint deck. Like maybe that's what's going to stretch you a little bit. But again, right now, if that's not a skill set, I invite you to step into the stretch zone because that's where the new learning takes place. And eventually, the more you step into the stretch zone, those skills become your comfort zone. You just get good at them over time. Right now, I will say that this might be your plan. I'm like, okay, I'm going to be a good leader. I'm going to go from point A to point B. It's going to be a straight line. It's going to look something like this. Well, I promise you, it is not quite that easy because this might be what you plan, but this is what's going to be what actually happens, right? Leadership is not a straight line from point A to point B, unfortunately. We have a lot of lessons to learn along the way. And that's the beauty of learning, is that if I make a mistake, I get to learn from it and try not to make it again, right? So that's where the stretch zone can be such a healthy thing. Step out there. If it doesn't work, don't just go back to your comfort zone and never try it again. Experience that stretch zone. If you make a mistake, we all make mistakes. I still make mistakes. I've been doing this a really long time and I still make mistakes. Learn from it and try not to make it again, right? All right, so remember earlier when I showed you my bad 80s haircut back there? So leadership also requires mentors and cheerleaders. So I showed you this because of my bad 80s hair, but I also want to show you this because of, look at this woman here. This is Beverly Kindler. Now she was the Norton County Extension Home economist back when I was in 4-H. And she was that caring adult, that 4-H leader that showed up all the time. Well, I will tell you, Beverly Kindler just turned 90 years old and she heard that I was getting an award and she showed up at 90 years old to wish me well and support me. And this happened just this last February before the world shut down. And so at 90 years old, I still have 4-H leaders that are showing up for me. And so I encourage you, if you are feeling left out, if you are feeling like a little isolated, reach out to a caring adult. If you don't feel like you have any of your peers that can fill that role for you or that void for you, you have caring adults. Several of them gave up their Saturday to come and hang out with you this morning as well. And reach out to these people because they are behind you 100%. All right, cool. So we're going to do a quick debrief out of this. So here, the 4-H pledge, I know you've said it. We said it at the very beginning of this. I'm curious, how many times do you think you've said the 4-H pledge? Put it in the chat box. How many times do you think you've said the 4-H pledge over your career in 4-H, your journey in 4-H? Ballpark it. Too many to count. Thousands, hundreds of times. Me too. I'm now 48 years old. I still can recite the 4-H pledge by heart. It's because I've said it. I said it so many times. But have you ever thought about the 4-H pledge? How could we now use this to Steve, 5,241. I love it. I love that you're keeping count. Let's actually use this now as a metaphoric discussion with, so I'm going to show you 5 different body parts here that all metaphorically relate to the 4-H pledge. I want you to pick one, and I want you to use that one metaphor in the chat box and share with us what you got out of this little discussion this morning, this little keynote. So with the head, I pledge my head to greater thinking. What is something you learned today out of this 30-minute exercise? With your heart, what was a feeling you experienced, or what did you take to heart this morning? With your hands, how can you use what you learned here today to lend a hand to your club, or give a hand to somebody for a job well done? Maybe it's Madison for giving an awesome intro or anything like that. With your health, it could be your lungs. How was this maybe a breath of fresh air on a Saturday morning and things like that? Or health could also be your foot. Identify maybe if you've got to step in a new direction for yourself. Maybe you want to step into that stretch zone. Or how can you be a even better leader in your club? And let's populate this chat box here. What was something that you learned? So pick one of those. You can start out with head / here's what I learned, or heart, hands, health, lungs, whatever, and populate the chat box. Let's see what people are getting out of this morning. All right, live in the stretch zone. People will follow what you do rather than what you say. Learn so much experience that leaders can still be who they are even in Zoom. Absolutely. Just because we're sitting down doesn't mean, if I would have showed up today and just talked to you like this, do you think it would have been a very different presentation? Absolutely. You've got to bring your best self even into this virtual space. You can get excited because guess what? When people see you get excited about something, they mirror those same emotions in their brains. We have these amazing things called mirror neurons in our brain, and we will mirror the behaviors and the way people say things through their leadership, through those mirror neurons. Felt like part of a group again. Graduation and pandemic and graduation brings you away from your 4-H family. I totally get that. My 17-year-old feels the same way, right? Like you feel removed from everything. So this is a way to stay connected and things like that. Stretch out of your comfort zone, stand up and move. Absolutely. New Zoom activities. I can't wait for my cap note because I'm going to share with you so many more activities like this that you can do in the virtual space, in Zoom. I know that states are shutting back down again. Colorado is one of them. I know Indiana as well. And so how do we make sure we're still making these cool experiences for people, even in the virtual space, where people show up, they feel like they belong, they feel like they've learned something, and they didn't just stare at the screen for another hour for another meeting, right? So let's play together. Let us figure out ways to make this virtual space just as engaging and things like that. So everyone stick your hands out to the side of your screens again. And let's give everybody a really big high five for participating this morning. Woohoo! I love it. All right, awesome. So I'm gonna turn it back over to Steve, Madison, whoever. And I look forward to connecting with you again in the cap note later this afternoon. Have a great couple workshops this morning, and we'll see you back here for more cool, fun stuff. All right. All right, bye, y'all.
Thank you so much, Michelle, for getting us up and moving this morning, helping us relate to each other, encouraging us to lead and to live in our stretch zone, to find a mentor and stay connected with them. We loved hearing everything you had to say this morning. Everybody, please give Michelle another virtual round of applause, and we will look forward to reconnecting with Michelle later this afternoon for her cap note speech.
Awesome.
My name is Jenny Clark. I am the 4-H Communications and Marketing Specialist, and I'm just here to transition us to the next activity and also to let you all know about a 4-H pop-up shop we have going on right now. It is open through this Sunday, November 22nd, and it is a virtual pop-up shop, which means you can shop online. There are 4-H t-shirts, sweatshirts, club materials. Everything will be delivered in time for the holidays. Again, this is open through Sunday, November 22nd, and you can shop at purdue.ag/shop IN4H, all lowercase. We will drop that link in the chat. And it is my pleasure to introduce us to our next activity. We are going to join 4-H Healthy Living Specialist Angie Frost and 4-H Health and Human Sciences educator Shannon Chipman. She does 4-H and Health and Human Sciences in Ohio County. They're going to walk us through the mental health Wheel of Knowledge activity.
Thank you so much, Jenny, for that invitation or introduction this morning. And as she said, I am Angie Frost. I am the Healthy Living Specialist. And today we're going to talk a little bit about mental health. We know that in America, most youth are considered physically and emotionally healthy. However, in the last 10 years, and especially with instances or events like COVID-19, nearly 1 in 5 youth will be diagnosed with a mental illness during their childhood or adolescence. So nearly half of all mental health disorders are diagnosed before the age of 14, and 75% of those are diagnosed before the age of 24. Currently, the most common mental health issues in America are substance use disorder, anxiety disorders, depression, and attention deficit disorder, or ADHD, is how you may have heard of that. As volunteers and parents of youth, we must be aware of the warning signs that can help us assist a youth in need. So some of the common warning signs of mental health issues are a change in appetite, weight gain or weight loss, and a change in sleeping patterns. Also, loss of interest in hobbies and things that the youth used to just enjoy immensely. So things like sports or 4-H, drastic changes in school performance, worry or anxiety that interferes with their normal daily activities, acting on impulse or risky behaviors, and also substance abuse or substance use or severe mood swings. So all of these things can be seen as signs or symptoms of a mental health issue. But you may have noticed that they sometimes are just signs and symptoms of youth in general. Growing up and adolescence can be hard. So hopefully today you will learn a little bit more about how you can distinguish between regular teenage angst and a mental health issue that may be in need of some assistance. So today our objectives are going to be that you will learn some facts about mental health and the teenage brain, that you will identify ways to reduce stress, and that you will learn the warning signs of possible mental health issues. And we would encourage any and all adult volunteers who are with us today to attend a youth mental health first aid training to become a mental health first aid trained person. This is very similar to CPR, where you learn the skills to help someone until a more highly trained person can come along and take over. But Purdue does offer mental health first aid, Purdue Extension, and we will provide a link in the chat box for the site that you can visit so that you can learn more about Purdue mental health first aid, especially for youth. And this program is for adults who work with youth, not for youth today. So hopefully soon we will have a youth mental health first aid that youth can participate in. So today we're going to have a spinner wheel. So all of our host sites should have handed out those spinner wheels so that you can have someone spin when we call on you. And for those of you at home, we apologize that you're not able to be with us in person so that you have your own spinner wheel, but hopefully you will learn from some of the questions that come up today. And the areas that we're going to talk about are going to be warning signs, ways to reduce stress, mental health and brain development, and then there's also a space on there for jumping jacks. So if someone lands on that one, we can get up, move a little bit, get our brains flowing, and get back to the questions. So what we're going to do today is I will call on a host site. That host site will choose someone to spin the wheel. The host there will let me know which section the spinner landed on, and then Shannon will ask questions. the host site will be able to answer the question. And if they get it right, they can spin the wheel again. If they do not get it right, we'll move on to the next section. And hopefully we'll be able to throw that out to some of our participants at home too and use the chat box for a few questions as well. So why don't we get started? And our first community is going to be Park County. If Park County is ready, you can choose someone to spin the wheel and let us know where you land.
Angie, while they're going to spin, I'm going to go ahead and introduce myself. Good morning,
Yes.
everybody. I'm Shannon Chipman from Purdue Extension, Ohio County, where I'm the Health and Human Sciences and 4-H Youth Development Educator. I'm just shy of being there for 10 years and very excited to be presenting with you all this morning.
Okay, so Park County is only able to chat in the chat box, and they landed on 10 ways to reduce stress, Shannon.
Okay, 10 ways that they can reduce stress. Hold on just a second. Let me get there. What is the name of a workout that involves stretching, deep breathing, and finding a spiritual place? That is correct. That is yoga. Good job.
All right. So, Christy, do you want to spin again? Mental health.
All right. All right. And let's scroll up there and we'll see where we're at with that one. Okay. True or false? 1 in 5 children ages 13 to 18 have or will have a serious mental illness. That is correct. That is true. Angie, do you have anything to add to that?
I don't.
Okay. Moving on to the next one then.
All right. So the next community that we're going to have spin is going to be Vermilion. Wonder if Becky's there. Becky. We'll move on to Hamilton County because I see Kathleen sitting there. So Hamilton County, how about you spin and let us know where you landed? Ways
to reduce stress. All right. True or false? Crying, running, and laughing are all activities that have been proven to reduce stress. That is correct. It is true.
True. Awesome. Okay. Do you want to spin again?
Jumping jacks. Okay, everybody up on your
Jumping
feet and give me
jacks.
10 of them.
And jumping jacks.
Everyone should be super excited about this one. Oh, everyone's doing great. Great jumping jacks.
All
Awesome.
right. Woohoo, Boone County. Way to go with your jumping jacks.
Getting everybody moving. I like
I
it.
love it. Park County as well. Okay, so our next is, I don't see Becky back at her computer yet. So how about Boone County?
Mental health and brain development.
Mental health and brain development, Pandora. Okay.
Yeah.
At what age does a girl's brain reach its largest physical size? I'm sorry, the answer is incorrect. It's actually age 11.
11. All right. Pandora, do you want to spin again? Mental health and brain development again.
Okay.
I must have created that spinner. It's not
You
spinning.
must have. What area of the brain is responsible for planning, prioritizing, and controlling impulses? Whoa, the prefrontal cortex. Who was it that answered that so fast?
Good job.
Wow. I was
One.
thinking we stumped him on that one, Angie.
I know.
Okay.
That's a tough one.
That is a tough one. That is a tough one.
All right.
All right.
Becky's team is just now doing jumping jacks, so they must be delayed a little bit. So I wonder if they're watching YouTube.
Okay.
Okay. So how about if we have Sam in Pulaski County? Are you there? Okay, she's typing as well. Ways to reduce stress, Shannon.
All right. How many minutes per day should you aim to be physically active? Okay, so with this answer, adults need to focus on trying to be active at least 30 minutes a day for physical activity, or about 150 minutes a week. And youth need to be active for at least 60 minutes per day in order to be healthy.
Absolutely.
So
Good.
you guys, the answers that are popping up in the chat are correct.
Yes, good distinction there. All right, Sam, do you want to spin again? Ways
Ways
to
to reduce stress. Okay. Let's see, true or false? Stress can cause physiological reactions like physiological reactions in the body like headaches, constipation, and sleep disturbances.
Yes, lots of
Green
people.
Penny, that is correct.
True.
Anybody to put true?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Stress
All
can do a number on the body.
Let's see here. Who is next? Elkhart County.
We have ways to reduce stress, please.
Awesome.
Okay. So true or false? People who are under stress tend to lean towards unhealthy habits like eating foods that are high in fat, sugars, and salt. Very true. How many of you guys have experienced that recently with COVID?
Yeah. We don't tend to make the best choices when we're tired, when we're stressed. Absolutely.
No, it's probably a good
Plus
thing
it
those
gets-
Buckeyes.
And
Those
it's getting
Buckeyes are
colder
right now.
out too, right? So
Exactly.
we're
It's hard to
tending
be, and it's harder to be physically active when it's cold outside too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go for the comfort foods. Okay.
That's right.
Connie, do you want to spin again?
Warning signs.
Warning signs.
Warning signs. All right. True or false? Obsessively exercising, dieting, or binge eating could be a sign of mental illness. Yes, I'm seeing lots of trues popping. Absolutely. Yes, the answer is true to that.
All right. Thank you very much. How about White County?
All right.
Jumping jacks.
Jumping jacks.
Jumping
Get to it, guys.
jacks.
10 of them. Get up and get moving. Awesome.
Okay. How about another spin, Miranda?
Ways to reduce stress.
Ways to reduce stress. All right. So how does checking off a project or daily task list help reduce stress? Okay, by completing something, okay. That's part of it. Keeps you organized and focused, absolutely. Sense of accomplishment, absolutely. So by making a list of what we need to do, and then doing one thing at a time versus like multitasking, and then checking that off that one thing that's completed, it helps us to stay organized, it helps us to stay focused, and also provides that sense of accomplishment when that prioritized task is done, and then lets us focus on the next thing that's on the list of things to do.
All right, thank you so much. How about we go to Kosciuszko County? Lori, are you there?
We are. Good morning. Warning signs.
Warning signs.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. What 3 types of mental illness affect teens the most? ADHD is not one. Okay, depression, yes, depression is one of them. Anxiety, yes, and substance abuse. I'm not sure who, I'm reading the chat, but it's going really fast. But the correct answer to that question is the 3 types of mental illness that affect teens the most is going to be depression, anxiety, and substance abuse.
Yeah, the ADHD is often diagnosed earlier than teenage years. So that would be the difference there. It's not that they don't have it. If we're looking at diagnosis, that would answer that question. All right. Let's see who is next. Let's see, do we do Kosciuszko twice, I think? Okay, how about St. Joe?
We are here. Who would like to spin?
Good morning.
Warning signs.
Warning signs. Okay. A person with an anxiety disorder often responds to situations with what types of feelings? A person with anxiety disorders often responds to situations with what types of feelings? Hiding away, okay. Nervous, yes. Fear, absolutely. Fear is one of the correct answers. So there's a ton of answers that are coming in, like stress, defensiveness, several others have come in, but the correct answers would be that a person who has an anxiety disorder often responds to that situation with fear and dread because of the unknown. They're scared, they don't know what to expect. And it is usually intensified because of that anxiety disorder versus somebody that doesn't have that anxiety disorder.
Right, and then the result of that is locking themselves away because then they draw into themselves to kind of avoid those situations. So absolutely. Okay, how about one more time for St. Joe?
Ways to reduce stress.
Ways to reduce stress.
Ways to reduce stress. All right. Okay. What is positive self-talk? Okay, mindfulness, yeah. Giving yourself a pep talk, positive affirmation, encouraging yourself. Man, you guys are like rolling in the answers. It's great. So positive self-talk is when we try to avoid negative thinking, try to not be so hard on ourselves, and then we reward ourselves for managing a stressful situation. So it's just trying to stay as positive as possible when it comes to a situation and avoiding that negative thinking and trying to think that the glass is half full versus the glass being half empty.
Yes, and when you get into that, we sometimes call it living in the swirl. You get stuck in this spiral of negative self-talk, and the more you get stuck in that, the harder it is to get out. So if you can develop some ways of sort of stopping yourself when you start to have negative self-talk, maybe ask yourself, if a friend were going through this, what would you say to your friend? Because typically you're going to say a lot nicer things to your friend than you say to yourself. So definitely stop that negative self-talk as early as you can, and it will just benefit you much, much more. So positive self-talk all the time. All right. How about, is Becky Holbert? I wonder if she's available. How about Shannon, we throw this one out to the audience.
Okay.
We just pick a question and ask it. Then you
All right,
can put
let
the
me
answers
find
in the
one.
chat, just as you've been doing.
Okay, hold on just a second. Let me find one. Okay, this should be a pretty easy one for everybody. What is one way that you can reduce your stress? Plan ahead, counseling, meditation, get enough sleep, exercise. Holy moly, you guys have some great ideas, but let's think about the one thing that probably causes us the most stress these days. And it's this little thing that we have on us constantly that we're constantly checking. Turning off our phone and disconnecting from social media are great ways that we can reduce stress, because we're turning off the negative that's coming across. We're turning off the constant pressure to feel like we have to respond. And so by turning off our phone, disconnecting from that social media, it's a great way to kind of rejuvenate your perspective. Angie, just to share something, a couple of years ago at Easter time, I decided to fast from Facebook for Lent. And honestly, it was the most rewarding time because I spent more time with my family. I wasn't stressed at what was going on in the world. I mean, I checked it for work purposes, but stayed off my personal page. And it was amazing, like just how much more relaxing it was to be without it. Other ways that we can reduce stress would be to get plenty of sleep, make sure that we get that 30 to 60 minutes of exercise every day, and even getting a pet, having a cat, a dog, a turtle, whatever you need to get can help you release stress as well. So those are just some of the ways. And then plus all the ones that you guys mentioned as well, like mindfulness, taking a walk, going to the barn, just, being with family, things like that. Any one of those things is a great way to deal with stress, but as long as you have a positive outlet to deal with your stress, and that's what's important.
Yeah, I think we've seen that stress reduction via getting a pet a lot during COVID.
Yes.
Lots of people getting puppies and kittens and things. And unfortunately, I'm not one of them yet.
Yeah, same here. I'm not in that boat yet, but
I want to be. I want to join the crowd and get a puppy.
I do too. Plus, I want somebody to clean up under the high chair when my kid gets done eating. So,
right? With two kids, you need that.
Exactly.
Let's try to go back to Park County and see if they would like to spin again.
Okay.
Here she comes.
Get a bunny or two.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't give you any warning there, Christy. Let's see.
Jumping
jacks.
Pet your Holstein. JJ, I like that. I grew up with Holsteins. Those cows are super relaxing and good for stress.
We might mix up the jumping jacks with some squats or something here in a little bit.
Yeah.
So we don't have everybody too out of breath. Okay, how about another spin? And Park County says reduce
stress. Okay. Okay, true or false? Lack of sleep can be a symptom of stress, but can also intensify feelings of stress. True. Yep, that is correct. The less sleep we have, the more things seem to be compounded to being worse than what they really are. So sleep is so vital to our health, especially when it comes to stress management.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, Park County. How about Boone County? See, Pandora's right there.
She's on it.
Warning signs.
Warning signs. Okay. And this is going to be one that there's going to be multiple answers to. So what are 2 red flags regarding mental health that should cause concern? Weight loss. Yep. Mood change. withdrawal, depression, overeating, binge eating. Yeah, lots of things coming in, loss of appetite. All of those are definitely warning signs. But the ones that we have here would be like excessive sleeping. That could be a sign of possibly depression. Or the opposite, difficulty sleeping or insomnia. Loss of self-esteem, like feeling like they're not worth anything. Just having a lot of self-doubt. Loss of interest in a favorite pastime. Angie kind of talked about this at the beginning when we talked about losing interest in a sport, a hobby, 4-H, anything like that. A dramatic decline in academic performance. You know, you might have a youth that was on the honor roll and was very active, and then all of a sudden the grades have dropped and they're just academically, something's going on. And then also some personality shifts that are out of character. You know, you might have a youth that's usually super responsible and one of those kids that you can rely on. And then all of a sudden they're just dropping the ball on everything. And it's just a total 180 from the personality that they have. So all of those are signs. And then all those that you listed in the chat box as well are definitely things to be on the lookout for as a volunteer or someone that works with youth in regards to, making causes for concern. And I think, Angie, did you just post the youth mental health first?
I did. And
okay.
Again, referring back to the youth mental health first aid training that Purdue Extension hosts, it is now virtual for about 2 or 2.5 hours. You are self-paced to go through a portion of the course, and then you join a Zoom session much like this to finish the rest of it with a trained trainer such as myself.
Angie, I just completed it like 2 weeks ago and it was incredibly worthwhile.
It is, it's amazing. It really does help distinguish what can be just regular teenage problems that we don't want to make light of, but that don't rise to the occasion of a mental illness. So when you heard excessive sleeping, I bet many of you who have teenagers or are teenagers were like, that's what teenagers do. They sleep a lot when they get a chance to, because sometimes they don't sleep enough. So I highly encourage you to visit extension.purdue.edu/MHFA and sign up for a youth mental health first aid course that's near you, especially if you're an adult who works with youth. It is an amazing course.
And even if you have to do it virtual, it's very interactive. There's always some type of question and answer, some type of activity to keep you engaged. It's very rewarding.
And it's only $20. So it's a good use of your funds. All right, let's see who is next. Elkhart County. We have you spin again?
We got jumping jacks. I'm sorry.
Come on, Steele, let's do it. Steele's volunteers are like, come on, Steele.
All right. Do you want to spin again then, Steele? Just don't land on the jumping jacks.
We got, I had somebody else spin this time.
Oh, good.
Mental health and brain development.
All right.
Brain development, okay. What percentage of youth have a mood disorder?
%? Target?
You're getting warmer.
Not 100%.
Actually, okay, whoever just typed in 11, actually 11% is the correct amount of youth that actually have a mood disorder that have been
diagnosed. A diagnosed mood disorder. We want to make that
emphasis that.
Yes, it has been diagnosed. All right, great, thank you. Let's see, Pulaski County.
Mental health and brain development. Okay. For boys, what age does their brain reach its largest physical size?
think we said girls was 11, right?
Yes, girls was age 11. Okay, whoever just typed in 14. Age 14.
Yeah.
Age 14 is when a boy's brain reaches its largest physical size.
Excellent. All right.
And then can you describe what a mood disorder is?
So a mood disorder, is like a constant, an extreme fluctuation in what, like, how do I explain this? Angie, help me out here. It's like if they go from 1 minute, like, I mean, obviously with teenagers, like the hormones are raging, their moods are changing constantly, but this is like an extreme fluctuation going from happy and excited 1 minute to angry, crying, not able to control that and reel it in, kind of emotional change. Angie, do you want to add to any of that?
Yeah, mood disorders are things like anxiety, and depression, as well as I'm just trying to see if I can come up with the main ones here for you. So mood disorders are having less interest in usual activities, feeling sad or hopeless, or other symptoms that last for more than 2 weeks. So that is a sign. So we know that we all have mood shifts quite frequently. You know, some days are good, some days are bad. But if the mood persists for longer than 2 weeks, that could be a sign of a mental health illness or a mental health disorder that needs to be addressed with someone. So if it persists for longer than 2 weeks, it might be time to reach out to a mental health provider.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Good. All right. Okay, let's see who is next. Let's throw one out to the audience to put in chat again this time. So choose one.
Okay, so this is going to be under mental health and brain development. This is a true or false question. True or false, your brain doesn't finish developing and maturing until your late teens. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of falses. I'm seeing some trues. If you answered false, then you are correct. Your brain does not finish developing and maturing until your mid to late 20s. Which is
it
why
wasn't that long ago that I learned that, and I was simultaneously shocked and not by that information that you know, sometimes when youth go away to college and you're like, gosh, you're in college, why are you still like making these same choices that you made when you were a teenager? Because their brain is still developing and growing to its full potential in maturity. And so, you know, we need to give them a little bit of a break.
That's why we need to encourage like not making any major life decisions till after you're 25, not, you know, doing anything like that, because usually that's about the peak time when brain development has completed, is around age 25 or a little after.
Absolutely. How about another audience one, Shannon?
Okay, so another one about, let me scroll down here to, okay. Paranoia and excessive secrecy could be signs of what mental illness? Paranoia and secrecy and excessive secrecy could be signs of what mental illness? Okay, I just saw the answer come in. It was depression. The correct answer for that is depression. So Angie, do you have anything you want to add to that one?
I don't.
Okay, throwing another one out to the audience. Where does prescription drug use rank when compared to marijuana and alcohol use among teens? Okay, somebody just typed in second. So prescription drug use actually ranks second to marijuana and alcohol, which is why it's so important as adults that we go through the medicine cabinet and dispose of medicines correctly. If they are expired, if we haven't used them all, we can take them to our local police department and dispose of them and hand them over correctly. We don't ever want to flush them. We don't ever want to take the labels off of them or anything like that. It's so important that we dispose of our medicines properly, because as you can see, prescription drug use can rank pretty high in a teen's life, next to marijuana and alcohol.
And I think it's important to point out as well that it just isn't safe for the environment either to flush or to throw medications away. And there are lots and lots of pharmacies, police departments, and different organizations that often have disposal collections, and they have certain dates. So you just have to look in your community and find out when is there going to be a time near you where you can take all of those medications, hand them over to someone who can dispose of them properly.
And just a word of advice, speaking from experience from doing one of those disposing of unwanted medicines properly days, your extension office might even offer one of those where they work with their state police and local health department to have one of those days. If you are going to take prescription drugs, keep them in the bottle or container that they came in. As an experience, we had a lady come in and she just brought a Ziploc bag full of drugs. She had disposed of all the bottles, and our pharmacist had to go through and identify each, like there was probably over 1,000 pills in this bag, and had to identify, and it was very timely. So make sure when you're going to dispose of your medicines, scratch off your name, scratch off the prescription number, but leave it in the bottle with the type of prescription that it is, so that it can easily be identified and logged. So
Good
just
point.
an FYI there.
Great. Excellent point. Okay. Is Pandora, there you are. You want to spin?
Warning signs. All right. Okay, what is obsessive compulsive disorder? Okay, question was, what is obsessive compulsive disorder? Okay, you focus on small details, constantly doing something, freaking out over the small details, compulsion to repeat. Yeah, okay, you guys are all on the right track. Basically, obsessive compulsive disorder, or OCD, is repeated upsetting thoughts called obsessions. You do the same thing over and over again to try to make the thoughts go away. Now, Angie, this is a point that I wanted to bring up with you. Like, we often talk and joke about, oh, that's just my OCD acting up when we, are doing something, or we're trying to lead a group or whatever, and we're kind of a little bit controlling in regards to details. But actually, this is also a great point to bring up, how to talk to people that are living with a mental health disorder. And so, Angie, I'm going to turn it over to you for that verbiage.
Yeah, I think one of the things we talk about in youth mental health first aid is using person first language. So we don't say that someone is cancer, they have cancer, or they're living with cancer. So we want to use the same kind of verbiage when we're talking about someone who's suffering from a mental health disorder as well. So someone isn't depressed, they're living with depression. Yeah. Or someone is not schizophrenic, they're living with schizophrenia. So they are not their disease or disorder, much like they are not their physical disease or disorder, they are not their mental disease or disorder. So just kind of keeping that in mind, and also trying not to use those words in a way that could be harmful. Like Shannon said, like, oh, my OCD today, when you don't, in effect, have OCD. It's just something that we say, and it can be hurtful, and it's just something to keep in mind. So person first language is always the best way to go. So instead of diabetic, they are living with diabetes. Go ahead, Jen.
And I think what also person first is that when we discuss something like that, it doesn't define the person. It doesn't, yes. That's not what makes the person who they are. It's a part of what they live with. So Angie,
absolutely. Good,
okay.
Good.
Do we want to throw it out to another county, or do we want to throw out just a question?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to throw out just another question. This is under warning signs. So true or false, mental health problems and substance abuse disorders don't occur together. Okay, I'm seeing a false, false. Okay, you guys are winning at life. So false, mental health and substance abuse disorders sometimes can occur together. Angie, do you have anything that you want to emphasize on that?
I have, I frequently watch a show on TV called Intervention. And it highlights the fact that many times people have undiagnosed mental health issues, and they often will turn to medications or other illicit drugs in order to cope with the symptoms that they're having. Because they haven't been diagnosed, they don't know how to work through those problems in a better way. And so they can often turn to drugs and alcohol or other medications. So yes, they often do occur together.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good
Okay.
point.
Does another
Okay, how about, is Kathleen there? Need to go to a different screen and see if I can find her. There she is.
Kathleen, you want to give it a spin or have somebody in your group give it a spin?
I think she is looking around.
Okay. Okay, ways to reduce stress. All right. Okay, true or false? A little stress can actually be good for you. Yes, that answer is true. A little stress can actually be good for you. It kind of activates our fight or flight system in the body, and it helps us to get excited or rejuvenated or whatever to help us cope with whatever the situation is. But if we talk about chronic stress is not a good thing because chronic stress can lead to a lot of health issues.
Right. So I looked up because I knew I had read this somewhere before, but there are actually two kinds of stress. There is eustress or O stress, however you want to say it. It's EUSTRESS. And there is distress. So there are two kinds. And the eustress is positive stress. It motivates and focuses our energy and is short term. So some of the stress that you might feel about getting a project done or having a test coming up, so you need to study for it, that can be good because it motivates you to get to it and get it finished. And so then that stress can leave you then. So it is short term. It's perceived within our coping abilities. It sometimes feels exciting and can improve our performance. But distress, on the other hand, is negative stress. This is what causes anxiety or concern. It can be short or long term, and it feels unpleasant and can reduce your performance. So distress can lead to mental and physical problems. So good point. Some stress is good, some stress is not.
Yeah.
And I see Becky Holbert sitting there. Becky, can you hear me? I don't know if she can. She's not looking at the camera.
I wonder if she's on the, all questions answered.
Yeah, she might.
180 jumping jacks.
Kathleen,
Okay.
do you want to spin again?
Well, they just said warning signs.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yes.
Hamilton County. Thank you.
Okay, hold on just a second. Okay, so our next question in regards to warning signs. Hallucinations and delusions are two examples of what kind of mental health illness? Hallucinations and delusions are two examples of what kind of mental health illness? Okay, schizophrenia, substance abuse. Okay, so hallucinations and delusions are actually two examples of psychotic disorders. Angie, do you have some more information to share on that?
I don't.
Okay, but the ones that you're mentioning that are in the chat, the schizophrenia, bipolar, those are some examples of psychotic disorders. And the reasons why this one can be kind of scary is because if you're working with a youth, they might be seeing something that's not really there. They might, there's just some situations that if meds aren't taken correctly, that can increase the chances of them seeing something and having an episode or whatever. So hallucinations and delusions can be kind of scary, but they are an example of a psychotic disorder, which most of those, or at least all of those, I believe, do need to be treated with some type of medicine to help combat that.
Yeah, and I guess I do have a few things to add. Most of the time, those disorders are diagnosed in the late teens and early 20s. So you may or may not encounter youth who are experiencing these things. You may encounter some adults who might be, and there's also adult mental health first aid as well. And that's intended for adults who work with adults. We believe that the youth mental health first aid would benefit many of you as volunteers and as older teens, if you're over 18, you can take that. And one thing I do want to point out about the psychotic disorders, schizophrenia, those kind of disorders, is that oftentimes people are very afraid of people who have these disorders, and they're afraid that they will be hurt by them. But typically, they actually are often the recipient of harm, more so than them harming other people. So mental health first aid, again, can help you feel a little bit more comfortable in reaching out to someone who you think needs to have some professional assistance. And if they are experiencing an episode, they really do need some professional assistance and somebody who's caring enough to reach out and help them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, how about Pulaski County? Do you want to spin again?
Okay, jumping jacks. All right, we haven't had those in a while. Come on, Sam, get your county going.
While people are finishing their jumping jacks, I saw that Vermilion County completed their session. They were doing theirs on their own, and they did 180 jumping jacks.
That's a lot of jumping jacks.
So kudos to Vermilion County for their jumping jacks.
Way to be healthy and fit. All right.
Do you want to spin again then? The last guy. Yeah.
Okay, we switched to squat.
Good idea. It's about balance.
Okay. Oh, they got jumping jacks again. Pulaski County did.
To be fair, I'm doing my half jumping jacks, but. All right.
I'll get mine in later today.
Yeah. All right. Miranda in White County, are you there with us still?
Yes.
Awesome. You want to spin?
Yes. Warning signs?
Warning signs. Okay. Name 3 feelings that could be warning signs of a mental health issue. Okay, name 3 feelings that could be as warning signs of a mental health issue. Sleeping, loss of interest. Okay, so the warning signs that we're going to talk about are feeling very sad, feeling incredibly hopeless, or feeling worthless. And these feelings tend to last longer than 2 weeks. And after that, if the person doesn't, I don't want to say snap out of it, but if the person doesn't start to feel better and kind of rejuvenate themselves, it might be time to talk to a counselor or your primary care physician to maybe get referred to some mental health resources.
Yes. And Shannon, if you can believe it, we are at the end of our time.
Holy moly.
Flew by. So I just have a few closing remarks. According to the CDC, the number of youth ages 6 to 17 being diagnosed with depression and anxiety has increased greatly over the last several years. The last statistic we have is 8.4%, but that was from 2012. So you can imagine how high that number must be now with COVID and all of the things that we're all having to deal with in this really changing time. So as parents, volunteers, and older 4-H members who are mentors to younger youth, 4-H can be a safe haven from the stress that they're expecting in their lives at home or at school. So for more information, again, check the Mental Health First Aid website, which I had put into the chat box, and I can put that there again, and look for a Purdue Youth Mental Health First Aid workshop that you can participate in. The great thing currently is that you can do that from anywhere in your state, no matter where you sign up for a course, whereas before you had to travel somewhere to be able to do that. So that's amazing. For this lesson, you can find the resources and many, many other resources on the 4-H website under volunteer resources. So if you're a club leader, if you're the president of your club, if you're just interested in mental health and you want to share with others, you can use this information, make your own spinner wheel with a page that we have attached to those resources, and find all of it on the 4-H site. So we thank you so much for joining us and hope that you got a lot out of this. And I think we will turn it back over to Steve then. So
Thank you again so much.
Shannon and Angie, thank you so much for sharing that information. Just such a very important topic for all of us to learn more about. So not only did I get my jumping jacks in for the next month or two, but also learn some really good things that will help, I think, others too. So thank you so much for that. We know that you need a break, so it is time. You can get up and go do a break. In another minute or so, I'm going to start an activity online. If you're missing part of that, it's okay. The next session will actually come back and start at 11:10. So we've got about 5 minutes. Please stretch. If you need to hit the restroom, you can do that. We will start an activity here in just about 30 seconds or so. But again, it's okay if you miss that part, and we'll start back with the session 2 here in about 5 minutes. All right, I am going to start a new activity. This is actually one that I believe Michelle Cummings introduced me to about a year or so ago. And so as you're coming back from the restroom and your break, you may want to play along with us. This is something that you can do from wherever you are. You can chat your answer or put your answer into the chat box. This is called the Ubuntu cards activity. If you've never seen these cards before, it's really, really cool. It's something that you can order for your 4-H club. Be a fun activity to play, and you can do things in person, but you can also do things virtually. So this deck of cards comes with all those interesting different items that are there that you see on the sample deck on the screen. And what is unique about this deck of cards, if you pick any 2 cards, you will find one item between the 2 cards that is identical, and only one item. It's magic. I don't know how they do it, but it's really pretty cool. So we're going to go through a few of those. If you see the answer that you think is the correct one, shout that out, type that into the chat, and let's see how we do on this. So let's go with the first one here. So here are 2 cards. There is one item between these 2 cards that is the same. When you see what it is, type that into the chat for us. And we have some winning answers coming in. We'll let a few more of you get the answer in before I say what it is, if you haven't already looked at the chat. All right, you all found the light bulb. So yes, that's how you play. There's a light bulb. That's the only item between the 2 cards that is identical. Let's check out the next one. A little fuzzy, but I think you can still see the identical item between the 2. I think my chat's running a little slow here, but I'm sure there's right answers coming in. I just haven't seen them yet. So that still gives you a chance to answer the question if you haven't found it yet. Well, the white background is true. That's going to be the case in all the cards, though. Let's go with an actual item. We'll look for that. The chicken. All right, the rubber chicken to be specific, but yes, the chicken is the right answer. Let's check out number 3 here. Number 3 activity. Danielle, if you see those coming in quicker than I do, go ahead and announce that because mine's going really slow.
Yeah, so the similar item is the monkey, the barrel monkey.
The
to be
barrel of
specific.
monkeys. You're right. That's the right answer. Okay, so we're going to do about 2 more of these. So the next group can be ready to present here in just a moment. Here's the next one. I find when I look at these, if I get it immediately, I'm great. If not, it takes me a long time.
I see a lot of answers. The ace of spades.
The ace of spades is it. This will be the last one of the Ubuntu card activity. What do we see that's the same?
That's right. Scissors.
The scissors are it. Good job, guys. So that is one. Again, they're called Ubuntu cards. Take a look at those online. You can purchase those. And something just kind of a fun activity. It allows you to break up a meeting, make things a little bit exciting as you go throughout the day. So take a look at those and we can get you, or you can get your own set and use those however you'd like to do so. So with that, I am going to introduce now Danielle, Courtney, and Anna. They're going to talk with you about brushing the surface of biosecurity, our science session, our STEM session for the day.
All right, so good morning, everyone. While Danielle assists us with getting our presentation loaded, we just want to make sure everyone can hear us properly. Anna and I are in the same space, so we are practicing proper public safety by wearing our mask, but I can guarantee you that we're very excited, even though you can't tell. Hopefully you can tell through our eyes that we're super excited to be here today to talk to you about biosecurity. You may think to yourself, how can this topic relate to me? For those of you in particular that maybe have a background in biosecurity, you think of it directly as it correlates with animals. But I can guarantee you that if nothing else, this session will leave you wanting to wash your hands. And that's our goal today, to just help you brush the surface with biosecurity, to take back these skills and concepts to your club, to your communities, your country, and guess what? Your world. So we're excited today, and we guarantee you that there's something for everyone in this lesson. So buckle up and let's have fun.
Can you see the PowerPoint?
Not yet.
What do you see?
We see
the first page.
We see the screen Steve shared. While she works on that, we can actually kind of go ahead and get started. Malia says she has the right screen. Maybe. Pulaski doesn't. Okay, so while we work on that, no worries. We're going to go ahead and get started here. So the first thing that I'd like you to do is just help us to define the word biosecurity. So if you would, let's utilize our chat box below and type in what you think of when you think of the word biosecurity. It doesn't have to be a large definition. It could just be some words, some thoughts, some concepts. And while we do that, I am going to actually just run through our overview of what we'll be covering today. So we're going to define biosecurity. We're going to do an activity called the CHIP activity. We're going to define zoonotic diseases. We're going to grow some bacteria, and then we're going to make a plan by mapping it out. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so let's see, what do we have here in the chat box?
Lots of things. So if I don't read yours, don't feel offended. I'm reading them as they're in real life. Life safety, health safety practices that protect humans and animals, conscientiously protecting livestock, horticulture products from infection and cross-contamination. Excellent job, Joellen. That's a very dynamic definition there. So some things that I think of when I first heard the word biosecurity are the X-Files. Okay, we think of people in these hazmat suits with these respirators on, going in and identifying these foreign subjects. That's probably a little bit extreme, but honestly, that's where my mind went as a youth when I was learning of biosecurity. So all of these are excellent. Some other things you might think of are the words like, Danielle, you can advance to the next slide if you would. The word, words like clean, sterile, safe, hazardous material, showering in, showering out, protective clothing, dangerous, pathogens, hand washing. All of those things are words that we might commonly think of when we hear the word biosecurity. I'm here to tell you that there is no such thing when we're talking about a barn or a fair environment or a petting zoo or any type of interaction where you have humans and animals engaging. A sterile environment is nearly impossible. Even at a veterinary clinic, they have to work super hard to make sure that what they're doing is sanitizing, and probably there's still room for error, even in our hospital settings, as we all know. So defining biosecurity, a more formal definition, refers to the measures that assist in preventing the introduction and or spread of harmful organisms like viruses, as we know all too well, bacteria, etc., to animals and plants in order to minimize the risk of transmission of infectious diseases. By practicing good biosecurity, whether you have animals or not, you can help reduce the risk of diseases being carried from your property, by people, animals, equipment, vehicles, either accidentally or on purpose. You'll help protect flocks, herds, human health by preventing the spread of diseases. So now we're going to break it up. We're going to start breaking down biosecurity, and Anna's going to lead us in an activity.
Okay, so the activity we're going to do today is called a biosecurity chip, and it's the basics of biosecurity. So if you're an in-person attendee, there are some directions at the site that they're going to pass out some materials for you. You can get into small groups of 3 to 4 if you would like to. If you're not comfortable with that, you can try to share the bags at home. So if you're able to, if you can find, and we'll give you a few minutes to find some of these items, we would like you to find a bag of some sort. It could look a little bit like a brown paper bag. It could be a tote bag, whatever type of bag you want. If you can get about like a cup of dried pasta, like a macaroni or something that has that similar shape. I think we use some penne pasta. So if you can get like a cup of that, and then a cup of like a dried beans or a rice, or maybe you have some like arts and crafts supplies laying around, some beads, something in that size though would be great. And then if you have some sprinkles, I know a lot of us are doing some Christmas baking coming up. If you have some sprinkles in there, grab some of those, or maybe some pepper if you have that laying around, because we're going to need all of that for our activity. So we're going to give you just a couple minutes for those at home. If you wouldn't mind, go ahead and grabbing a bag, a cup of either dried pasta or something in that similar shape, a cup of dried beans and rice, and some sprinkles, or maybe you have some leftover Halloween candy that you can still put in there. And go ahead and put those 1 cup of pasta, 1 cup of beans or rice, or 2 shakes of those sprinkles and herbs inside your bag, okay? So we'll give you just a couple minutes to do that, and we'll let the Insight attendees get their bags from those hosting. Ready in the if you're ready, you can give us a thumbs up or a tap in the chat box ready so that we know that everybody has the supplies they need and we can move forward. Okay, it looks like most of us have the supplies we need. So what you're going to do, you're going to go ahead, some of you might have already done this, and those collecting at home already know, but you're going to open the bag and you're going to look and see what's inside of it. So we kind of already kind of give you a little preview with the previous slide of what's in there. So you should have some macaroni, some beans, some sprinkles or pepper, nerd candy. So what's in the bag? What does this even represent? Why are we doing this, right? So the bag represents our environment. So those are any areas that you come into contact with that could carry or spread germs or diseases. The pasta represents people. The beans represent your animals, and the sprinkles are those pathogens, those disease-causing bacteria and viruses. So go ahead and close up that bag. And you're gonna go ahead and give it a good shake. Like you're shaking bacon, right? Shake bacon. Give it a good shake. Let me shake. Okay, so we're gonna open it up. Whoop. So what do you see? Is there anything different in the bag that you can kind of see? Is it all look the same? If you want to do some responses in the chat box, what do you see when you reopen it? Okay, so somebody said the sprinkles at the bottom, pasta's on top. Okay, smaller things have gone to the bottom. A lot of people are saying the sprinkles are at the bottom. They're all mixed. They're mixed together. Yep. Pasta on top and middle. Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of responses where a lot of things are just, they're mixed together, right? And so that represents our real life. We're all mixed together, okay? And so can you still see the sprinkles? Some of you said yes. If you just glance at it, like in mine, I can't see the sprinkles on the, you can't see that, but I can't see the sprinkles on the bottom of mine. So some say no, some say yes. So, oh, can't see them, couldn't see them when we started. Okay, so there we go. So even if you can't see the sprinkles, which our sprinkles represent our pathogens, right? So even if you can't see them, were they still there? Yeah, they were still there. So just like that, we know that sometimes we can't see all of the pathogens that are out there in the real world. We know that they're still there. So why is it important to know that?
You can type in the chat box.
So yeah, so pathogens, they're so small that we can't see them without a microscope sometimes, right? So even though we can't see those pathogens, they still have the potential to make both animals and humans ill, right? And so, yeah, to stay vigilant against them. Disease progression, we can assume we are in contact with pathogens and we should be safe, right? So some basic kind of hygiene that we need to know. That's why we do certain things. So at this time, Courtney is going to take us through what CHIP means.
All right, so hopefully by now we can sort of answer the question, why are we concerned about biosecurity? And I think today's concept is that we all have a much better understanding than we probably did a year ago. We've all had to take strides and steps to take things in our own lives more seriously and be more preventative. So as I said earlier, biosecurity is a set of steps that we take to prevent animals from being infected with spreading pathogens. Biosecurity is a vital step in ensuring that our food supply is safe. So now we're going to learn about what the biosecurity measures are. We can use that. And by doing that, we're going to use the acronym CHIP. So if you'll look to the screen, you can see that we have it kind of outlined as to what that means. But as we talk about CHIP, I want you to think about each of these steps. So C is for cleanliness. H is for history. I is for isolation. P is for proper management. So let's break it down a little bit. I want you to look at the C. What types of things in your own lives, whether you have animals or not, or maybe you're involved in a fair or a petting zoo or some type of event where you may have human and animal interaction, what types of things could that C represent by defining it with the word cleanliness? So if you would just take some time in the chat box to type in what you think the C could stand for as it relates to animals and humans being interactive. There are no such thing. So cross-contamination, okay. What else? Sanitation, all right. See a lot of that. Wipes, yep, a everyday staple. Washing our hands, absolutely. Manure management. Cleaning cages, yep. Mask, yeah. All right, so some other things we can think about for that C when we're talking about cleanliness is it starts by keeping your animals and the equipment you use or the equipment that's used for those animals around them clean. So when we talk about that, we oftentimes think of our own 4-H environments where we may have youth sharing supplies and equipment or even sitting down to have lunch on the show box. That's not always necessarily the best idea. Human health is a big deal, as we know. So this starts with personal hygiene as a part of that. We want to prevent diseases as well as viruses. So things like, just as we're going to keep mentioning, washing your hands, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. Let's go into H. So again, how do we relate this to those commonalities that we can think of between our animal and human interaction? What do we think the H in history could represent in these types of environment? So just take some time to put your ideas in the chat box for the history as it relates to human and animal interaction. This one's a little more challenging, but when you hear the answer, I promise you'll be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Medical history, animal herd health. Yep, we're starting to get it. Pre-existing conditions. Where has we been? So if we think of today, we're in this environment, this great time to study biosecurity, if you want to call it that, but we are studying how humans are moving. So we're talking about contact tracing, and that's sort of what the history is. But anytime you bring a new animal into your environment, you want to know where it's been, how it's been housed, and who it's been around. And even when we're bringing our animals into our events, even something as simple as a single ag day, you want to make sure that the animals coming in are healthy, because more than likely there's going to be multiple sources of animals. So you want to make sure that you can secure that environment for those people that are bringing those animals to keep everyone healthy. And again, obviously you don't want to have sick animals at an event and intermingling with humans either. All right, so then we move on to I for isolation. What types of things might we consider in isolation as we refer to human and animal interaction? Quarantine, it's $1 million word. So yeah, I mean, quarantine, isolating after travel, again, we are experts in this as we can relate to this in our everyday lives. And actually the proper recommendation for animals is to quarantine them for 7 to 14 days after you bring them home from a fair. So if you show a chicken at the Marion County Fair and then you decide you bring in that chicken home, it's a good idea to have a separate space for that animal to go to quarantine if you can. Similar to what we're facing today, where if you travel outside of the state, it's recommended that you quarantine for that 14 days or 10 days or whatever the CDC recommendation is at the time. But again, isolation is something that we can definitely relate to today. And then finally, the P for proper management. So I'll kind of give you a hint at this one. It's just sort of putting all those practices in at play. It makes for a nice word chip. We could probably add some letters to this, but then it wouldn't be the word chip. So yeah, as some of you are saying, complete record keeping, just practicing management practices that include observing animals and yourself for sickness, conducting proper appropriate vaccinations at the time, and then providing optimum animal health protocol as well as animal health nutrition practices. So that is the CHIP motto. And now we will move along into zoonotic diseases. So several years ago, we kind of flipped the script on zoonotic diseases. In our own state, they were really brought to the forefront that created some changes in practices and how we do things. And by that, I'm talking about we'll call it for layman's terms, the swine flu. Obviously, there are different strands of flu that can be variant between humans and animals and vice versa. So we're just using that as an example. I'm not defining it as the swine flu, but that's what we're going to call it for simplifying today. So zoonotic diseases are infectious diseases that can be transmitted between animals and people. So actually, it would be a perfect day to study biosecurity just right outside my window today. So there's a large cattle show happening. And generally at the first cattle show of the year, almost all the animals and humans get sick with some sort of virus. We hope that doesn't happen. But one of the most common viruses or bacteria that we see, fungi, is ringworm. So if there are cattle out there with ringworm, chances are they're going to spread it to another animal. I actually had a friend growing up who I always share this story because it makes you think twice. I remember sitting at the Hoosier Beef Congress, watching him take a Scotch comb and comb his head. That Scotch comb had been in a calf with ringworm. And then a couple weeks later, his parents couldn't figure out what was on his head. And they thought that his dog had maybe given him something on his head. No, it was ringworm. And it came from combing your hair with a Scotch comb at the Hoosier Beef Congress. And I remember it. And so from this day forward, I'm very cautious. If I'm around, I probably make your head itch. If I'm around ringworm at all, I try not to touch any part of my arms or my head because it can happen. So we're going to talk about how more than 60% of infectious diseases that we know of are zoonotic. In fact, 75% of new and emerging diseases are zoonotic. And this information comes from the CDC. And actually, tens of thousands of Americans get sick from a zoonotic disease. They may go to a fair or an event as such and not even realize it. They may just go home feeling a little sick and think, oh, maybe I shouldn't have eaten that corn dog. But chances are they could have actually experienced some sort of virus while they were there. So again, these are generally caused by bacteria. So things like salmonella or oral transmission from an infected animal. We talk about kissing the pig. That's probably not always a good idea. We talk about even just handling food as we, are cleaning up after our animals, or we go to pet something and then we go eat lunch. That's why we strongly discourage eating food inside of a barn or even preparing food inside of a barn. Viruses, we think of things like rabies. It's why all of our 4-H animals, cats, dogs, and horses, when you're handling them, we want to make sure that we're safeguarding those people that are handling them. So that's why we do require those species, in fact, to be rabies prevented, because we don't always know when those critters that could potentially give those animals rabies, when they might be around. I saw an image one time that stuck in my head where a lady went into her horse barn and she had a bucket of feed and had no idea there was a bat in the bottom of the bucket. Absolutely, vaccinations. And she put the horse went down to eat out of it. Horse's head came back and the bat was attached to its nose. So we can't always prevent things. So what we can do is have those vaccinations in place to ensure that our humans and animals are safe in those environments. Influenza, again, we talked about that. Parasites, so roundworms. There's lots of times where animals, one of the best things you can do to ensure your animals don't have worms is go to the local farm store and figure out how you can what you can buy to purchase and give it to them right before they go to the county fair, of course, following the proper withdrawal label. But that's something we think about, but it's not often think about, but we always want to make sure, whether it's a cat or dog or pig or whatever, that we are treating them for worms. And then we talked about ringworm as our example of fungus as well. So if your pet has an itchy area or has hair loss, it could be ringworm. It might be an allergy, but it's something to take notice in. All right. So primary routes of zoonotic diseases. So we have direct contact. So petting, touching animals, getting bit or having scratches. Aerosol, so transmission of viruses or bacteria through the air. That's oftentimes something that we forget about, but as we know today, that's something that we definitely consider. That's why we have protocols in place for proper social distancing, etc. Foodborne illnesses or foodborne modes that can cause something to be consumption of something unsafe. Fomite, this might be a new word and one that's not as easy to understand, but that is basically contact with an inanimate object. So oftentimes I think of the word fomite, I think of the word furniture or stuff that an animal may have touched. So a lot of times if we're working with kids, it could be any equipment that they're using, but it could also be that bag chair that you keep in your cattle area or your dog area at the fair that you don't ever pay attention to. You just throw it in the car when it's time to go. So all those things need to be taken into consideration when we're talking about controlling biosecurity. And then last but certainly not least, those darn pesky mosquitoes, flies, fleas, ticks, we call those vector-borne. And we obviously know there are some pretty serious things that can go along with them, like West Nile and Lyme disease, just to name a few. So what can we do to minimize the risk? Well, again, we are becoming experts at this every day, unfortunately, but also we can definitely learn from this situation. Again, this is an activity that you can take back and really apply it today. Just asking your youth, or if you are a youth yourself, leading through activities to ask them, what measures can we take to help make sure that we're being biosecure? But right now today, anyone that falls into these categories can help or can be of concern. So children under the age of 5, because we know they like to stick their hands in their mouths, adults older than 65, people with weakened immune systems, and then pregnant women follow into that category of risk. So oftentimes we do produce signage that, along with the State Board of Health, that says a word of caution to those that may fall into these categories before entering our barns. But more importantly, our facilities. The biggest thing we can do is provide signage and help remind them that there are designated areas to eat. There are designated areas to wash your hands. And if you do go into a barn, make sure you're taking those measures. So wash your hands, prevent bites. And by that, I mean like mosquito spray, different things you can do that way during the summer months, especially. Learn safe food handling. Purdue Extension has a great program that they put on called Serve Safe. I always say it backwards, but we have lots of local experts that can help make sure you're doing the right thing. So reach for those. Beware at fairs, petting zoos, etc. when you're handling animals. And then ultimately try to avoid bites and scratches if you are handling animals. I remember when I was young, I'd never held a hamster in my life, and someone was like, "You want to hold my hamster at the fair?" And the first thing that little guy did was bite my finger. So I've had a kind of a grudge against hamsters ever since, but he bit my finger because I smelled like probably some other animal that I had touched. But again, washing our hands is the number one thing you can do. We could probably play a game right now of locate all the CDC signs wherever you are, because it's a plentiful of reminders to wash our hands. But we say it so many times, washing them for 20 seconds, singing happy birthday or your favorite tune that you may have fine-tuned by now. That's the best thing you can do, of course, with warm soap and antibacterial soap and warm water.
So we wanted to have a little bit of I'm going to call it fun. And we did a growing bacteria experiment. And so this experiment, this lesson plan does take some prep work, and it takes a few days to see results. So this is not like something that you could just do immediately, but it's something for you to plan out. But it has wonderful visual examples of bacteria growing. So we're going to show you some of those, but this, we just wanted to kind of go a little brief synopsis of the lesson plan. And really the purpose is to get you to visualize and see the bacteria growing, because sometimes I'm a visual person. I like to see that. And obviously in the bag activity, the sprinkles were our visual example as well. So I like to see what those pathogens might be lurking about. And so in this experiment, we actually bought pre-prepared Petri dishes. And so we got them on Amazon, but there's other science companies that you can purchase them through, science education companies. And so they're pre-prepared. You don't have to really, you can do that if you want to prepare them yourself. But if we're going for youth, it's best to get the pre-prepared Petri dishes. So we're going to display the amount of bacteria present. And you could do it with your hand washing. You could do one example where you have unclean or unwashed hands. Then you could use one example of one that as a hand sanitizer, and then you can properly wash your hands, like Courtney mentioned, and do an example of that. So that would be a great visual example for anybody. And then, so some of those basic steps are listed on the right-hand side, but we do have a lesson plan that we can share. We can put it on our website as well. So you're pretty much going to collect those samples on those Petri dishes, and then you have to wait probably a day before you see anything come up. And then it gets better or worse, as you could say, as you wait even longer. So maybe we have some examples up to, I think it's 78 hours that you'll be able to see. But it's good to have the youth record their observations and reflect on the results as they're going along, so they can kind of see day by day. We chose to take pictures so that you can see those visual examples yourself. So if we want to go on to the next slide, we'll see some examples. Okay. So Courtney over here has a corgi herd at home. And so she has some really good subjects that were willing to take a little swab of inside one of their mouths. And so if you can kind of see so we took 5 examples at home. One was your remote control. One was a toilet seat handle. Another one was a cell phone. Again, like I just said, one was inside of a corgi's mouth. And the 5th one was on one of their gates out in the barn where they have some cattle. And so as you can see at 0 hours, you don't see a whole lot of going on, which hopefully you wouldn't at that time. But then 24 hours, you start seeing a few speckles here and there. You might have to zoom in on some of those pictures to be able to see them at that stage. If you want to go to the next slide, there we see some real growth coming on here at the 72 hours. So if we can look and make some observations, I will preface the toilet seat handle was cleaned and sanitized before they took a sample. So as you can see, that has a couple bacteria growth, but not too bad for a toilet seat handle. I mean, if you're going to take a sample in the bathroom, I don't think that's a too bad example right there. But then you have the corgi mouth, and that's in the top left-hand corner. I don't know, but I have a dog at home, and I love on my dog a lot. I might stop doing that more now when I see that example. And I knew that going in, but man, I did not realize how much bacteria was growing inside of the dog's mouth. And then in the middle picture there, I believe that's the cell phone. And then the bottom right hand is the remote. And then the bottom left hand is the cattle gate. And then you look at 96 hours. So again, you can just see more and more of that growth. You can see that pattern evolving there about how much each item has of bacteria on it. So if you want to put it in the chat box, what are some of your observations that you saw in these pictures? What do you think?
Anna, one question that was asked was, are there good germs and bad germs?
Yeah, there are.
Think about where we get our penicillin from. As an example, penicillin, some people are highly allergic to it, but some people aren't. So that's something that can help us throughout. So yeah, there's definitely good germs and bad germs. And there is something to be said about building up your immunity, your immune system as well. So.
And maybe if you have some high schooler or somebody that wants to take this lesson plan a step further, you could probably collect some of these cultures that have grown and look at it under a microscope and see if you can identify any of those types of bacteria or common bacteria that we find. We chose not to do that, but it's really based on the skill level of the youth that you have and their interests. They can do that. So Danielle, if you want to go on to the next slide, I think we have some reflection questions that I'm asking here. So what differences that you want to put in the chat boxes did you observe in those Petri dishes?
They were a little hard to see, we agree.
Yeah.
Yep. There's more bacteria out there than we realized. Yeah. So it's just a great visual. One thing to note on the gate one that you couldn't really tell, but there was something fuzzy growing on that one that I would love to see under a microscope. That one came from outside. So I would be interested to learn. Yeah, exactly. The gate was exposed to other elements that, cows are licking the chain, hands that grab it that probably aren't washed, whatever's on your gloves when you do have gloves on. Yeah, there's lots of different things that could have been brought in from the outside.
And it's important to notice, we did not do a true lab sample. No. We weren't in a sterile environment. So there could have been some things that were airborne that collected on those plates too. But it's a simple activity to do with some youth to kind of get them thinking about that and thinking about the surfaces they touch and why it is so important for us to be clean and sanitize and wash our hands. I'd be really interested to see the hand washing one of those people that would like to do that, because that's a really good example. And it really helps you kind of hone in on the fact of why it's so important that we wash our hands in the proper ways that we do it. And then if you want to go on to the next slide, we have as we're talking about keeping your hands clean, CDC, of course, has a great website that you go to that kind of gives you some more instructions and details about hand washing and the effects on that. So again, we want to make sure that we're developing a biosecurity plan for our animals and livestock or event and for you. And so we can see that just on those Petri dishes, that example tells us why we need to do it. We know we can talk about it, we can say it, but when you see those good examples in person and visual, and just like Courtney's example of the ringworm, when you see it, it kind of hits home a little bit more. So it's important to develop your biosecurity plan for your home and for your own safety. So, some of those could include proper sanitation, accurate record keeping, requiring visitors to wear disposable footwear that you provide, washing clothing after you wear. These are things we've already kind of went over, but I would like to see everybody kind of develop their own plan and have that so that you can follow it and refer back to it.
Okay, and now thanks to the fine work of Danielle Sands, one of our 4-H STEM specialists focusing on engineering and technology, she helped us develop a map that she's going to lead us through to kind of put all of these concepts at play, but really relate it to you and something you can take back to your counties and review. So we'd like to thank Porter County for their lovely map. But as Danielle brings up the map and leads us through the activity, these are the points of emphasis that we're trying to really bring home. So on the map, you're going to see a bank of people, a bank of little animals, and a bank of hand washing stations. So as we look at the map, I want you to think about where you could drop these people, which I forgot. We should, Danielle, you're gonna be like, oh shoot, I forgot to have us scan the QR code. Sorry, that would have been helpful.
And if you're in person, they might have already brought it up on their screen. But
I also put the link in the chat.
Okay, perfect. She's on it. All right, so if you look at that link, and again, this is something we'll do now for time's sake, but also in the future, you can take this back. We'll make it available and use it at your own leisure. But this is Porter County Fairgrounds. And so what we want you to do is you can drop and drag the people, the animals, and then the little blue things there are hand washing stations into the areas where the animals and people probably will interact or engage, and then just different spots throughout the facility where you could put hand sanitizing stations, or maybe you have freestanding, the wash bin stations, just all those spots. And again, as you think of any type of event, you could make this an activity that you do. The goal is just to get us thinking about areas that we maybe don't always cover. So Danielle, is there anything else we need to know about the map that you would recommend when they use it?
No, just have fun playing around, moving the objects. And then also the reset button will easily bring everything back to normal so you can start all over again.
Yeah. So if any of you are on like a 4-H council or a fair board, or even if you're the youth representative, this would be a great activity to kind of bring out your county fair map if you have one. If you don't, maybe that's another activity. And you could help identify and locate those areas in which you feel there maybe needs to be signage or maybe needs to be sanitation stations as well. So we again thank Danielle so much for doing this, because it's a wonderful tool, and it's a lot more fun than us just pulling up a map saying, where do you go? So.
And my screen's pretty small, so it's hard to see if I'm putting things in the right spots, but hopefully you can.
You can do it on, I mean, I'm sure some of you are doing it on your phones, but that is important to note too. So yeah, just any area, one area in particular, Anna always brings this up, we forget about. I may go in the barn, and I had to have permission as a kid to go on the midway, which was very rare. So I always forget about that. But most of the time, our spectators are going to walk through our barns. They're going to walk to the midway. They're going to grab a corn dog and then hop on the Ferris wheel. So all of those points of contact, I think definitely having some, maybe you have restrooms out there, maybe you don't, but having several spots where you could properly sanitize out at the midway would be a good idea too. So that really is the lesson that we have today for you. So we hope that, again, if nothing else, we make you want to go wash your hands before you eat lunch. But more importantly, we hope that you can take back some of these tools and concepts to your own counties and communities. And we just want to encourage you all to do your part as you think about biosecurity and to stay safe out there. So if you have any other questions, feel free to reach out. We thank you so much for joining us today. Good job. Good job.
And mute. Okay, thank you so much, Danielle and Courtney and Anna. Really appreciate you sharing that information with brushing the surface of biosecurity. Certainly a very important topic also that we're all learning more about, as you mentioned. And yeah, I need to be careful around those dogs, don't I? So that's a good thing. But at this point, we are right on schedule to be able to start our program at noon for our volunteer recognition program. And what I'd like to invite you to do before we start that is to take a few minutes to, again, wash your hands. Like Courtney mentioned, that's kind of important before you eat lunch. You probably have lunch somewhere in the room if you're out at a site, or if you're at home, please take a moment to pick up something that you're going to eat with us. We will start the program right at the top of the hour, so that's about 7 minutes from now. And at that point, we'll be able to start the recognition of our 4-H volunteers. So we'll take a few minutes to get up, stretch, use the restroom, and get your lunch, and then come back together, and we'll start here in just a few moments. Thank you. Good afternoon once again. My name is Steve McKinley, 4-H Extension Specialist for Purdue University here on West Lafayette's campus this afternoon, and it is great to have you with us. I'd like to thank each of you for joining us for the Indiana 4-H Leadership Summit. As well as those who are joining us for the Volunteer Recognition Program. We have people joining us in person at a number of sites around the state of Indiana. I want to thank those host sites for their willingness to set this up and recruit folks to participate there. And then we have lots of folks that are joining us virtually for lots of great reasons. And we're glad that you could also be with us today. Just really glad that you could spend some time with us. It is now time in our program that we have the opportunity to recognize some outstanding youth and adult 4-H volunteers. We all know the importance that volunteers play in offering a strong Indiana 4-H program, and we are just really excited to have the chance this afternoon to recognize some of those volunteers today. As we mentioned, if you have not yet gotten something to eat, you want to go ahead and do that. Please feel free to eat as we're talking. We're going to be going through lots and lots of wonderful names to be able to share in the recognition, so please do that along the way. Assisting me with the recognition program this afternoon are some of our 4-H Extension specialists on campus. We have Tony Carroll, Jenny Clark, Angie Frost, Danielle Sands, and Courtney Steerwalt. We have several tremendous sponsors for the Indiana 4-H Leadership Summit and for the 4-H Volunteer Recognition Program. On the screen now, you should see a list of those sponsors, and please know that we truly appreciate all of their continued support, even with this virtual hybrid environment that we're in this time. They have not given up their support of 4-H, and we certainly appreciate that. If you are at a host site, your host site educators should be able to provide you with some thank you notes. We would encourage you to write some notes while you're listening perhaps to this recognition program, thanking our sponsors for their support. You also have a list of their contact information. If you're at home watching us, please visit our 4-H Leadership Summit webpage on the 4-H website. The link is there at the bottom of your screen, and we'd encourage you to take some time to write notes as well at some point as we move forward. We are fortunate that we have a few of our sponsors that were able to join us today. We've asked each of them to say a few words in support of their business or their organization, but also to recognize you as sponsors. The first of those we'd like to recognize is Andrew Carty. He is representing the Indiana State Department of Agriculture and has joined us for a few comments. Andrew, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Steve. And hopefully you can hear me. I know my internet's been a little spotty. It wouldn't be 2020 without a little bit of tech difficulties. And I did just want to add a few quick words. Like you mentioned, I know the 4-H team and volunteers have done just an awesome job making sure this summit and other programming can still happen and happen well. And before anything else, I just want to thank you and share our appreciation for all your hard work and all the hard work of not only just the team, but all the volunteers that I know that you're going to be recognizing here shortly. You know, at the Indiana State Department of Agriculture, 4-H and its programs like the Leadership Summit, because these programs have a long-standing success, helping our upcoming young leaders further develop their life skills and learn those new tools to take back to their communities. And you know, those are life skills and tools that also directly tie into future education and career paths to work with and in our very diverse ag industry here. There's obviously a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but I know that the skills 4-H are teaching and celebrating here more broadly support everyone who participates in any form in these programming and activities, helping support them to lead our industry and our communities now and in the future. I thank everybody for participating. It's our great pleasure to be a part in any small way, and I trust it has been and will continue to be a rewarding day. So thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Andrew. Really appreciate your support and being with us today. And Indiana State Department of Agriculture has just been a tremendous sponsor throughout the years for lots of the different programs that we offer. So I want to thank you for that as well. Next up, I'd like to welcome Belinda Pitts to our program. Belinda is representing CountryMark. Belinda, thank you for being with us today.
Steve, thank you so much for having us. We are thrilled to be a sponsor of 4-H programs here in the state of Indiana. Like everybody in this room, I think I'm a past 4-H member, so I know we've got a lot of current 4-H members, but I had the good fortune of spending 10 years in the 4-H program myself. So I recognize the value of the programs that you bring to young people across our great state. I'm currently serving as Director of Marketing for CountryMark. We are a sponsor of today's program. We're also a farmer-owned cooperative. CountryMark came into existence about 100 years ago when farmers discovered that there was power in doing things cooperatively. They formed their cooperative to supply many of their business needs. One of those needs was energy. So they came together and built a refinery in Mount Vernon, Indiana, down in the southwest corner. And we continue to operate that refinery today and serve the energy needs of many of the farm producers, as well as communities across the state. About 50% of our school corporations are powered by the fuels of our farmer-owned cooperative. We hope many of the 4-H members will see CountryMark fueling stations in the communities where they exist or in their travels. And so on behalf of all of our employees and our owners of our cooperative, we wish everybody, Steve, in the 4-H family, just a fabulous day, a great day to be encouraging of one another's efforts and to find creative new ways to excel and serve those within our 4-H communities.
Belinda, thank you so much. And I think, Belinda, on my trip back and forth to campus to home, I think I passed at least 3 CountryMark signs on the way with different businesses. So certainly do appreciate your support and thank you for being with us today. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Next, we'd like to welcome and introduce Lori Tennell. Lori is from the Farm Credit Mid-America Group, and Lori has been a longtime supporter not just of 4-H programs, but also serves on the 4-H Foundation Board and has just been a tremendous supporter of all that we do in 4-H. So Lori, is so glad that you could be with us today as well.
Thank you, Steve. Our purpose at Farm Credit Mid-America is to secure the future of rural communities and agriculture. And we literally do that one home, one farm, and one business at a time. We believe that 4-H is creating the next generation of leaders. And that's really one of the many reasons why we support 4-H the way we do. As a former 4-H'er myself from Shelby County and as a member of the 4-H Foundation Board of Directors, I really understand the hard work that 4-H requires and the quality of the experiences that each of you are having. I also want to mention that Farm Credit is offering a challenge grant through the end of the year. So we're matching donations dollar for dollar up to $25,000 made to the Indiana 4-H Foundation. So on behalf of Farm Credit Mid-America, thank you, and I hope you have a great conference.
Wonderful, Lori. Thanks so much, and thanks for that year-end challenge grant too. I know that helps to get us off to finish this off well for the year and get us off to a good start in 2021. So thank you, Lori, so very much. We'll get to hear from one more sponsor in a minute, but we do want to start off with our recognition program before we do so. And as I do that, I want to direct your attention to a program booklet that you'll find on the Indiana 4-H Leadership Summit webpage. If you want to follow along with us today, you're welcome to do so. There are 2 versions. If you go to the Indiana 4-H page to the Get Involved heading, And then to the Indiana 4-H Leadership Summit, you will find a booklet that looks just about like that. It is in 2 versions. It is a PDF version, and Danielle Sands has helped create an amazing flip book. So it just sounds like a real book. It's even got sound and everything. You can click on pages and it just moves. It's the coolest thing I've seen for a long, long time. But anyway, take a look at that. If you want to do it now while we're doing recognition, you're certainly welcome to do that, or it is posted on the web page. And as I mentioned, that web page, I don't think we said this earlier, but all the resources that are being shared by the different sessions today are posted. And so you're welcome to utilize those for your own use, but also for your 4-H club use and other programs that we have throughout the year coming up. We would like to start our recognition categories with the National 4-H Council Salute to Excellence Awards. Each year, 2 categories of volunteers are recognized at the state, regional, and national levels. Those with under 10 years of service and those with at least 10 years of service. We are fortunate to have 3 outstanding nominees from Indiana in 2020 for the Outstanding Lifetime Volunteer Award. And before Tony kicks off, I know a few of you are on today that are receiving awards. If you want to turn your video on while you're being announced, that would be fantastic. We don't have time to reach out and let everybody have a word or to be able to wave to us today because we're recognizing about 550 folks in the next few minutes. But I do want to recognize that a lot of you are here, and we certainly do appreciate you being here. Tony?
The winner of the Indiana Outstanding Lifetime Volunteer Award is Trina Copeland of Jefferson County. Trina has completed 20 years of volunteer service with the Jefferson County 4-H Dog Project. Under Trina's guidance, the 4-H Dog Club members have excelled locally and at state competitions. She also encourages the 4-H members to participate in service to the community and many other activities that are chosen by club members themselves.
Also nominated for the Indiana Outstanding Lifetime Volunteer Award was Bethany Purley of Clinton County. Bethany co-leads one of the larger clubs in Clinton County. She assists the members with their 4-H projects and community service events. She utilized multiple methods to provide 4-H opportunities to new 4-H youth, including a video series entitled Fun Fact Friday.
Our third nominee for the 2020 Indiana Outstanding Lifetime Volunteer is Debbie Sedera of Lake County. For 35 years, Debbie has worked with 4-H activities such as shooting sports, which she organized from scratch. Her horse bowl and apology teams have fared well in state and national competition. Under Debbie's guidance, the Horse and Pony Project has doubled in size. And we'll mention that the Salute to Excellence Awards are nominated each year. Would encourage you to check with your 4-H educator for a little bit more information. We'd love to have some additional nominees in the future. This is the 3rd year that Indiana 4-H Volunteer Awards of Excellence have been presented. Awards are going to be given in 11 categories, including separate youth and adult volunteer awards. Each individual award receives $250. The team award receives $500. These funds can be invested back into the 4-H program with which the volunteers are involved, or the youth can use these funds in support of their future education. All award recipients also receive a certificate. We are grateful to Halderman Real Estate and Farm Management for their generous sponsorship of these awards, and we're also pleased that Sam Clark could join us today to offer a few remarks at this time. Sam, we thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today on behalf of, as Steve said, Halderman Farm Management and Real Estate. You know, working with the Halderman companies, I have the distinct pleasure of working with farmers, landowners, and all sorts of agribusiness professionals all across Indiana. And I think a large majority of these individuals, like me, are 4-H members and 10-year 4-H members, and we were all positively influenced, you know, during our formative years by 4-H and the selfless volunteers that embody 4-H. So we are pleased again, as Steve said, this year to sponsor the Indiana 4-H Volunteer Awards of Excellence. Without these volunteers, and especially volunteers being recognized today for their exemplary service, the impact of 4-H on youth in our communities would not be as powerful as it is. So thank you for all that you've done and all that you will continue to do. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you very much, Sam. Again, we appreciate Halderman's continued support and look forward to now recognizing the the Excellence Indiana 4-H Volunteer Awards of Excellence. Courtney.
This year's Excellence in 4-H Animal Science Programming Adult Award goes to Jean Thomas, a volunteer in Vigo County. Jean serves as the Rabbit Club Adult Leader and Rabbit Barn Superintendent. She has chaperoned the 4-H Academy at Purdue for many years and has served as the Indiana State Fair Rabbit Superintendent. This year, members were encouraged to create a video about their rabbitry to teach others about different rabbit setups. She also created a Battle of the Breeds contest where members voted on their favorite breeds in a one-on-one tournament-style matchup. Abigail Arvin of White County is the youth recipient of the Excellence in 4-H Animal Science Programming Award. Abigail has a strong passion for animal science and is always willing to get involved however she can. In 2020, she planned several hands-on activities for a swine session at Ag Day to introduce local fourth graders to the pork industry. Abigail also created a video focused on how she begins working with her pigs to get them show ready.
The Adult Award for Excellence in 4-H STEM Programming is presented to Patty Breslin and Raul Sakar of Hendricks County. Since 2019, Raul and Patty have increased STEM programming within Hendricks County 4-H by 300%. Among the programs they have offered are the Family STEM Day, STEM in Nature, STEM Fun and Games at the Fair, and Diversity in STEM Day. The Youth Award for Excellence in 4-H STEM Programming is presented to Josiah George and Joe Riffle. As Franklin County STEM ambassadors, their STEM-related activities have included robotics, fluid power, maker spaces, and the National Youth Science Day activities. They serve as the computer science teens as teachers and have taught numerous STEM activities at the county and state levels.
Dan Miller of Vanderburgh County is this year's adult winner of the Excellence in 4-H Civic Engagement Programming Award. Dan has served many years as a chaperone for 4-H Academy at Purdue and has been on the planning and presentation team for the national award-winning 4-H Civic Engagement Workshop. Ethan Rose of Spencer County is this year's youth winner of the Excellence in 4-H Civic Engagement Programming Award. Ethan has led numerous civic-related efforts for the Spencer County 4-H Junior Leaders, has held leadership positions for the Indiana State Fair Youth Leadership Conference and State 4-H Junior Leader Conference, and also served a term on the National 4-H Congress leadership team.
Benton County's Cassie Burgett is a recipient of the Youth Excellence in 4-H Healthy Living Programming Award. Cassie is a healthy living teen teacher and attended the National Healthy Living Summit. As a result, she has delivered numerous presentations to youth and adult audiences on nutrition, stress reduction, sun safety, and mindfulness. Tipton County's Madison Powell is a youth recipient of the Excellence in 4-H Healthy Living Programming Award. Maddie served on the state Teens as Teachers team, focusing on the healthy living track. She delivered 6 sessions on what you need to know to be successful. Her attention to detail and imagination kept the attendees actively engaged throughout.
The Adult Award for Excellence in 4-H Club Programming goes to Shirley Maloney of Hendricks County. Shirley plans activities that will be appropriate for all individuals and all abilities so they can be successful and grow in their 4-H experience. Her co-leader stated, 4-Hers come to meetings knowing that Shirley will be there with exciting activities and encouragement. The Youth Award for Excellence in 4-H Club Programming goes to Thomas Carroll of Lawrence County. Thomas has an enthusiasm that is contagious, and when he commits to something, he follows through and does not take his responsibility lightly. As Lawrence County 4-H Junior Leader President, he pushed them to grow and try new opportunities. He was the first Lawrence County youth to attend Teens as Teachers and helped recruit 2 teams to attend.
This year's Excellence in Youth Adult Partnerships Team Award goes to the Vanderburgh County team of Amanda and Jennifer Deutsch and Emily and Susan English. As a result of their participation in the Global Gateway Experience trip, the team developed a plan to provide nutrient-dense food to children in need during the summer months. With support of funds from the Indiana 4-H Foundation and those raised locally, they made 50 lunch bags weekly for 12 weeks, which they distributed to youth at a local Boys and Girls Club.
We would like to congratulate all of the Indiana 4-H Volunteer Award of Excellence recipients this year. And again, if you're interested in applying for an award like that in the future, those are now posted on the 4-H website. Take a look under the Volunteer Recognition heading, and you'll find more information about those. We are now going to move into our Indiana 4-H Tenured Volunteer Awards. And this is an award that is co-sponsored by the Indiana Extension Educators Association along with the Indiana 4-H Foundation. And this year's recognition program, we have 518 volunteers who have served at least 20 years and in 5-year increments above that. And those total 14,615 years of experience. That is a lot of experience. So we want to be sure that we're recognizing these individuals. There are lots of names to read, and we will go through those. And for those of you that are being recognized today, again, your educators should have those awards in your county office. We will do our best not to mispronounce your names. I guarantee we will do some, and I want to apologize for that up front as we go through this list of names. We will do our best. So please accept our apologies if we do make some errors. Our first category that we're going to recognize would be 20-year 4-H volunteers. 189 4-H volunteers in Indiana are in this category in 2020. From Adams County, we have Dean Gerber, Fred Kunkel, and Judy Mudd. From Allen County, Melissa Burning, Kent Cole, and Josh Henry. Ance Brewer and Eleanor Rutan from Bartholomew County. Christy Kretzmeyer from Benton County. Thomas Thurman from Blackford County. From Boone County, Carolyn Beck, Philip Endres, Laney Mitchell, Michael Weinkoop, and from Brown County, Donald Smith. Carroll County, Denise Bender, Rita Paul, and Tim Sheets. Seth Cowell from Cass County, John Hobson, Clark County. From Clinton County, Mark Clements, Melissa Miller, and Donna Wells. Georgiana Wiseman from Crawford County, Kelly Ferguson and Christine Jarrett from Davies County, Douglas Bischoff and Janice Yomansik from Dearborn County, DeKalb County's John Johnston, Tanya Schlabach, and Mark Strong, and from Delaware County, Mike Brandt and Jennifer Neal.
From DuBois County, we have Brian Betts, Nathan Betts. Elkhart County, we have Corey Kripe, Kathy Fox, Tim Graber, Sarah Kilner, Mark Kritzman, Donald Lehman, Rich Neeson, Marai Russer, Catherine Rink, Christine Schubert, Michelle Thaxton, Troy Zahner, and Robert Zell. From Fayette County, we have Sheila Hood, Paul Moffitt, Gina Flum. Representing Fountain County, we have Denise Crowder. Franklin County, we have Sherry Berger. From Fulton County, Stacy Barkman. Jerna Butts from Gibson County, as well as John Fotes. Julie Lear from Gibson. Dave Rising, Gibson. Jonathan Sprinkle, Gibson. From Grant County, we have Jim Brunner and Gail Phipps. And from Greene County, we have Glenn Sullivan and Terry Sullivan.
From Hamilton County, we have Aaron Allen, Becky Clayton, Jerian DeJong, Karen Lancaster, Kent Lancaster, Lee Lockwood, Natalie Matibi, Julie J. Rulon, and Sarah Schaefer. From Hancock County, Preston Hansen, Tara Youngcloss. From Harrison County, Teresa Eschbacher, Richard Fenwick, and Dana Leffler. From Hendricks County, we have James Call, Christy Farley, Catherine Smith. We have Penny Horn from Henry County and Kelly Hillman from Howard County. From Huntington County, Mark Brown, Jeffrey Cayley, and Marcia Chenoweth. From Jackson County, Douglas Borcherding, Janet Klosterman, Barb Leffler, Tony Peters, Troy Thompson, and Cindy Walmsley from Jasper County, Waldo Hudson Jr. from Jay County, and from Jefferson County, Emmy Coles, Larry Ferguson, and Amy Wheeler.
Bonnie Thompson, Johnson County. Heather Masinik, Knox County. From Kosciuszko County is Brian Dietzman, Sonia Hesser, and Danny Sharp. Todd Bontrager from LaGrange County. Amanda Sloas from Lake County. Jean Beeler and Anita Smith from LaPorte County. From Lawrence County is Kimberly Baker. From Madison County, we honor Gabe Bankson, Colleen Massey, Patrick Shooter. Lori Bowman from Marion County. Chalisa Goins, Marshall County. Michelle Zellers, Marshall County. And Braden Lingenfelter, Martin County. From Miami County is Sharon Cooley and Tanya Smith. Montgomery County, Nicole Carpenter and Heather Rhodes. Morgan County, Janelle Lasley and Rena Sheldon. Gerard Morano from Ohio County. Deborah Woolston, Orange County. Christine Slow, Owen County. From Park County, Samantha Gregg, Daniel Seward, Kelly Seward, and Donna Whitmer. Kathy Bursty, Perry County, and from Porter County, Priscilla Donkel, Sean Morrow, and Linda Phillips.
From Pulaski County, Angela Bolin and Daniel Culp. From Putnam, Denise Irwin and Mona Smith. Jim Weiler from Randolph County. Stephen Meyer from Ripley County. From Rush County, Laura Beeman, Ross DeLay, and Lisa Markley. Brenda Nortrup from Shelby County. And from St. Joseph County, Glenn Borton, Lori DeVita, Jonathan Fulmer, Linda Klecka, Linda Moorman, Elton Schaefer, Beth Tierney, and Dwayne Wilson. From Stark County, Robert Binkley and Connie Lenig. From Switzerland County, Jennifer Abbott and Robert Furnish. From Tippecanoe County, Todd Crum, Michael Dunk, Dan Dutton, Jay House, and Tamara House. Dawn McCashland and Brenda Paxton from Union County. And from Vanderburgh County, Marva Caldemeyer, Michelle Campbell, Kendra Groninger, Wayne Jackson, Becky Kokonuk, Jeffrey Kokonuk, and Carolyn Maurer.
Jenny Hamilton, Vigo County. Susan Steffen, Wabash County. From Warwick County, Andrea Baker and Robert Taylor, Carolyn White. Kevin Baird, Washington County. From Wayne County, Debbie Cates, Courtney Early, Karen Kirtley, Steve Meyer, Robert Shoup, Edwin Shaw, Sheila Shaw, Larry Sitlow, and Nancy Sitlow. From Wells County, Kelly Jones and David Calander. From White County, Molly Carlson, Randy Fresher, and Mark Furr. From Whitley County, Shelley Cummings, Jeff Geiger, Annette Lamy, and Karen Stump. Thank you to these volunteers for their 20 years of service.
Our next category of volunteer recognition is those with 25 years of service. 114 volunteers are in this category. We'll start off with Terry Seibel from Allen County. From Boone County, Matthew Clark and Paula Graves. Katrina Harsh from Brown County. Susan Hill from Carroll County. Tommy Hook, Cass County. Debbie Trotter, Clark County. From Davies County, Thomas Schaefer and Kenneth Swartzentruber. Merrill Smith, Decatur County. Matthew Blumeke, DeKalb County. And from Du Bois County, Janet Hayes, Rhonda Helming, Jesse Ubelor, Dennis Wickman.
From Elkhart County, we have Jean Brauntrager, Melissa Cloud, Anita Gordon, John Rowdy, Linda Wagner, Joe Ward Selman. From Fayette County, we have Nancy Bear, Danny Kidd. From Franklin County, we have Mike Schwab. Fulton County, Tyler Bennett, Linda Burton. From Gibson County, Susan Pfeiffer. Greene County, Susan Eisenagel. From Hancock County, Michelle Hasty, Anthony Melton, Teresa Melton, and Timothy Moore.
Yvonne Jacobs from Harrison County. From Hendricks County, David Frazee, Karen Hayden, James Williams. Timothy Kendall, Henry County. Rita Kingseed, Howard County. Kristen Husband and Scott Husband from Huntington County. From Jasper County, Michael Gluff, Larry Graff, and Ryan Colhagen. From Jay County, Brian Bailey and Sally Montgomery. Mike Ward from Jennings County. And from Johnson County, Barb Dunn, Kathy Harrell, and Peggy Nail.
Donald Osborne, Knox County. Jeff Brubaker, Kosciuszko County. From LaGrange County, Mike Howe, Roy Howe, and Kenneth Martin. Deanna Sutton, Lake County. From LaPorte County, Thomas Conlon, Michelle Dijak, Leroy Schleger, Pamela Mark, and Andrea Mitzer, along with Joseph Rudolph. From Lawrence County, Mark Baker, Melissa Craig, Pamela Wessel, and Bruce Wetridge.
From Madison County, Emily Rogers, Jennifer Smith, and Neil Smith. From Marion County, Robin Maluli, Linda Poisel, Frederick Rosemeyer, and George Weber. From Marshall County, Kim Bates, Pam Mitchell, Ron Rensberger, Tammy Thompson. John Lindsay from Martin County. From Miami County, Diana Vance and James Vance. And from Morgan County, Vicki Graves, John Seachting, and Marky Seachting.
From Noble County, Doug Keenan and Joe Meyer. Kathy Steele from Ohio County. Judith Gumble, Pike County. Porter County, Laura Roof and Judith Suma. From Pulaski County, Donald Fritz. From Putnam County, Eugene Grable and Lisa Pitts. From Rush County, Ted Logan, Alan Odom, William Richardson, and Michael Wicker. From Shelby County, Keith Meltzer and Kenny Ramsey. From St. Joseph County, Lucy Dale, Robert Golubsky, Dory Malik, Susie Basinski, Kay Kuntz from Steuben County. From Tippecanoe County, Judy Buck and Donna Scanlon. From Union County, Kevin Pinkerton. Steve Anderson from Vanderburgh County. Becky Holbert from Vermilion County. Terry Nee from Wabash County. Nancy Dilworth from Warren County. From Warwick County, Maureen Brown and Rob Dimmitt. From White County, Joshua Humphreys and Douglas Rodahan. Jerry Zorger from Whitley County. Thank you to all of these volunteers for their 25 years of service.
We now move into our 30-year tenure recognition category, and this year there are 83 of those volunteers to recognize.
From Allen County, we have Judith Wise, Beth Wood. Carroll County, Bill Henshaw, Doug Walker. Cass County, David Helms and William Peppers. From Clark County, Carol Breeson. From Clinton County, Philip Carter. Davies County, John Casper, Darla Norris. Dearborn County, Kathy Brandt. From Delaware County, Dave Alley, Cheryl Cross. As well from Du Bois County, Brett Colligan. From Elkhart County, we have Ronald Paul and Audrey Smith. From Franklin County, Sandy Cox, Darlene Kohlsdorf, Mary Shuck, and Philip Wendell. From Gibson County, Laura Heidenreich and Bob Jones, as well as Janice Logenbaugh. From Hamilton County, Lisa Haney, Donna Lehman, and Mark McCauley. Also Lisa Mills and Thomas Mills. From Hancock County, we have Jay Jones. Hendricks County, Janet Cunningham and Hal Truax. And from Henry County, Jerry Ellis.
From Howard County, we have Linda Donson, Carolyn Ellis, L. Keith Wadlow. From Huntington County, Dan Blocker and Nancy Keener. From Jay County, Francis Ford and Luann Zimmerman. Angela Holscher from Knox County. Marvine Johnson from Kosciuszko County. From LaGrange County, Rodney Frayne and Rebecca Younts. From Lake County, Debbie Nichols and Teresa Warmelink. From LaPorte County, Edward Gondek and Diane Land, along with Debbie Weisenberger. From Madison County, Sharon McDermott. From Marion County, Latanya Bowe, Jerry Boyle, Wesley Shelsky, and Sandra Weber, along with Ken Huen from Marshall County and Kelly Hoppert from Miami County. From Noble County, Tina Ernsberger and Danny Stangland, Pamela Hilgenhold from Perry County, along with Bill Taylor. Also from Porter County, Paul Fry, Mark Maxwell, and Cheryl Wilson, and Nancy Dugan from Posey County.
From Pulaski County, Teresa Calloway, Jerry Fraser, and Raymond Roush. Beth Evans, Putnam County, Harry Weber, Ripley County, Joan Fudge, Rush County, Sandra Klein from St. Joe County, as well as Andrew Meyer and Nancy Pinter. Jack Cloutier from Sullivan County, William Hagan, Switzerland County, Linda Lamb, Tippecanoe County, Christine Brunette, Vigo County, Samuel Truss from Wabash County. From Warwick County, Annette Dimmitt and Nancy Robinson, Sandy House, Wayne County, Chad Captain and Don Kiefer from Wells County, and Pam Sherbin from Whitley County. Let's congratulate and thank all of our volunteers who have provided 30 years of service to Indiana 4-H.
Our 35-year volunteers this year total 44.
Carol Geringer from Adams County, Mary Jane Crow, Allen County, Gregory Cohen, Carroll County, Rex Overhalser, Carroll County. From Cass County, Daryl Chapman, Sarah Cowell, and Tim Cowell. Dale Griffin from Clinton County. From Davies County, Gary Burkhart and Robert McGuire. From Delaware County, Alice Krause and Cindy Jeffrey, as well as Lynn Littler. From Elkhart County, Nancy Eckelbarger and Kelly Ropp. From Gibson County, Ronald Hudson. From Hendricks County, James Borals. Jim Lanou from Jasper County. Sue McLaughlin and Nellie Phillips from Jay County. From Jefferson County, Clarence Marshall, Linda Schimfessel, Larry Sedam and Tammy Sedam. Karen Gasala from Lake County. Wayne Shoup from LaPorte County. Dean Fisher, Madison County. Sandra Krantz, Marion County. Kendall Kuntz, Marshall County. From Morgan County, Tamara Hicks and Marcia Trusty. Vicki Jellison from Noble County. Barry Bishop, Orange County. Sandy Dibkey, Porter County. Jim Bird, Randolph County. Charles Smith, Rush County. M. Joan Taylor, Shelby County. From St. Joe County, Mark Dale, Leona Doms, Janet Monroe, Sharon Vanderwall. From Tippecanoe County, Rita Thatcher. From Warren County, Margaret Fink and Sharon Hutchison. Congratulations to all of our 35-year volunteers, and thank you very much for your service.
We are now up to 40 years, and coincidentally, we have 40 volunteers being recognized this year for their 40 years of service.
Stanley Furman from Adams County, Shirley Martin, Allen County, Thomas Farr, Cass County, Patricia Burkhalter, Clinton County, Darla Lockey, Du Bois County, David Hahn, Elkhart County, as well as Regina Morehouse, Penny Stroop, also from Elkhart County. From Franklin County, Diana Gallion and Joan Cook. Ron Clausen from Fulton County, Deanna Wilson from Gibson County, Deborah Van Sickle from Hancock County, and Lisa Ewell from Harrison County. From Huntington County, Barbara Gressley, Monica Brayman from Kosciuszko County, Brenda Avery, LaGrange County, David Monix, Lake County, Joseph Reese, LaPorte County. From Lawrence County, Francis Peters and Max Peters. Lisa Rinker, Madison County. From Marshall County, Thomas Biggins, Karen Clifton, Rebecca Hartman, Betty Hostelter, and Angela Smith. Dennis Williams, Porter County. From Pulaski County, Sandy Hazelby and Jeffrey Young. Gail Seringhouse, Ripley County. From St. Joseph County, Barbara Petrich and Deborah Podemski. Beverly Albright, Stark County, as well as Shirley Fossler and Martin Surma, also from Stark County. Fred Reichert, Tippecanoe County. Sammy Ziegler, Tipton County. Jean Thomas, Vigo County, and David Wyatt, Warwick County. Thank you to these 40 volunteers for their 40 years of service.
In our 45-year service category, we have 19 volunteers this year. From Clark County, Orland Hallows, Elaine Bravant from Clinton County, Paul Flint, Davies, Stephen Sander, Du Bois County, Marianne Leanhart Cross, Elkhart, along with Janice Robinson, Judith Naylor, Fayette County, Gary Snipes, Fulton County, Georgia Raudebush, Hamilton County, Catherine Kirtley, Hancock, Sally Dipert from LaPorte, Richard Martin, Marshall County, Becky Steinhardt, Pike County, Carolyn Smith, Scott County, from St. Joseph County, Dale Murphy, Judith Murphy, Sandra Oakley, Donna Cox, Sullivan County, Marianne Sedlecik, Vigo County. Congratulations to our 45-year 4-H volunteers. And we keep going. 50 years. 21 volunteers have volunteered at least 50 years. And folks, that's a long time to volunteer anywhere, and we have some even higher here in just a few moments. We do recognize 21 volunteers in this category. We will read a short bio for each of these individuals for the rest of our recognition, but we'll also let you know that further information about each of these individuals is available in the program booklet that we have posted online.
Susan Endicott of Boone County. Susan volunteers for the 4-H Clovers Club with a membership of 72 youth. She and her husband Lowell previously organized the 4-H International Exchange for Boone County. Philip Flint of Davies County. Philip has made volunteering a way of life. He served as the Tractor Club leader and continues his service on the 4-H Swine Committee as well as the 4-H Board of Directors.
David Holderman of Elkhart County. David has served on the Elkhart County 4-H Fair Board as president, parade director, outside commercial exhibits, food concessions director, and chairman of the Fair Foundation. Linda Mason of Fayette County. Linda and her husband Monty lead the Vanguard's 4-H Club and have enjoyed watching generations of families in Fayette County be a part of their club. Linda judges for many county fairs and has been a GOAT project director.
Jeroma Brown of Franklin County. Jeroma embodies the components of the 4-H pledge, especially hands to greater service. She has especially enjoyed the excitement and anticipation as an exhibitor waits for their project to be judged. Glenn Jones of Fulton County. Glenn continues to help with the Area 8 4-H FFA Soils CDE contest. As a coach, he has led many teams to the National Soils competition and still provides guidance to our local ag teachers.
Loretta Burney of Harrison County. Loretta has served on several county, state, and regional 4-H committees. She judges 4-H projects, coaches the county horticulture team, and has worked with the Share the Fun and Fashion Review. Rebecca Lewis of Howard County. Rebecca has served as the Merry Makers 4-H leader for many years and currently helps with the Howard County Mini 4-H program.
Judy Smith of Jefferson County. Judy was honored as a Purdue Friend of Extension and a National Achievement winner. She serves on the Jefferson County Council and County Extension Board. Becky Busby of Madison County. Becky is organizational leader of the Grand Champions 4-H Club and serves as the Madison County 4-H Sheep Superintendent and on the Madison County 4-H Association.
Delbert and Nancy Teeters of Johnson County. Delbert and Nancy have served the 4-H community of Johnson County well for the past 50 years. They are active members of the Johnson County Fair Association and lead the Hensley Township Boys and Girls 4-H Club. Patricia Hill of Monroe County. Patty is the 4-H adult leader of the Clear Creek 4-H Club. She started a cake decorating project in Monroe County, which later became a state project. Patricia Moster of Ripley County. Pat has led the Morris Shamrocks 4-H Club for 50 years, reaching over 400 members. Pat has made 4-H a family legacy as 9 of her children are 10-year members and her grandchildren are now involved.
Leroy and Linda Gentry of Owen County. Leroy and Linda Gentry have served the Owen County 4-H program in a multitude of ways for the past 50 years. 4-H has been a significant part of their lives. We are saddened by the recent passing of Linda Gentry due to complications from the COVID-19 virus. We are thankful that Leroy Gentry's hospitalization has allowed him to be on the road to recovery from that same virus. Please take a moment to reflect on the contributions that Linda made to her community and to uplift Leroy and their family and friends. Thank you.
Rosanna Balmer of St. Joseph County. Rosanna has volunteered with the Union 4-H Club and has served as a leader for the weather and climate, gift wrapping, and seasonal decorations projects. Rebecca Cole of Sullivan County. Becky served as club leader for Gill Township in Sullivan County, provided opportunities in static projects, and served as 4-H Council representative.
Pamela Irvin of Sullivan County. Pam currently serves as the Super Champs Club leader, the treasurer of 4-H Council, is the superintendent for arts and crafts, and tracks points at the horse and pony shows. Elizabeth Faye Miller of Warwick County. Faye has been a Warwick County 4-H Council officer, the 4-H Camp Committee treasurer, and club leader for Stevenson 4-H Club. Elizabeth Rudolph of Warwick County. Elizabeth has served as a Warwick County 4-H Junior Leader Advisor, member of the 4-H Camp Committee, and works extensively with the 4-H scholarship applicants. Thank you to all our 50-year volunteers for your service.
We now have 6 volunteers to recognize for their 55 years of service.
Joyce Dick, Clark County. Joyce has been a Clark County 4-H volunteer for 55 years. She has been a club leader, coach of the county entomology and forestry teams, served on the 4-H Corporation Board and Extension Board. Margaret Waybright of Elkhart County. Margaret has been an active volunteer in Elkhart County for 55 years, including club leader, a member of the 4-H Council, and an Extension Board member.
Betty Estridge of Hamilton County. Betty is a Hamilton County volunteer serving as a club leader on the Hamilton County Extension Board and Council, chairing the Queen pageant, and serving as a flowers and gift wrapping project leader. Winetta Duncan of Hancock County. Winetta has served Hancock County as a 4-H horse and pony leader and superintendent for 55 years, guiding the 4-H Horse and Pony Club to be a financially self-sustaining club.
Eugene Cooper of Marshall County. Gene has been an active 4-H volunteer in Marshall County for 55 years with expertise in the forestry project. He has coached the Marshall County 4-H forestry team for many years. Sharon Schaefer of Perry County. Sharon started the Twin Lakes 4-H Club of Perry County 55 years ago. She is currently a member of the 4-H Council and is a state project superintendent. Congratulations and thank you to all of our volunteers who have served 55 years.
In our final category, 60 years of 4-H volunteer service, we have two gentlemen who have served 60 years for us in Indiana 4-H.
Congratulations and thank you to James Galooly of Daviess County. In his 60 years of volunteering with Extension and the 4-H program, Jim has served in numerous capacities, including the Daviess County Extension Board, 4-H Board of Directors, and 4-H Beef Committee, just to mention a few. Jim's 4-H background includes 10 years as a 4-H member in Daviess County. He has judged cattle nationally and internationally and was a part of the committee that established the Hoosier Beef Congress. In 2020, he received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Indiana Beef Cattle Association, and he also entered the Purdue Livestock Hall of Fame in 1990. This past summer, Jim received the honor of Indiana Master Farmers. Congratulations, James Galooly.
Congratulations and thank you to Gordon Jackson of Randolph County. Gordon bleeds green and white and enjoys sharing his love of the 4-H program with everyone. He joined 4-H in 1949 as a youth member and was a 10-year member. Gordon was a Randolph County tractor leader for over 10 years and has led the MC Challengers 4-H Club for 60 years. Gordon has served on the Randolph County 4-H Sale Committee for several years. Gordon served as an officer of the Eastern Indiana Livestock Breeders Association for several years and has served as a secretary-treasurer of the Indiana Red Poll Cattle Breeders Association for 30 plus years. Congratulations and thank you again to Gordon Jackson of Randolph County.
And again, we'd like to offer our congratulations to each of the 518 tenured 4-H volunteers that we just read about over the last several minutes. Thank you to many of you who have put some comments in the chat to also thank your volunteers. Please continue that chat discussion. That's amazing to be able to give us all a chance to thank those individuals for their 14,615 years of service. We want to thank you for your tremendous impact that you've had on the young people that you've served across the state of Indiana for these many, many years. And we know that we're all better because of the service that you've provided. We will continue our Indiana 4-H Leadership Summit program after a short stretch break. So please rejoin us here in about 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll be starting back at the top of the hour. Thank you so much. We will start our next session here in just a couple of moments. Before we do that, wanted to do a little bit of advertising. If you've not yet had a chance to check out our Indiana 4-H Clover Call 4-H podcast, we'd encourage you to do so. If you go to the Indiana 4-H website, you can't miss it. It's on every page. And we would really encourage you to listen to some of the things that have been posted so far. We currently have 2 up, so it's still relatively new. Our first podcast was with Dr. Casey Mull, our state 4-H program leader, that released in October. And some of our 4-H extension specialists recorded one also in November that has just released. And then in December, you'll get to hear from the rest of our state 4-H extension specialists. Another couple of topics that are coming up, we get to hear from our Indiana 4-H Foundation partners in January. And then starting in February, be looking for some of our volunteers that you might have heard from today to be on, as well as some of our outstanding clubs and new experiences that are happening around the state of Indiana. So we would encourage you to listen to those. We know that many of us are at home now, maybe not doing quite as much traveling, but there's still a chance that you can listen to some podcasts. So we would encourage you to do that. If you have some suggestions for future topics that you would like to hear on the Indiana 4-H Clover Call podcast, we'd encourage you to submit those as well. Send us a note, or you can even put them in the chat. We'll try to catch up with those there as well. I am pleased now to start our third session of the afternoon, of the day, the first of the afternoon. And this one is working together to better our clubs, our community, our country, and world. And we have a panel of folks that are going to be joining us. And I believe, Pandora, you are the one that's going to start us off. So I will turn it over to you.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I am the 4-H educator in Boone County, and I have with me, who's going to assist me with this first part of the presentation, is Kelsey Guadarrama. So we're excited to be here as part of the Growing Junior Leaders Subcommittee of 4-H educators, as well as we had some junior leaders part of our group. And we have been working the last 3 years to kind of come up with a general guidelines to help the 92 counties that have a junior leader program. So we all know that there are 92 different ways of doing the county fair. There's 92 different ways of running your 4-H program, and there's 92 different ways of running the junior leader project. And that's okay, because we want that project to really meet the needs of the youth in that community and do community service projects that meet those same needs. But what we found is that as new educators come on board, as new advisors to junior leader programs come on board, they just kind of want to know, like, what is our goals and how do we get there? And so there's lots of different ways to get there, but there are some goals that we really wanted everybody to be a part of. And so we created this great new resource that I'm going to share with you now. So on the Indiana 4-H website, which is where I'm going to head to now, and anybody can reach the Indiana 4-H website, and actually everybody who's on this call today, this might be a great resource for you. Like Steve just said, there's the Clover Call podcast there at the top there. You can't miss it. But the website is extension.purdue.edu/4H. And if you go here to the project section, you can see that every 4-H project that is a state project is encompassed here, and they're all under different categories. And so junior leaders is under leadership and citizenship. And so you can either click that button or scroll right down here to junior leaders, which is what we're going to do today. And it takes us to this great Indiana 4-H page that has all kinds of resources, and every project page has a similar page. And once we get done here, hopefully you see that Adulting 101, that starts the resources that this committee has put together. And so Kelsey's going to talk a little bit about that Adulting 101, but I'm going to scroll down here to the advisor resource section. And so I know a lot of you on the call are probably not junior leader advisors or junior leader officers, but as adults, you're all working with our 4-H youth, and as youth, I have a feeling that you kind of enjoy that leadership role. You're expanding your leadership skills today. So I think that you can also find this resource guide or promising practices of the Junior Leader Program helpful with some resources for you as well. And if nothing else, go back and make sure that your junior leader advisors, if you're a junior leader yourself, make sure that they're aware of this. And if you're an officer, you'll see here in just a second, there's some great resources for you as well. So in this promising practices document, if we click on it, it is a 21-page resource guide with lots of great information. But what we really wanted to make sure that we did, like I said, 92 different ways of doing it, but we wanted characteristics that all 92 counties all make sure that their program has. And so those include making sure that we are using the essential elements and that our program is created with that safe environment, that opportunity to learn, mastery of skills, those essential elements. We also want to make sure that there's that youth adult partnership, okay? That's essential to our youth developing those leadership skills. And then we want to make sure that the activities that we're doing are allowing our youth to tongue-tied, helping them to develop those life skills that we need, that they need in order to be successful adults and leaders back in our community. So those are the three things that we're really focusing on in our program, and we want all 92 county junior leader programs to have those. This resource guide provides information for you on how to do experiential learning with like questions and answers to do at the end of the activities, the hands-on activities with the junior leaders. We also go over what are the roles of the advisor, what are the roles of officers, discuss the importance of program activities, that there's hands-on learning activities that the kids are doing, citizenship activities, how can you put those into your program, and suggestions. That Adulting 101, Kelsey's going to chat about that. And that's a great curriculum for you and provides all the resources that you need to provide a great junior leader activity, actually to run all year round if you want. But no matter what your junior leader program looks like, we just want to make sure that every program has that same structure of leadership, developing leadership skills and making sure there's community service learning going on. So that's one of those resources. The other one I'm going to highlight before I pass it on to Kelsey is those junior leader officer roles. And so you can see here, we've got lots of different officer roles that we think that this committee thought most junior leader programs probably have. So if we click on one like the president here, we have general qualifications, skills, and responsibilities that we would expect for a junior leader officer president to have in most counties. You'll also notice that it's in a Word document. So that means that an advisor can go in and edit that document if they need to, because there may be something like at the county fair that you expect your president to do that not all the other counties do. So you can edit and add things as you need to in there. And kind of speaking of that, down here at the bottom is a generic template for you, so that again, if you have a position that is just unique to your county, you can go in and put in that information and then have that role description for that position when you are looking for officers. So those are two great resources. We've also got for the adult advisors, there's a role description for them as well, and is what is expected out of them. So we think that those are all important resources that you need. And like I said, Kelsey's going to talk to you more about the other two resources that are provided on this website.
Thanks, Pandora. You did awesome. You could have probably just kept going. But yes, we have two other things on this website for you all to use as advisors, or I mean, even I know there's some extension educators on here as well. The first one is the Adulting 101, which is a curriculum that was developed by some extension educators and then peer reviewed by us as well. And it's a grab and go. So everything is there for you. Will you just open one of them, Pandora? It doesn't matter which one. It lays out exactly what you need, how long it might take. So if you only have like 10 minutes, you could adapt this lesson to take 10 minutes. But the idea is it lays everything out for you. So there's no thinking necessarily. You can just grab it and go. It's been asked if you have to do all of the lessons, and no, you don't. Like if there's one that you really, really think your junior leaders need, just use that one. Or if you decide you want to do a Spark Club and have your junior leaders help you, they're there for that as well. So they're really easy to use. Everything, like I said, is laid out for you. And the team did an excellent job coming up with this information. So I think there's 8. There's 8 lessons. There's wheels, deals, and automobiles. And you can see all of those listed on the website. Why credit matters. I know a lot of people just did rock the vote because of the election. So that one's really nice and super relevant right now. Tackling your laundry pile. I should probably do that one myself because our pile is pretty big right now. Schemes, scams, and 8 ploys. Medicine 101, understanding taxes, and then becoming the Iron Chef of your kitchen. So some really, really good lessons there. And like I said, each lesson has the lesson plan and all the supplies that you would need. And then the next part of the website are our branding resources. So we have a bunch of branding things that you can use for if you have a Facebook page for your junior leaders. There are do's and don'ts. So that first one there, it says how to use the 4-H junior leader brand. It tells you how you can and cannot use the brand. So you have to co-brand with Purdue Extension and not just the junior leader logo. So it tells you exactly what you can and can't do. We still ask that if you're an advisor to get that approved by your extension educator. So if you come up with a t-shirt design, I know I still ask my advisor to get that approved through me, just because our 4-H logo is a federal logo. So I just ask usually that they get it approved first. But we also have some social media posts for you that are ready to go. So there's kind of one right there on this page. And then Pandora is actually using our Zoom backgrounds. We have 4 of those because everyone is using Zoom right now. I tried to get mine to work and it wouldn't come up. So we do have 4 of those to choose from. And then there's also captions for the social media posts. So if you aren't sure what to say, we already have it figured out for you with all of the hashtags. So that's there as well. And then some templates for you to use as like a generic t-shirt design, or if you're going to do name badges for a meeting, and then the refills. So you don't have to think about any of that stuff. It's all there for you. And then if you want to print a notebook, we also have a notebook cover and the little piece that goes into the spine of a notebook. So it's all there, ready to use. We want you to use it. But that is my time to talk. So I am going to pass it over to Brian and Leslie.
Thanks, Kelsey and Pandora. Really excited that we've released those resources to everybody, and I hope you take a look at them. Part of the importance of junior leaders is really those youth adult partnerships, and our program gets a lot stronger with those. So with me today, I actually have a recent grad from Lawrence County 4-H. By the way, I'm Leslie Lodmell. I'm the 4-H educator in Lawrence County. So I've had the joy of working with this young man, Thomas Carroll. He is now a freshman at Purdue Fort Wayne in construction management, and he is a 10-year 4-H member alumni and on the State Junior Leader Council, Conference Council. So I'm really excited to have him with us, and we'll let him take it away.
So that is me. Thank you, Leslie. And we're this part of the thing is going to be more of an activity that we can all do together. As you see right now, Leslie is bringing up a little bit of something, but this is for everyone who's online. So everyone who is in person, things have been provided to you. There's probably an area that has numbers on the wall or something along those lines, and that'll be used for this activity. This activity is basically a standing poll, if you've ever heard of it. Basically, where do you stand on youth participation? So what we're going to ask you to do is everyone who is at a site watch party, I guess, place, then you guys are going to all go and do these events individually. And while you're doing those things, everyone who is just joining online can help out on here.
Yeah, so those host sites, if you want to go ahead and mute us so that you don't hear us on your end while you're trying to proctor the activity, and then we'll go ahead and get started online.
All right. So basically, what's going to happen is you are going to answer the questions, and how we're going to answer questions on here on the Zoom. Everyone who is planning on participating, look up to the top of the screen. You're going to see a little green bar that says you are viewing Leslie Lodmill's screen. Hit the down arrow on view options and hit annotate. Now what you're going to do is just grab a stamp. So the stamps are under a little check mark area. You can just grab whichever one you want. And those are going to be how you're answering the questions, where you're going to place your answer. Yes. So Amanda has put a few hearts up there at the top. Exactly. That's exactly right. So that's going to be how you basically answer the questions. And to answer the questions, we've got it on a scale. So 1 is closer to basically the adults and leaders of the events and things. They know what's best for the young people and control the situation in which they allow them to become involved. So the youth is more as an object. The youth is more as just, they don't have much say in what happens or what they do. But on the other end of the scale, there's number 10, which is adults view people as equals and give them opportunities to share leadership and decision-making roles. Youth as partners. So that's what we're going to go through today. Yeah. So for the first question, I'm going to go ahead and ask, where do you stand on this? First, move to the location that best reflects your personal opinion on youth participation. Okay. I see a lot of things up in the higher end from 6 to 10 area, which I think is a great way to put, a great area to put things in.
Yeah, so could two of you share? You can either unmute your mic and share with us or drop it in the chat. Why did you pick where you are? I'll give you a second to drop it in the chat. So why did you pick that your personal belief is where you marked it on how youth and adult partnerships should work? Okay, so in the chat, we've got that youth and adults each have unique perspectives, and combined, we have the best of both. It's a really good point. Okay, so we'll move on. I'm going to go ahead and clear the drawings here because we're going to do it again. Now I want you to place your stamp on the location that represents your organization's current practices. Where do you think your group, think about your 4-H club or your whole county program, where do you fall right now on how it's actually operating? Okay, so some of those stamps are falling a little further down, not too far, but a little further down on the scale. Can you share with me in the chat or unmute why you picked where that is right now.
And Leslie, in just a second, if we get someone from the people like the 6 to 8 area that people set down, I want to see what the people who put them down near 1 and 3, what makes them say that their area is like that at the moment.
Yeah, good point, Thomas. So in the chat, it says, this group belongs to the 4-H'er and it's their responsibility. They own the group. One end of year comment was that our group allows them to be heard over many traditional clubs. Okay, that's good. Liz says, I have a group of young junior leaders that are still gaining confidence. They're hesitant to share ideas or leadership. Yeah, so there can be a lot of barriers that make it hard to reach your ideal. Susan says there's always room for improvement. Transitional period of advisors. Chris says that kids are not showing up at the board meetings. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and clear it for you, Thomas.
Yep. And when Leslie clears this, we're going to be going on the next question we have. So what represents your organization's goal or ideal practices? What do you think your organization is trying to get to at this time? So I've been asked to repeat it in the chat if you haven't seen it. So which number represents your organization's goal or ideal practices? And I am seeing a lot up near the 9 and 10 areas again. So does someone want to say why they put their stamp up here? Like Leslie said, you can enter it in the chat, or if you are able to and are comfortable with unmuting and speaking up, that's fine as well.
So Susan says that improving leadership skills to share with clubs. So that's one of the goals of our organization. I'd say that's accurate. Why else is it a goal for youth to be those partners for our organization?
Another message in the chat says, allowing young people to be in charge with guidance only when asked proves to be a good combination. Yeah. I've personally experienced that as well as a youth participant. So I can say that that is accurate.
Okay. And Kathy said, not all adults are willing to share leadership with youth, and not all youth are prepared or willing to accept this responsibility. So that may be why she didn't pick all the way at 10. Yeah. And Amanda says that it empowers youth to see the impact of their participation. That's absolutely true. Whenever they're actually up there and participating, they can realize the impact that they can have. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and clear that out. And Thomas has a process question for us.
Yes.
And I'm going to go ahead and change the slide while we're finishing up processing. I'm going to go ahead and change the slide to let everybody else know they can join us back.
Yep. So process questions we've got today. What did you notice about where people stood throughout the activity? That's all right. So yeah, once again, enter it in the chat if you can.
So do you think did you notice anything about where people move between where they're actually at and where their ideals are and where the organization is? Yeah, Amanda says that everyone wants to be at the partnership level, but achieving it's hard to do. And Mark and Linda say, I feel the adults see where they need to be with junior leaders and are unclear how to get there. Yeah. So this, you all bring up perfect points. There are lots of barriers to those youth adult partnerships. And in the short time that we have with you today, we're not going to dive into all of them. We've got lots of resources. So reach out to your 4-H educator if you're ever looking for ways to bring that up or bring up your youth adult partnership participation. So now that everybody's coming back, I want to ask everyone, all your host sites, everybody here virtually with us, what are things that you can do to align where your program currently stands to your goal for youth adult partnership? So how can we overcome some of those barriers that exist to strong youth adult partnerships? And for those of you on host sites, you can drop that in the chat, or you can unmute yourself and share. So again, that question is, what are things that you can do to align where your program currently stands to your goal for youth adult partnership? So Boone County shares that youth have really stepped up during COVID with their technology use. And Pulaski County says safety concerns. Some groups are unable to completely hand over every aspect because of safety concerns, such as shooting sports. So there are those scenarios that it takes a little more proper training, and we're not saying, hey, you get to just hand over and say, here, youth, tell us what you think. We wish it was that easy, but it takes some training. It takes some encouragement to really get them to feel comfortable and really blossom in that role.
Yeah, and along those lines, when those students have learned the safety precautions and learned how to do these things, they are more capable to lead those things in the future. Say a 10-year member who's been in shooting sports for 10 years, they're going to be able to help lead and teach the younger students as well.
Yeah, and Hamilton County mentioned that more communication between volunteers and older 4-H members. Absolutely, we can't just expect them to read our minds. And Kathy says to educate both adults and youth to the advantages of the partnership and help move in this direction and in steps. Yeah. And Thomas, do you have any concrete examples of what you have seen of how we can really help strengthen youth adult partnerships, or where we give youth those chance for partnerships?
I think a lot of it is the adults who are leading the conversation, who are leading the events, need to trust that the people that they have chosen to be in those positions are going to do well. For instance, I am on the state 4-H Junior Leader Conference Council, and with that, Steve McKinley is the adult leader in charge, but he gives it mostly to us. He says, here are the guidelines, the rough guidelines that we have for you, and here are kind of like things you kind of really need to take into consideration. But for the most part, this is your guys' conference. How do you want to structure it? How do you want to teach the sessions, etc.? So I think with proper context, youth adult partnerships can be really helpful and really educational as well.
Thanks, Thomas. And I would also like to point out a couple things in the chat that came up, some good thoughts. Liz mentioned it's about providing small skill building steps to promote confidence in youth and adults. You have to build that confidence in both parties. It's not one or the other. And Mark and Linda say that, you've got to find that right person to really help with achieve that. Not everybody is going to excel at this at first, so putting those right people in the right places really help. I know in Lawrence County we have youth that serve on our 4-H council. So we have junior leader representatives, and they have a vote just like everyone else on the 4-H council does. So getting those youth in where those conversations are happening is really important. And they also mentioned, you know, you don't need more to do. They're capable of it. So sitting back and watching and enjoy watching them succeed is really something great. So I want to thank Thomas for helping out today, and I'm going to hand it over to Brian, who's going to give us some more tips on how to make sure those voices are heard, whether they're youth or adults. So.
Hello, everyone. Give me just a moment and let's get screens up. And I'm going to share my screen. So I'm coming to you from my house in Tipton County. I'm the 4-H educator in Tipton County, Indiana. I will warn you a little bit. I had a kind of a change in my morning. And so if you hear a dinosaur growling in the background or something, my 5-year-old partner is with me today. So I've asked him to keep watching TV in there, but you never know, he's 5. So thank you, Pandora and Kelsey and Leslie and Thomas so far. And then I have Madison Powell with me as well. Well, she's in Hamilton County right now anyway, but we're going to talk a little bit about how everybody's voice can be heard. And hopefully this session is going to be review for a lot of people, but we're going to go over some basic parliamentary procedure. As the civic engagement team was talking about some different ideas for what we wanted to cover during the session today, a lot of the people were saying that they were kind of surprised when they visit some of the meetings of their clubs that parliamentary procedure, Robert's rules weren't necessarily being done in an orderly way. And I think I can speak for Madison. I think Madison has said this before. In some of their civics classes in high school, they're required to go to some community meetings. And Madison's been my junior leader president for 1 year anyway. Has been involved for 2 years and has been involved for several years. But she said, you know, it's amazing that even at some of these, I don't know that it's city and county council, but at some of the meetings that she's been to run by adults, the 4-H meetings are ran a lot better. So we kind of want to maintain that. And so we're going to go over some tips for that. So everybody at your spot should have a handout that this PDF show up that says how you should handle emotion. Okay, Steve's saying yes. So kind of a script for how to handle emotion, and Madison will go over that a little bit here in just a moment. But if I can figure out how to minimize this. Sorry. Back to my, okay. So, but that'll kind of give you a script, and that's actually from a resource that I'm going to show you a little bit later. But as Leslie and Thomas were saying, everybody's voice at our meetings should be heard. There are going to be some decisions that I think adults are going to have to make for some things, but you know, hopefully there's not a group of people at your meetings that are making all the decisions. Maybe it's a clique or a popular crowd or something like that, or maybe you just have an overbearing officer or overbearing group of people. That's not a very effective way for meetings to be ran and for people in the club to feel like they're having a say. So major decisions should be made by the majority of the membership. You know, there's going to be some committees and things like that that are going to maybe meet, and they might come with recommendations, but hopefully those recommendations then are also voted on by the group. Everybody at a meeting should have an opportunity to speak. And so we're going to talk a little bit about how to do that here in just a moment. And going to try to do that as our example. Robert's Rules of Order is kind of a guideline. They came out, I did some research, I want to say about around the Civil War era, or maybe a little bit after that. They're just kind of a basic outline of how to do a meeting in an orderly and democratic way. So there are certain procedures that we have to go through, and that's called parliamentary procedure. Rules, codes of ethic that dictate a way that a meeting should be conducted. You know, maybe some of you are part of model legislature. I don't know if they still have that in school, but that's where I learned a lot of parliamentary procedure. But at you know, parliaments around the world, their governments, our Congress, follow some of these rules in order to make sure that things are done in a fair way and everybody has a chance to be heard. So I'm going to turn that over to Madison a little bit, and she kind of will go through some of the things that how to handle emotion and what steps we need to take for that, if Madison's ready for that.
Yeah, so I'm going to use the example of a club deciding what kind of cookies they would want for a meeting to kind of walk us through how to make a motion and do that. So first, the chairperson asks for the motion to be made. So the member says, I make a motion to have chocolate chip cookies for our club meeting. Next, another club member will second the motion by saying, I second the motion to have chocolate chip cookies at our club meeting. Next, the president will say, there's a motion on the floor to have chocolate chip cookies at our meeting. Is there any discussion? So discussion should happen in an orderly fashion, including people raising their hands and being called upon, so that everyone's opinions and points can be heard and talked about. Next, the president will allow a vote to happen. So there is a motion and a second to have chocolate chip cookies at our meeting. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. If the majority of the club is in favor of the chocolate chip cookies, then the motion carries. If the majority of the club opposes, the motion dies and a new motion will be made and the steps followed again.
Very good, thank you. And also during that discussion, we won't get into all the details of it, but you can make amendments. So, you know, you can make an amendment and say, I want chocolate chip cookies, but I want there to have walnuts in it. So you can amend the motion and say, okay, you know, we'd like to amend the motion that's chocolate chip walnut cookies. All of those in favor of that amendment, and then you restate the original motion with that amendment, which gets a little complicated and kind of hard to do here for what we're doing today. I'm going to ask then, we're going to try to do this as a group. On our Zoom, and then also those of you at host sites, if you can go ahead and people that are Pandora, Kathleen, Becky, those of you that are Sam, I'm looking at some of you all, Steele, some of you that are at hosting your sites, if you can kind of either act as chairperson, or maybe if you have somebody that's comfortable doing this, make someone the chairperson and see if you guys can go through these steps. We're going to try to do this, and Madison, I didn't tell you this, but I'm going to ask you to kind of be the chairperson for this on our Zoom call. If those of you at host sites want to mute your speakers here in just a moment, I'm going to start a timer for about 4 minutes, and at your site, if you guys can come up with a motion and kind of carry that through. Maybe it's something like that discussion of how to, what you're going to make your club dues that year. That's one that I always use with first year 4-H club and try to teach them this process. So I'll start the timer for about 4 minutes. And then when that's over, when those of you at your host sites see that it's coming down, go ahead and turn your speakers back on and we'll kind of wrap that up, okay? So I'll start that now. Those of you that are on the Zoom call, if you can, it'll be kind of hard because we can only see so many people, but if you can go ahead and turn on your microphones, and I'll ask Madison if we want to kind of get started with leading a discussion and leading a motion on what our dues are going to be.
Okay, so do we have a motion to decide what our dues will be?
I will make the motion.
Who is that? Who's going to make the motion?
Sarah, I'll make the motion to decide what the dues are going to be.
Okay. So what you're going to do there is you're going to say what that motion is. I make a motion that dues are whatever number value you want them to be.
$15.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second the motion that the dues will be $15.
Awesome. Okay. Is there any discussion?
Can I ask what the dues are going to help pay for so that we know about how much we need to raise?
Very legitimate question. Of course, this is just an example, but this is where we could talk about, well, this is going to help us with, will help us with some of our fundraiser efforts, or we're going to be planning on going on these trips throughout the year, and maybe that will help cover some of that kind of stuff. So yeah, that is where people would be able to chime in and talk about what their dues would be used for.
$15 is really high for a family that's more than one kid in the club. I think that's a little too high.
Okay. And going off of that, somebody in the chat also said, is there a discount for families? So that is a concern.
What is the proper way to make an amendment to a motion?
So the proper way to make an amendment to a motion is someone would raise their hand and say, I make a motion to amend the original motion so that dues are, instead of $15, $5. And then you'll have discussion about that. So then Madison would then take or somebody would call the question. Madison would then restate the amendment where it says that dues will be $5 instead of $15. You'll vote on that, and then you can have discussion again. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So do we have or you can just, have that $15, have that motion fail, and then turn right around and someone else make a second motion that the dues will be $5 or $7 instead of $15. Or this is also, where you can make the amendment where it's $15 for the first person and then $5 for every other family member or something to that effect. So yeah, lots of different scenarios. It's kind of hard to cover all of those in this type of background, but hopefully the resources we've given will kind of help carry some of that through. So Madison, do you want to call the question, I guess?
The question, if we have any amendments or vote?
Why don't we go with the $15 club fees?
Okay, so there's a motion and a second for us to have dues be $15. So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Aye.
Nay.
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 Awesome. Okay. So I heard more nays than ayes. So the motion dies. And then we would follow again by doing these same steps with another motion in order to find what our dues would be.
Yep. Very good. All right. Thank you, Madison. Thank you for those of you that participated in that. Hopefully the host sites have rejoined us. Hopefully the host sites have rejoined us as we kind of wrap things up. That can become, again, very complicated. We're having some discussion on our Zoom call where we talked about how to make an amendment and things. Thomas asked a great question about how we do that. Some tips. If you're doing this on Zoom, we're all becoming adept at Zoom meetings. There's a nice little thing on there where you can, I'm learning about Annotate, quite honestly. So thank you, Leslie, for that. Or maybe you can, if you have a screen up there and you can have people flash, you can also do the reaction and do that. You can use the chat where maybe the person that is set up the meeting, you can make it so they can chat just with you. The other night when we are doing officer elections in a few weeks, that's probably what I'm going to do. So then that way you can't see who's voting for who. but I will be able to count the votes that way. Lots of different ways. There's some other, you can also do some polls before the meeting. I didn't make any for this, but you can just do some generic polls. Say, you know, I've got this many items on our agenda, and so you can kind of prepare a little bit ahead of time and just do a yay or nay. I don't think you can. I think a lot of times you have to have them made before the meeting. Somebody can correct me if that's not the case, but you can just do a yay or nay. And so motion 1, whatever that is, and then all those in favor hit yay or nay, and you can do the bar and the percentages with that. And then use the chat feature to make points or ask questions during discussion. I've been seeing that going on a lot during the day. Sometimes it's kind of hard, especially on Zoom or online. People can kind of be talking over each other, but using that chat feature can be used for that purpose. So how do you learn a little bit more? There's kind of a robertsrules.org, which is kind of the quick and dirty, there's a quick and dirty guide, and then there's also, it kind of dives into it. It gets pretty elaborate. Also, extension.purdue.edu/4H has some great resources, and I'm going to go to those. I feel like I should be more efficient at my. So if you go under volunteer, 4-H Club resources, like right here, I have 4-H Club officer training materials. They're going to come up. So, so yeah, a lot of that script that I gave you comes from the President's Guide. I typed it up. It's something that I've had in my county for a while and then realized that it was in the President's Guide. These resources are great. I've, as an educator, have made some folders for my club leaders. I usually have a stack of them. And as they elect new officers, or, you know, every 4 or 5 years, the leadership, you know, that core leadership kind of changes. They're able to grab those and pass those out to the new officers. So lots of lots of resources on here as well. So our time is up. Hopefully that was effective, or that worked for you guys. If you have any more questions, most of your educators are pretty versed in some basic parliamentary procedure. Also, a lot of you guys are probably FFA members or might have some experience in FFA, and FFA is very big in parliamentary procedure. In fact, has a contest on that. So, but just use some of these ideas in ways to help make sure that everybody in your club feels like their voice is being heard. It's an orderly way to make decisions and make it kind of clear, so people know what's going on, and then also it helps your secretary as well know what decisions have been made, instead of just kind of flippantly and you know, if you ever left a meeting and thought, well, what did we decide on that? Hopefully it's in your minutes. Hopefully it was done in a democratic way, and people can know what's going on with your club from there. So thank you very much.
Brian and team, thank you. That was great. Lots of information, great stuff to be able to learn and help all of us to be able to do a better job of handling emotions and of trying to involve young people with adult people to make sure we're offering a strong 4-H program, and then all those nice resources that are now available from our junior leader team. So you've got a lot of stuff that you can work on. Thank you to all those presenters. We appreciate you being with us again this afternoon. Now is a good time for you to take a stretch break if you need to do so. We've got one more session before Michelle comes back to join us. And so if you want to take a quick break, I'm going to move into a couple of activities that Danielle is going to help me with. And you can't hear me. Well, how about
it? Sounds like your headset's off.
Oh, you know what? Probably if you put the little speaker thingy down next to your mouth, it works much better. Now you know I ate lunch while you were on. I'm sorry. Okay, let's try this. Is that much better? Okay. Yeah, it happens. Thank you all for presenting is what I was trying to say. And then I was trying to say, if you need a break, go take a break. I'm going to do a quick activity. Danielle's going to help me make sure I get the right answers come up. But let's see if you can figure these out. We're going to take an IQ test. IQ test. That's going to look about like that. All right.
Oh, Steve, we're having trouble.
Described. So 4 different things. If you think you have an answer, Would encourage you to type that in the chat, and Danielle's going to help me find that when it comes in. See if any of you can figure these out. So 4 different rather common phrases or words.
So we have 3 of the 4.
3 of the 4, good. Which ones do we have,
all
Danielle?
4. They're
Got them
all 4
all?
in here. Yes.
You guys are
IT.
really good at this game. That's awesome. Okay, see, I knew that lunch would help you get your mind going again. That's good. All right, so let's see the next one. Another 4. I think this one might be more difficult, but I could be wrong. Some of you have seen it before. Any correct answers yet?
I'm seeing long underwear.
That's correct.
Okay. 0 degrees.
But there's what? How many 0 degrees?
Okay. 3 degrees below 0.
3 degrees below 0. Good job.
Bicycle.
Yes,
And life after death.
that's it.
Okay.
All right, we got one more. One more.
Touchdown. Just between you and me.
Correct. It's football season.
Backwards
Just between you
land.
and me, yes.
He's beside himself.
You guys are amazing. Good job. All right, and that leads us right into session number 4. And so here we go. We've got Kathleen, Katie, and Katie. I'll let you all start it.
Thanks, Steve. I'm going to share my screen as we get ready. All right. All right, welcome everyone. You should be able to see one of our little fellas with a mask on. So we're going to switch up the PowerPoint presentation and background today. Are we good there? Let me make sure my chat box. And Kathleen and Katie, I'm going to have you guys watch the chat box because it's not pulling up on my computer. But welcome. We are the last session between you guys getting to experience our awesome CAP note and then heading home or to your other room, depending on where you're viewing this today. We are talking today about leading from a social distance.
Hey, Katie, I still see Steve's screen.
No, Steve.
Sorry.
Nope. I can't see the chat box, so.
We got you on that.
Let me see if this works. All right, can you see that one? No. Hold on, I think my tech team is coming.
Jenny says it's working on YouTube.
There it goes.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. Okay, so we're good.
And 4, good buddy.
Okay, awesome. We're Hendrix, Boone, and Marion are having a watch party. So this is not my computer and this is not my office. So thanks to the tech team coming in from the other room for that. All right, so let's try that again. We're talking today about leading from a social distance. My name is Katie Sweet. I am the 4-H Youth Development Extension Educator in Hendricks County. Kathleen, I'll have you go and then Katie.
I'm Kathleen Bodie from Hamilton County.
And I'm Katie Whiteford, the 4-H in Clark County.
So our presentation today, we are hoping that you walk away with one new way to get engagement from your 4-H members virtually. And we're hoping that you leave feeling a little bit more confident about some online platforms and online options. So we are going to talk about what 2020 has done to some of our club meetings. We're going to go over some in-person meeting options for this coming year, as well as some hybrid options and some tips on doing a virtual option as well for your 4-H meetings, workshops, events, whatever you are in charge of in your home county. So I'm going to toss it over to Katie.
Okay, so for those that are at a watch party, my activity is not a fun gift of a spinner or biosecurity in a bag, but it is a safety kit for your club meeting. So while that might not be exciting, it is exciting to see how we can have in-person meetings and be safe about it. So the host sites were able to get these, and we just want you to know that you can work with your office or your club itself and come up with your own safety kit to provide to use at your clubs. These kits come with masks, hand sanitizers, thermometers, gloves, and things like that that we know that you're going to need to have a COVID safety club meeting. And these might keep developing and changing over time. So maybe in the near future, we won't need a thermometer anymore. But as we think about sanitizing and realizing what we have to sanitize today, we are kind of in the realization that those sanitizing wipes and that hand sanitizer maybe been of something that we kept in our club kits all along, realizing that all these kids are coming together from all over our counties and meeting and getting together. So the sheet that Katie has up on the screen, if you are in the host parties, those are available for you as handouts. If you are at home watching virtually, you can get those from the site that Katie just pulled this up on and utilize this if you want to, or make changes to it to fit your meetings. But this is just a check sheet to use with the kit to kind of go through what you might need to keep your COVID in-person safety meeting with that. And it gives a list of the thermometer. Attendance sheet is important, of course, as we're dealing with COVID and our tracing. And then it also lists the other items in there and why or where we might utilize those. And then there is another handout that Katie kind of pop up on the screen, but it kind of helps you as a club leader and a volunteer decide what type of club meeting you want to have this year. And Katie and Kathleen are going to go more into depth on a couple of those topics. But it is a tier form to kind of help you understand what your pandemic club meeting may look like. And again, we don't know in the future what those might be, but if you do want to meet in person, remember at the very top, it says, do you have a COVID safety plan? And so I'm sure you've heard your extension educators and your extension offices talk about these. This is crucial to work with your educators to have these approved so you can eventually meet in person once they are. And we are strongly encouraging you to do that hybrid meeting, which we will get more in depth on, which will include those kids that maybe don't feel comfortable coming out. But remember, our kids are in school and some are quarantined. So that keeps our quarantine kids included because they are being respectful of everyone and staying in quarantine. We also want to make sure that they get those 4-H opportunities and stay included with our clubs and the information that's going on. And then it kind of just tiers down to explain the rest of how your club would work with hybrid and COVID. And then it gives you some tips and tricks on what it looks like to have a socially distanced club and to make sure that we are following all those guidelines. So when we had mini 4-H club this week, for example, the kids made their own snacks because that's part of our learning experience, and we made Oreo cookies. Each food kit was pre-prepared in its own unit and baggie and handed to each individual unit or child or family units for them to utilize. And then of course, hand sanitizing, hand washing is all included. So sometimes it takes a little bit of creativity, but you can be successful with those in-person meetings and being able to follow those COVID safety guidelines. And you might be surprised that some of the sanitation and other things that we're starting to do may just stick around forever after we realize how much all of us are touching the same things and keeping everything clean. So yes, my gift in our host sites was not a fun spinner or other game activity, but it is a great way to start out your COVID safety social distancing club meetings.
Awesome. Thanks, Katie. I'm going to pull my PowerPoint back up here, hopefully. I'm going to need to have you give me a thumbs up because I can see you on my screen. Can you see my Perfect. All right. So thinking of what an awesome 4-H club meeting or workshop looks like, I'm going to have you guys that are joining us virtually type a couple things in the chat box. Those of you that are at a host site, you probably have a couple extra sheets of paper or some of those awesome sticky notes that our 4-H Foundation gave us as well to pass out. I want you to write down 1 or 2 things that in a pre-COVID year, you would have thought an awesome 4-H club meeting looks like. So type those in the chat box, write those down, share them with your host site to get them in the chat box. And we're just gonna go over a couple of those answers. So before 2020 hit, what did an awesome club meeting or an awesome 4-H workshop look like?
Can you see those, Katie, now, the chat?
Oh, look, there I can. Woo, yeah. All right, so we've got some games, snacks, presentation of topics, lots of close contact team building, kids talking, group recreation, packed room, youth leadership, maybe some hugging. Awesome. So lots of cool things, group activities, demonstrations of projects. So now I want you to think of some of those things and connect it to 2020. How about an awesome 2020 4-H meeting or event? What would that look like in your minds? Again, type it in the chat box, use those Indiana 4-H Foundation sticky notes. We've got some sanitizer put up there, yeah. So maybe some of those activities can still happen, but maybe with some good sanitizer and some good cleaning. Good attendance is an awesome option. Yep, we want that. Cool masks. Keeping everyone healthy. Yep, social distancing, technical difficulties like today when we're talking about virtual things. We knew that would happen when our group was meeting. We're like, of course it's gonna happen to us. Lots of virtual interaction, absolutely. Those are great ways to bring some of those things that we always got to do before this year and sort of incorporate into a 2020 4-H meeting. Avoiding Zoom burnout, absolutely. I'm gonna toss it over to Kathleen because one of the things we always do, at least in Hendricks County, and I know some of our other surrounding counties, we always try to incorporate a mixer into our 4-H meetings so that kids can get to know each other. So Kathleen, I'm gonna pass it off to you to lead us in a club mixer and what that might look like in 2020.
All right, thank you so much, Katie. Yes, as we know throughout today, we have seen the energy come up when we've done something hands-on, even if it's at your home, but doing something that gets you physically moving. I'm not going to make you do the 180 jumping jacks that other counties have done, but I do want some movement. So kind of going back to what our keynote said this morning, I have provided the host sites with a would you rather. So we're going to get to some up and down movement of would you rather activity. And so the options I'm going to give you, one is to stay sitting, and the second one will be to stand up. So would you rather be a famous athlete, so stay sitting, or a famous museum? Stand up. Would you rather be a famous athlete, stay sitting, or a famous musician? Stand up. All right, got some good movement. Would you rather watch TV, stay sitting, or read a book? Would you rather watch TV as you're sitting or read a book? All right, we'll do one more because this is a kind of a repeat. Would you rather hang wallpaper or stand up, scrub floors? Would you rather hang wallpaper, sit down, or scrub floors, stand up? Okay, maybe that wasn't the funnest options, but it got you moving. It gets you reset. Sometimes when you're doing a meeting, even if it is in person, you just need that transition. You need that something to get to know. We also want to get to know you. Oh yes, Katie is showing you the form that is posted online and is in the kits that got sent to the host sites. So you can see that.
And I love, yeah, stop right there, Katie, on that go get me. This is, it's the scavenger hunt, but it's just a little different name of go get me some items. And we did this one here in Hamilton County when our first Zoom meeting, so back in April, we're like, whoa, how do we even do this? How do we sign on to Zoom and things like that when we were, but it was neat to see, go getting an item, go get me a hairbrush, go get me an adult. Now that one is hilarious to see what adult might be coming by when a youth would grab them and they'd be like, what? Like, hey, they're on Zoom. But I love also at the end to do, go get me a snack. So you go get these items or such, and you can score a point if you'd like. It's all kind of good and fun. But if you have that last one as a snack or go get a drink, now they have something for the meeting part. And so they have brought their own refreshments to that virtual meeting if you have it. So it's kind of taken that like human scavenger hunt, if you were in person activity, to the virtual world. So the last activity I want is for us to utilize something in the Zoom, which I believe has been shared a couple of times, was using the whiteboard. So Katie, if you can pop up a whiteboard for us to annotate on it. I want the topic I would like to Mixer, it's just to get some thoughts out there, is what are you most looking forward to in 2021's 4-H year? So if you could type on there that you click up top and you see view and it says annotate, and you can add your comments. So the question is, what are you most looking forward to in 2021's 4-H? You can, at the host sites, if you guys want to collectively just discuss it and then put one or two up here, but I'm going to give you about, I don't know, a minute or so to take some time for thoughts, because I know we've had very fast pace of, hey, throw up your ideas here, but I really want us to think about what could we do here in 2021 4-H. So I got my timer set. I feel like Jeopardy. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-da-dum. All right. Oh, we got some good things popping up here. If you haven't found the annotate, you can put it in the chat as well. So for you following on YouTube, please do put it in the chat. I forgot we are doing this many, many different ways. Hugging people again, shooting sports, a regular fair, 4-H camp, new programming, fair in June of 2021, interacting with youth and young adults around the state. Ooh, I gotta move my chat to read more. Horse shows with friends, more gatherings and get-togethers. These are great thoughts. And I do hope that we're able to do more of these, but know that whatever way we are interacting, if it is virtual or in person with limited contact, it is still something to still engage, and it still is 4-H. And so hopefully these little tidbits, these little mixers, a little reset of the brain can help beef up your meetings and hopefully have a great, be that in between of what we dream of what we want it to be to what our reality is right now. I'm gonna pass the baton back to Miss Katie. All right, thanks, Kathleen. That was awesome. Hopefully you guys, like she said, those of you that are at host sites, you'll have a handout. This is also going to be uploaded online for you guys to utilize, take back to your 4-Hers to lead some of those mixer activities. And I know our cap note speaker is also going to have some really engaging activities to end with today as well. So the next thing we're going to talk about, Katie already mentioned a little bit, was in-person meetings, and our in-person meetings look a little different this year because first and foremost, we need to make sure we have those safety plans submitted. So talk to your 4-H educators on the proper forms you need to fill out to make sure your safety plan is submitted on time and filled out correctly. We have to send those up to Purdue to actually get certified as well. So make sure that those get done in a timely manner and not 24 hours before your first club meeting. A couple other things, keeping in mind, any in-person event needs to make sure they're following the social distancing guidelines set forth by their county, state, Purdue, and that's part of the safety plan that you would talk about as well. Plan appropriate activities. So like Kathleen mentioned, there's some great ways to take what we have been doing in, pre-2020 and adapting those to fit into a 2020 4-H program. And then going back to Katie's virtual and in-person chart that she created. And again, those are available at the host sites as well as online for you to download and review. One of the most unique things I think about in-person meetings this year is that we really, really, really encourage a virtual component, which really makes our meetings a hybrid meeting, which is exactly what we're doing today. So as you saw my tech team come in, which was really Pandora from Boone County, because that's where we are today. It might look as something like this, where we have lots of people joining us in person. And even in the next room, you have a group of people participating in activities as well. So to go over some things just to consider as you're walking or thinking about doing a hybrid meeting, which is, what is a hybrid? It is both in-person and virtual options done at the same time. Going back to the in-person stuff should always follow those safety protocols. One of the biggest things that I know I have learned, and Kathleen and Katie are going to pop in whenever they would like as well, but utilizing your officers to help oversee different aspects of the meeting. So we have created in Hendricks County Junior Leaders a tech coordinator, and that person, that junior leader, is actually going to be the person that oversees the chat box and helps me co-manage the virtual component during our junior leader meetings, for either when we are in person and virtually, or even when we just have our virtual meetings. So can someone oversee that? And maybe it's not a junior leader, maybe it's another leader, but having someone connect on the chat box, as well as having someone sort of oversee the in-person meeting, is going to make your lives a little bit easier instead of trying to do both at the same time. Making sure your technology is working. So making sure those of your 4-Hers that are at home can hear and see everything that you're doing, just as the people in your in-person meeting can hear and see the things that you're doing. What does your meeting space look like? Is it going to accommodate both a virtual and an in-person component? Talk with your educators. Maybe there's some ways to have some technology adapted to the situation you're in. Again, I know some counties are looking at purchasing special cameras to be able to utilize during workshops for people to be able to see, again, a really good online as well as what's happening in person. And then think of things like 4-H in a box. I'm going to pass it to Kathleen in a second to talk about that, because I know she's done a lot in Hamilton County. But how can you get supplies to the 4-Hers that maybe aren't comfortable coming in person and want to participate in that virtual format? Is there a drop-off or a pickup that could happen so that they get those supplies? Kathleen, would you like to tell us a little bit about your 4-H in a box?
Yes. Oh, yes. So you might be wondering, why do we need to go to this extra effort? Well, we don't know why people are not able to come to maybe a in-person meeting. So having that hybrid model is kind of what we have to go through, which I know it takes more time. I know it takes more planning on volunteers and more support with junior leaders and older 4-H members. But I do have a story of why it kind of hit home with me, because I didn't do it, and I should know. And that's why it's kind of one of those, I had a reality check. Back in September, we had our junior leader meeting where we had our officers elections, and it was, everybody's excited. We're getting back to school. It just did not occur to me to still have a Zoom option. And we were wondering, we had some older 4-H members that we didn't see around, and we were like, oh, I hope they're okay, because I'm always worried as older 4-H members are driving to my events. I worry about their safety and things like that. And The next day I had a 4-H'er who was a higher ranking officer of last year. She said, I'm sorry, I missed the meeting. I wasn't able to be there to lead because I'm in quarantine through contact tracing. And she didn't need to tell me that, but I should have offered an opportunity for her to participate in our process, especially it was an election year, our election meeting. So we're still going to plug in that this youth, but she did not have her peers. She was not on the ballot for things because of not being able to attend, and so she just wanted to make sure I knew why she wasn't at that meeting. But I, as a leader, should not have had to put her in that situation. So I always remember, like, even meetings that aren't election meetings or things like that, we still want to provide an opportunity for anybody that is just kind of caught with these safety precautions that we have out there now, even if they were in contact tracing, quarantine for their own health. We just need to think about those things right now, and I did not. And so I had that experience to have that thought now. So I just wanted to provide that personal, because it does change the trajectory of our youth that we're involved with if they weren't able to run for an office and be plugged into our program in different ways. But yes, Katie talked about, we have lots of 4-H in a bag programming. So we here in Hamilton County during this summer really focused on how do we get access to our programming? How do we get supplies to people? So we put workshops in a bag. We put a program called 4-H Gold, go outside, learn, discover together. And that was kind of all of our outside projects like forestry, wildlife, I'm not gonna be able to name them all, geocaching, but we put a series together so that way youth can either do it on their own, or we set up some Zoom calls. I believe it was like 4 o'clock on Tuesdays for 4 Tuesdays in a row, but so they could be connected during that time that we were not allowed to do in-person programming at all. But that doesn't mean 4-H stopped during that time. We kept workshops going. I had many volunteers that tweaked their programming, their workshops, and made videos and sent them to me, or popped in our office and we taped them out in our garden and had some videos that we popped up. Older 4-H members, lots of great videos I've seen for content experts, like on foods or livestock. That way we can still have those workshops and educational components. And that way, you know what? I can go back and find them now. So I didn't miss that X workshop on what day. But those are the type of opportunities that we're going to have to think about. How do we do this hybrid model? Because 2021, even though with those mixer dreams of wanting things the way they were, we also have to go forward and say, you know, we can do this and we can do it well. Because I know you guys have really stepped up in this last 8 months. So that's how we've done that in Hamilton County, of kind of putting programming, either packets together that youth and parents can come by and get. We've even personally been Amazon and dropped them off at a porch when it was something that I'm like, I'm not sure how I'm going to mail a container garden, but I can get that to them. So we have to think totally outside the box, even if sometimes it is delivering the box.
Thanks, Kathleen. And Katie had mentioned earlier too that everybody would get a handout, or it's also available online. Katie, do you want to talk really quick? You have given this to club leaders, correct? For those hybrid meetings, in-person meetings, before we go on to the next thing.
Yes, so we have created club kits, is what I call them, safety club kits, and it's similar to the box that was given at the host sites. But it has been great because we had a little training on how to have a COVID meeting. The clubs know that they can pick up their COVID kit at our office, or if they meet here on our facilities, they are in our closet, they can just pull those out. And if they already meet on our facilities, their attendance books are in there, they just pull those out, and it is really great. One of our best groups is our entomology club. They have 20 kids coming to practice and get ready for our virtual CDE this year. So they have done so fantastic. All the kids sit 7+ feet apart. They wear their masks, they get their temperature taken, and they are learning and they're having a blast. And so you can really do this. And to touch kind of what Kathleen said, something that was great for our workshops this year and to think about is when you do virtual, you can bring in people to do workshops for your kids from across the country. You do not have to have your county person presenting a workshop, because you can have anyone from around the country Zoom in and present, and they can do live activities with livestock or with any projects that you want them to do. We've had things from sheep showmanship to rabbit butchering done virtually to present to our youth for our workshops this year. So just remember that technology, while it can be scary, is awesome to provide opportunities that we've never been able to do before.
So the last thing type of meeting that we're going to talk to you guys about today is virtual meetings. So we know that several of our counties around the state have already made the decision to be able to do 4-H things strictly virtual for right now for the state of the county that it's in. Some counties may not be there yet, but may happen at some point. Or bad weather, because it's Indiana and, you know, we like to gamble on what the weather's going to do every day. So we wanted to just go over a couple of virtual meeting tips and tricks to help you guys as you're planning your meetings and programs. At the host sites, there's going to be 2 handouts that we will go over, and then we will also share those. I'll pull them up on the screen here in a minute. For those that are joining us online, you can download those as well on the website. So make sure first and foremost, you research your platform. So whatever you're going to have your meeting on, whether it is Zoom, like this meeting is being held on. I know it's also on YouTube. We're going live on YouTube, which is awesome. There's also different options such as WebEx or GoToMeeting. Find the platform that's going to work best for you and your club. Talk to your 4-H educator. Maybe they have a paid Zoom account where they can set up meetings to help and give you host access to that. Make sure you're going to go over virtual meeting etiquette, and we're going to go over that handout here in a minute. Be engaging, and we'll talk about a couple examples, and then we are going to also talk about some virtual meeting examples. So I'm going to share my handout now. And so when you're doing virtual meeting etiquette, this is one of the handouts available at the host sites and online. We have some do's and don'ts of virtual meeting etiquette. This is a great handout to be able to give to your 4-H members, or if you are a leader that helps maybe mentor other leaders. This is also something that leaders have found useful. So we want to make sure if you're doing a virtual meeting, test your technology, make sure it works. As you saw at the beginning of our presentation, we had some hiccups as we were transitioning, and that happens. Do mute your mic when not speaking. That is pretty common practice right now. So having your 4-Hers reminding them to stay muted unless they have questions or need something to unmute themselves. Remember that you are on camera. So having great backgrounds, making sure things are appropriate all around, making sure, you know, you are dressed appropriately, which is another do. Today, you know, a lot of us are wearing our Purdue polos or some sort of Purdue 4-H swag. That's a great way. We have done mini 4-H meetings virtually where we encourage our mini 4-Hers to all wear one color if they can, to just sort of make it fun and exciting for them to join us. Make sure you're speaking clearly and being engaging. So there's a difference between us trying to have some activities and us just talking like this the entire time. And on the do not side, do not multitask, because I can totally tell, and I told my junior leaders this, I can tell when you look down versus when you look up, and it's not going to be super exciting, I'm assuming, looking all the way down. So it's better to look up, be engaged, make sure, you know, you are engaged with the camera and the screen, as well as your 4-Hers. Do not have an inappropriate background. Zoom gives us the option to have some really fun backgrounds, and I know we've seen a couple today. So make sure you have a fun background or something that's going to be appropriate for having 4-H meetings virtually. While we're not telling you not to eat totally, it's probably best practice to not eat while on camera. Make sure, again, going back to the remembering you're on camera and what you say can and will be heard. So please don't use inappropriate words or pictures while you're presenting to your 4-Hers. And do not expect everything to be perfect. Again, we're doing our thing on how to have virtual meetings and be engaged virtually. And we know things aren't going to always work perfectly. So that's where patience comes in. Make sure that you're also not making private meetings public. So be aware of your 4-Hers safety. I know that Zoom has set into place a lot of precautions, such as having meeting room passwords or making sure that there's a waiting room for people to be able to get on, so that you're only approving people that you know should be joining your 4-H meeting, actually join your 4-H meeting. And then on this handout, there's a lot of other tips and tricks with links that you can visit at a later date. The other handout is just an overview of some different virtual platforms, as well as some more virtual meeting etiquette. So there are pros and cons to everything that's out there. Schools might be using one thing and you might be using something else at home. Again, finding what's going to work best for you is really important. So those are great handouts for you guys to have. And to share my screen again. Being engaging. Oh, and another thing is, while like our speaker did this morning and Kathleen did a little bit ago, if you're going to engage the youth on something online, make sure you explain it to them. So whether that's even something as simple as using the chat box, just a reminder of where that chat box button is going to be is very helpful to make sure that everybody's on the same page and understands where they need to be. And I mentioned having someone in charge of monitoring the chat. That's really helpful, so you don't have to have your attention going 6 different ways to try and make sure stuff is happening and that it's all working appropriately. There's lots of different ways to also be engaged through different websites. So things like Kahoot, which is like an online game show type platform. Kids can put in questions, or you can create questions and kids can participate virtually that way. Finding things that are going to engage kids even more so than just having them watch a screen. Great example. And I'm looking at our time. I want to take just 1 minute and please type in the chat box if you would like, or again, at your host site, share maybe some different engaging resources that you have used in a virtual meeting setting if you've had the opportunity to participate in a virtual meeting. So I have my timer set, 1 minute. I don't have the Jeopardy theme song memorized like Kathleen did.
You gotta do it twice because it's 30 seconds each time. So FYI, I realized that. I was like, oh, I think I did it halfway. Lots of good stuff popping up. Would you like me to say?
Sure.
Using the whiteboard on Zoom, Quizlet Live, Kahoot, the Jeopardy game, Google Meets. Quizlet.
I saw Menti and Slido as well.
Virtual field trips, Jamboard.
All right, time up. Time is up. Those are some great options. Google Classroom, I see, is the last thing come in, one of the last things that came in. That is something I know a lot of 4-H educators are looking at utilizing for different programs as well. So now we want to take all of the different meetings platforms that we have talked through today, and we are going to do another activity to kind of round out our program. And again, we want to find what's going to work best for you and what's going to be your comfort level. So I know I have had multiple conversations with club leaders, project leaders that aren't comfortable hosting in-person meetings, and that's perfectly fine. With some great virtual resources, they've been able to have some very, very engaging virtual programs. Excuse me. So we are going to practice. Those of you that are at a host site should have printed out some scenarios. And those of you that are joining us virtually, you guys will also have some scenarios that we will pull up here. And we are going to go over what we would like for you to do. Those of you that are at a host site, we're going to give you a couple minutes here, and we would like you to go over. There are 5 different examples of scenarios that might happen in your county, and we would like you guys to split off into groups, maybe each take one, and then we're going to report back on 1 or 2 of these in just a little bit. So you can go ahead and mute us. We'll go for like 2 minutes or so, 2 or 3 minutes. And those of you that are joining virtually, we're going to walk you through these as well. So go ahead and mute us and okay, and they're getting muted. All right. So the different scenarios that we have for you that are joining us in person. The first is that you are a junior leader advisor working on planning the elections for the year. How could you handle elections so that both in-person and virtual meetings can have a vote? The next one, and I'll go through them all, and then you can pick which one you would like, and you can type it in the chat box. You are a workshop leader wanting to hold a virtual only workshop on cake decorating. How can you make it engaging? And what steps do you need to take to make it happen? You have you want to have an in-person club meeting. What do you do? You are a club leader planning a hybrid meeting. What are some things you can do to help make your virtual youth feel included? And finally, you are the junior leader president at your meeting, and you hear one member questioning why Susie, another member, wasn't in person at this meeting, even though she was at the community service project a few days ago. You don't want rumors to get started in the club, so what can you do? So if you guys want to take some time, and I will pull these back up, put these in the chat box, put some answers in the chat box. We'll go over those. Katie, Kathleen, I'm going to have you guys monitor the chat box and help lead that while I pull up my timer.
Okay, we have to have an in-person 4-H club. You have to have everyone bring their own chair and maybe sit outside for social distancing, and also wear masks. Yeah, that was the nice thing about the warmer weather, was having a lot of parking lot meetings, or go to a park and bring your own lawn chair. I've even met some of my colleagues that way. We needed to not have a Zoom meeting, but have some in person. So we all brought our lunch and went to a parking lot and ate that in the back of our vehicles. Got examples of, I did a voting with a thumbs up for yay or nay with the reactions. Elections can be used with the Jamboard or polling in the Zooms. Yeah, it's true. We have not today shown a Zoom poll, but a lot, you can check with your county extension office. The licensing that we have allows for polls, and so you can have our office set up a meeting. We could pass hosting duties if you would want to have a meeting with lots of polls. I'm not sure if the free version, the 40-minute version of Zoom has that option. Getting a lot of shaking heads, so nope. Okay, that's what I thought. God, they come so fast.
All right, we're gonna come back. We're seeing, yep, come back.
Have a link for voting. There's lots of good voting ones. Have a link to a Google form that can be sent out so everybody, no matter if they're in person or at home, can do an online voting. You can then pass and print out the voting forms in person. That's a good point. The Quizlet Live.
Those of you, I'm doing my hand thing so that those of you that are still maybe muted at the host side, if you want to come back. We're going to wrap up. All right, so we are going to wrap up here so we can get to our cap note speaker. Unfortunately, we won't have time to go over all those scenarios, but talk to your 4-H educator if you have questions on how any of those should be handled. With our PowerPoint, we do have lots of resources that we would like to share with you all as we finish up here today. I do want to show just one more thing. We've got 1 minute. So some of the resources we have, Purdue Extension, the Indiana 4-H website, there is a Creating Productive Virtual Youth Opportunities. That link is provided on our handout as well, but there's lots of different resources there. Some other examples include the University of California has a 4-H virtual toolbox. The National 4-H has 4-H at Home, which has a lot of great resources that could be adapted to club meetings as well. And using your creativity to do something, our Junior Leaders has put together a Google site to host a lot of our information, and that's actually how we did elections as well this year. So hopefully you guys have learned a little bit about some tips and tricks on virtual meetings, hybrid meetings, and in-person meetings. And we are excited to hear from our cap note speaker on some more ways to make things engaging too.
All right, ladies, thank you. Katie, and Kathleen, thank you so much for presenting today. Lots of good things that we need to know, and lots of good experiences we've had, which is also a good thing. And so hopefully we can continue to use those coming up in the future. This is your last stretch break, so go make it count. Michelle's going to be with us here in about 5 minutes. So she's already on, she's ready to go. So go run, do what you need to do. And while you're doing that, Danielle's going to help me with one more little activity. This is kind of a twist on what Tony did with us this morning. He called it a new name that I hadn't heard before, Ditloids. You might have heard that now. I had not heard that before, but here's some more coming up right now. There's a number with an equal sign and some letters or words and such that go with that. So what do you think it is? Type that into the chat. Danielle's going to watch that for me.
They're coming to me. I already have some answers.
Do you?
Not in the chat box, in my head, yes.
Oh, see, that's good, Danielle. Good job. See if we can get all 4 of these that are here.
The first one, 26 letters of the alphabet.
That is correct.
The 7 days of the week.
Correct.
32 degrees at which water freezes.
Yes.
And 1,000 words that a picture is worth.
Man, you guys are good at this. Awesome. Let's see what the next one is. Here we go. This one might be more difficult. We'll see.
$18 holes on a golf course.
We have some golfers in the audience. That's good.
90 degrees in a right angle.
Those that like geometry, also helpful.
12 signs of the zodiac.
Yes, but they missed one. Wait a minute. There's one in there.
54 cards in a deck, including the Joker.
Wow, look at that. Man, Michelle, you may have to start early. They're too quick for me. This is my last one. Let's see what we got here.
88 piano keys,
Yes, musician. Good job.
13 stripes on the American flag,
That's correct.
I have the last one, but not the second to last one.
What do they have for the last one?
9 planets in the solar system.
And that's depending upon whether or not they count Pluto. You know, it goes back and forth, but yep, with Pluto, that's right.
3 blind mice see how they run.
You guys are good at this. You got it. All right, we'll give you a minute or so to come back together. As you do come back together, before I get to introduce Michelle again, which is going to be amazing for her final session, what I am going to ask our host sites, I've not yet asked you to do this today, if you would please send me a message in chat that tells me how many people are at your host site. That will help us for some of our reporting, so you can let us know that. You can send a direct message to me if you'd like to, and we'll tally all those up. It's been a pleasure to have you with us today. We are not done, but this is my last chance, I think, to say anything. So just really want to thank all of you for being with us. Thank you all the presenters, all the planning team that made this all happen, and really are excited that you could be with us today and spend some time together. So with that, I am going to move to the next slide and reintroduce to you Michelle Cummings. Michelle was with us this morning, did a fantastic job getting our day kicked off well. She's going to do an even better job, I know now, to get us all wrapped up for the day and get us excited as we go off and do some amazing things. If you weren't with us this morning, Michelle is a professional trainer and team building expert. She lives in Colorado. And I think I know, Michelle, that you have been in Florida this week, probably in person. And I think last night you were doing a virtual presentation to Asia. That's like the continent, not way far away.
China and Taiwan specifically, but yes.
And there you go. And she was with us today. So we really appreciate you being with us, Michelle. Hopefully after you're done with us, you can get a little nap in there somewhere. But thank you so much. I'll turn it back over to you. And thank you again for being with us today, Michelle.
All right. Thank you, guys. I am excited to be back. I've actually been listening in the background for the entire morning. So I have been with you all day as well. I had a little bit of work to catch up on, so I've just been listening, and I have been learning a little bit today as well. So I'm excited to play with you again this afternoon. Now, I know that each one of the host sites were sent a little gift package or a gift care package or a fun box full of stuff as well. And so I'm going to go over some of the activities that we did, that are training wheels based activities in that as well. And this is going to be a very interactive session. So I would encourage you. I see that we have about 60 people still with us right now. And I see that a lot of us do not have our cameras on. We are going to be playing some activities that it is going to be important that you have your cameras on. So if it's appropriate and if it's possible, if you could re-engage with us, rejoin. I know it's been a long day sitting in chairs and a long day on Zoom already. Might be a record for the longest Zoom meeting that I've been a part of in one fall swoop, right? In one time sitting. But we're going to get up and we're going to be active and engaged in our learning again. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen again. And so I'm going to pop in here. I have a lot to share and show and play to do with you this afternoon. So, so the learning outcomes this afternoon, I'm going to introduce you to some simple icebreakers you can utilize tomorrow in the virtual space that really focus on this connection before content piece. So as I've been listening for the last several hours, people are feeling disconnected and we have anxiety and we have all of these different things that are starting to pop up that, and so this message here of making sure that we are having people connect with one another before we're diving into our content can be really important. And also to share with you some creative ways in the virtual space to do some good reflection. So some different tools as well as some techniques to do that. So this is my favorite quote on connection before content. And it's by a guy by the name of Peter Block, who's a New York Times bestselling author. And he has this quote here: "We must establish a personal connection with each other. Connection before content. Without relatedness, no work can occur." So if you think about it, if we don't feel connected to a group, if we can't relate to what people are saying and doing and things like that, no work can get done. And that doesn't mean whether you're a kid or whether you're an adult. We've got to connect with one another. And in the virtual space, we have to work a little extra in order to make that happen. So remember earlier when we talked about the 4-H pledge and used it as a debrief for the morning keynote? What about using it as an icebreaker activity as well? Because I know you're going to say it at the beginning of every single meeting, because I used to say it at the beginning of every single meeting as well. So let's dissect that just a little bit. And now let's start to look at that as an icebreaker activity. So if you think about it with your head, in any meeting, do you use your head do you make decisions? Do you plan? Do you organize? Do you problem solve? Do you do all those things in your club meetings? I bet you do. So let's use that metaphor as an icebreaker. How can we use our head today in our meeting? Our heart, that stands for strong personal values, positive self-concept, concern for others, cooperation, communication. How do we lead with intent? All of those good things. So how are we going to use our heart in our club meeting today? Our hands, this is the one where we think about others, right? Community service, volunteering. I listened to that crazy 500-ish number of names of volunteers. You have amazing, great, caring adults as volunteers in the state of Indiana, and that is fantastic. But you, as a kid, how do you use your hands to give back to others? Maybe it's to your other peers, other kids in your club, back to your community, all those things. And so use that question. How do we use our hands in our meeting today in order to really be others minded? And then health, use our feet there stands for healthy lifestyles, character, stress management, disease prevention. You guys talked about a lot of those things in your previous session earlier today. And then the 4-H motto with the four-leaf clover there, to make the best better. How do we use those things to stretch our abilities and our capabilities to reach our full potential? And then, of course, how do we use the world? How do we impact? If we're using our head, heart, hands, and health, how do we impact our club, our community, our country, and our world? So starting to take the things that are so familiar that maybe you've said 5,421 times, as Steve put in the chat box earlier, instead of just saying it, how do we live it? How do we live it in our clubs and things like that? So I'm going to put a couple links in the chat box while we are playing together today, to some different resources that I have provided for you. So this little 4-H pledge icebreaker, I'm going to put a link in the chat box right now that just takes you to that particular graphic that you just saw on that slide. Go download that. If you're using these slides in your icebreaker presentation, then just go and copy and paste that JPEG there into your own presentation. Also, I heard a lot of you say you're going into hybrid mode where you've got some people in person, some people that are going to be in the virtual space for maybe quite a while. I have led lots and lots of free webinars and created several free handouts on how to on different handouts on how to do this well. So I just put a link in the chat box to this page on my website right here that is free resources and handouts. So please go. Here's one: team building from 6 feet apart. So here's some ideas on how you can do team building with your in-person club meetings that still keep people 6 feet apart from one another. And then down below, there's like over 50 different team building activities and games with full write-ups, handouts, links to free stuff down here as well. Just put your name and email address in any of those. There's also some tips for successful virtual facilitation. I heard many great tips earlier and a little bit ago where whoever the speaker right before me was saying, make sure you're wearing appropriate backgrounds, like all those things. All those are great. I've got some additional ones in there as well. So today, to round out and talk about the last, the home stretch of our time together. I know it's been a long day, but there are some great things that we can do together as a group. So I know we've been sitting for a long time, so I thought the first activity that I would start out with would have a little bit of movement to it, okay? And so I know that, actually, before I move into that activity, I wanted to also, now I need to share my screen one more time and share with you that in your little kits that you guys got, I actually included a little keychain for each and every one of you. So that we just did this slide. This keychain here is the exact thing we just talked about, the body part charms, right? So there's one of these little packets here for every you. It's got a head, it's got a heart, it's got hands, it's got feet and lungs for help. It also has a little four-leaf clover so that you can talk about all those things. And so if you are virtual at home and you didn't make it into one of the 25 sites, then they have one of these for you. And if by chance one of those 25 sites you ended up with more kids, I sent 375 of them, I think, to the main central office there. So everybody that is watching today should have access to one, and you should have some extras for your clubs as well. So utilize those little tangible in-person things to where, or hold them up to your camera view if you're virtual, to where you could talk about how are we going to use our head, how are we going to use our heart, all of these things, and make it just a little bit more interactive like that. Now I'm going to share with you, you also get in there this little splitter ring with 3 little pony beads on it. Now I use this one to talk about, it's such a great stoplight metaphor. In every club, in every group you're ever going to be a part of, and any time of your life, there are always things that we can identify that what is not working in our club right now. What are things we need to stop doing? With the yellow, what are things we need to be careful of? And with green, what are things that we're doing really well that we need to continue doing? So these little tiny anchor tools is what I call them. They anchor you back to some sort of metaphor that really do help reinforce the learning. So so yours in your little kit looks like this. It's got a little splitter ring. You just put those 3 pony beads on there, and then honestly throw it on a carabiner on a little keychain clip, and then you're going to be able to carry them around with you. Throw them on your water bottle, throw them on your keychain, different things like that. But then you're walking around all the time with that 4-H pledge right there at your fingertips as such a great reminder of this. You remember that little metaphor we talked about earlier today, that people will follow what you do rather than what you say, right? Well, so that mirror neuron activity, we talked about that a little bit this morning. I want to reinforce that this afternoon with an activity that I call Simon Says. Now, how many of you have played the game of Simon Says at some point in time in your life? Raise your hand. I want to see them. Yep. All right. Okay, put your hands down. Now, I'm curious, how many of you totally hate the game of Simon Says? I'm curious, is there anybody that hates that game? Okay, I see a couple of you are like, yeah. Okay, I hated that game as a kid growing up. Why did I hate that game? If you make a mistake in the old version of Simon Says, I have changed the rules to Simon Says. If you made a mistake in the old version of Simon Says, what happened? You were out, right? You totally got out. And so then the walk of shame started, right? And then you had to leave the game. Now, me, I've been a kid that has always loved to play games. And I was always the first kid out. And it just used to make me so angry and frustrated because I'm such a visual learner. And now that I'm a grown up and I know more about mirror neurons, I now know why I was the first kid out all the time, is because my brain is wired to follow the behaviors that I see Simon do rather than totally listening for what Simon says all the time, right? And in the old version, as soon as you make a mistake, you're just out. It doesn't give you the opportunity to learn from your mistake and try not to make it again, right? Is that what we try to teach people in life? If you make a mistake, because we all are going to make a mistake. I make mistakes daily. But it's important that we learn from those mistakes and then try not to make them again. So we're going to play the little game of Simon Says, but I have changed the rules to Simon Says. Okay, so in a minute, I'm going to ask you to stand up and play this game with me, okay? And I'm going to encourage you to step away from your camera or roll back away from your camera, just so that we're not getting belly button view of everybody, because sometimes not the most attractive view or the best view that we want everyone to see, right? Okay, so in a minute, I'm going to roll away and I'm going to play this game with you. So now some of the rules of Simon Says are still the same. Okay, so I'm going to be Simon. I'm going to give you some commands, but you don't start and you don't do any of those commands unless I start the commands with the words Simon Says. So if I said both hands up, you wouldn't do that. You'd wait until you heard me say Simon Says both hands up, and then you would raise your hands. Okay, so that rule is still the same. However, if you make a mistake in this version, and I guarantee you everybody will, okay? So if you make a mistake, nobody gets out. Instead, what I want you to do is I want for every mistake you make, just give yourself a point. Okay, so you're going to keep track of your own points in your own mind. Nobody really cares how many points you get. Okay, but ideally you try to have as few points possible, because that meant that you made the fewest amount of mistakes, right? But if you make a mistake, try to learn from it. Try not to make that mistake again. Okay, so just give yourself a point. Nobody gets out. So you get that chance to learn from that mistake. Now, flinching totally counts as a point. Okay, so if I said right hand up and you went, flinching totally counts as a point. Okay, so again, the points don't really matter. So just give yourself a point. Now, so that's the first new rule. The second new rule is this. In a minute, I'm going to start the game. And I'm going to say, the game of Simon Says has officially begun. The game will continue until you hear me say, the game of Simon Says is officially over. It is very important. The game will play the entire time in between those two statements. And that is a very, very important rule to remember. Okay. All right. So this is what I'm going to ask you to do in the game. Okay. So I'm going to stand up here. I'm going to roll my chair back here. All right. So I'm going to stand up and it's going to look like this. It'll be, I'm going to change my camera just a hair up so I can actually stand up without leaning down. Okay, here we go. So here's what the commands will look like. Okay. It'll be both hands up, both hands down, right hand up, right hand down, left hand up, left hand down. Okay, so nothing too terribly difficult. Now, the one thing I'm going to ask you to do that you probably haven't seen before is clapping position. Okay, so and if you hear me say Simon Says clapping position, it looks like this. Okay, I want you to put your hands out as if you were about to clap vigorously. Okay, and then I'm going to say clap once, clap twice, but don't do it unless Simon says. Okay, now also because there's a little bit of sound and audio feedback, go ahead and unmute yourself unless you have a really noisy background or if you're going to get feedback really badly from being on Zoom and it's like broadcasting several places. Go ahead and unmute yourself if you don't have a super noisy background. Okay. All right, cool. All right, so I like to practice clapping position real quick just to make sure everyone has that one down. Okay, so let's practice that one. Simon Says clapping position. Okay, see, it's cool, isn't it, when everybody does that together, right? And then says, Simon Says clap once. Excellent. Okay, so you got it. Okay, cool. All right, so those are the rules. Nobody gets out. Give yourself a point. A game starts when I say the game Simon Says is officially begun. Game will end when I say Simon Says, the game of Simon Says is officially over. Okay? Flinching counts as a point. Those are all the new rules. Are there any questions before we begin? Any questions? Okay, no questions? All right, then go ahead and everyone stand up. Everyone join me. You can actually do Simon Says sitting down. That's really fun too, but it's way more fun. Again, incorporating some movement into your virtual programming is so important for brain engagement as well. All right, then the game of Simon Says has officially begun. All right, here we go. Both hands up. Oh, no, that's all right. Not a big deal. Just point. Not yet. Not yet. Let's try that again. Both hands up. See, that's called learning. Nicely done. Nicely done. Simon Says both hands up. Both hands down. Oh, not yet. That's all right. Just a point. Not a big deal. Try to learn from that. Simon Says both hands down. Right hand up. Oh, not yet. That's all right. It's all right, Thomas. Not a big deal. It's just a point. Simon Says right hand up. Right hand down. Oh, not yet. That's all right. Simon Says right hand down. Isn't it hard? It's crazy how hard it is. Left hand up. Simon Says left hand up. Left hand down. Good job. Simon Says left hand down. Both hands up. Simon Says both hands up. Nicely done. Both hands down. Oh, not yet. Simon Says both hands down. All right, good job. Now that's the end of phase one. Now my version of Simon Says actually has 3 phases to it. Okay, so the first phase I call the skill building phase. That's where you're getting used to the actions and the motions, and my pace is a little slower. We're about to go into phase 2, and phase 2 is hard. I'm going to throw some tricks at you in phase 2, so you have to be a really good listener, okay? And then there's a phase 3. Phase 3 is just fun. We'll get to that in a little bit. But before I go into phase 2, I always like to do kind of a quick check-in just to kind of see how everybody's doing. So raise your hand if you still have 0 points. Anybody? Anybody out there? Not anymore! Remember how I said I just was going to throw some tricks? That was my first one. So remember how I said phase 2 was really hard? Oh my gosh, it's so hard. You got to be a really good listener, okay? So let's see if anybody caught that. Simon says, raise your hand if you still have 0 points. Anybody? Oh, good. Good job. Nicely done. Go ahead and put your hands down. Simon says, go ahead and put your hands down. Oh, I see lots of that in my gallery view. So like I said, Simon can be a little tricky in phase 2. So you have to be a really good listener. That just levels the playing field a little bit too. All right, so like I said, phase 1 was skill building. Phase 2 is going to be hard. So be a really good listener, okay? All right, here we go. Simon says, take a big deep breath in and out. I like to center people before we go in. All right, here we go. Both hands up. Oh, not yet. Simon says both hands up. Both hands down. Simon says both hands down. Good job. Right hand up. Simon says right hand up. Right hand down. Simon says right hand up. Did you catch that? Your brain just went, what? Simon says right hand down. Left hand up. Simon says left hand down. Oh, it's so hard. Simon says left hand up. Left hand down. Simon says left hand up. Simon says left hand down. So hard. I'm saying one thing and doing the exact opposite, right? Both hands up. Simon says both hands down. Oh, Simon says both hands up. Both hands down. Simon says both hands up. Simon says both hands down. All right, I'll quit torturing. Go ahead and shake it out. Woo! Just kidding. Simon says go ahead and shake that out. All right, so here's my teachable moment nugget. It's really hard to follow a leader whose actions don't match their words. Mic drop on that one, right? All right, so like I said, phase 1 was skill building. Phase 2 was hard. Now we're going to move into phase 3. Phase 3 is just fun. I'm going to throw in some clapping position, and then I'm going to end the game. All right, here we go. Simon says take a big deep breath in and out. All right, here we go. Both hands up. Good job. I'm not going to get anybody on that one anywhere. Simon says both hands up. Both hands down. Simon says both hands down. Simon says clapping position. Clap once. Simon says clap once. Clap twice. Simon says clap twice. Clap once. Simon says clap once. Clap twice. Simon says clap twice. So hard, right? Go ahead and put your hands down. Simon says go ahead and put your hands down. Right hand up. Simon says right hand up. Right hand down. Simon says right hand down. Simon says clapping position. Clap once. Simon says clap once. Clap twice. Simon says clap twice. All right, Simon says clap continuously. Good job. Good job. All right, go ahead and stop. Go ahead, stop. Oh, you guys stop it. Oh, stop. Simon says stop. That's just fun for Simon. Simon says clap once. Clap twice. Simon says clap twice. Clap once. All right, go ahead and put your hands down. Simon says go ahead and put your hands down. Simon says raise your right hand. Simon says take your right hand and pat yourself on the back for a job well done. The game of Simon Says is officially over. Nicely done. Go ahead and find your way back to your seat if you would, please. All right, I'm curious. Oh, I gotta change my camera. Here we go, back down here. Okay, I am curious. Let's open up that chat box and let's debrief the game of Simon Says. What did you like about this version of Simon Says compared to the old version? Start typing in some answers into the chat box there. What were some things, some elements of that game that you really liked about that particular version? It was more fun. It was more fun to have to listen. Everyone kept playing, so much less shame, right? I mean, if you made a mistake, how many of you totally laughed at yourself when you made a mistake? Right? I totally do. Anytime I get to be a participant in that. Now, in the old version, if you made a mistake, Did you laugh at yourself when you made that mistake? Probably not. You felt like others were laughing at you rather than with you, right? I like that you could make a mistake and not get embarrassed. You didn't get out of the game. You keep everyone involved. Absolutely, because in any type of inclusion, I know that inclusion, diversity, equity, all of those things are such good keywords and big concepts that are so important in 4-H, that as soon as we have something that eliminates people from the game, by the end of the game, you've got 3 really invested people and 27 behavior problems off to the side, right? Because once you get eliminated from something, you are no longer invested in what is going on, right? So finding those ways to keep people motivated. Okay. Here's another question that I want you to answer, populate in the chat box with, is let's talk about phase 2. What was it about phase 2 that made it so hard to follow me? And did you, so that's one question, you can start populating there. And did you change the way that you followed me in phase 2? I'm curious, what were some strategies you started to come up with for yourself in phase 2? Let's see here. When I pulled the tricks, tried not to look at the screen. Okay, so think about that. How many of you, maybe even, yeah, stop looking at the video. I was saying the exact opposite thing of what I was doing, right? Stopped watching the screen. You stopped looking to me for leadership because you could no longer trust me, right? Because I was saying one thing and doing the exact opposite. So think about that this morning, even with this message. I said one thing, but I did the exact opposite. And so, or you did the opposite of what I said, paused and listened before acting. How many of you then started listening to every single word I said before you made a move? Now think about that in relation back to the real world. You know, how much extra effort and energy did it take you to follow me when I was saying one thing and doing the exact opposite? Probably a lot, right? So translate that back to the real world. If I'm a leader that is saying one thing and doing the exact opposite, it takes my club members, the people that are following me, it's so much harder for them to really know what is right. And it takes so much extra effort and energy to follow me if I'm being an example of poor leadership, right? So what I love about this version of Simon Says, there's so many great metaphors that we could pull out of this. How many of you found yourself on the mistake roller coaster? You're like, oh, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. And all of a sudden you're like, oh no, oh no, oh no, right? And you maybe made like 2 or 3 mistakes right in a row. You're like, oh my gosh, focus. It's just the game of Simon Says, come on, right? And I think that we, kids, adults, all of us do that in our real lives as well, right? Like we're totally going along, life's going good. And all of a sudden like COVID hits, you're like, oh no, oh no, oh no, what are we gonna do? Intervention. And then we gotta get back on track, right? Or we make one mistake, which snowballs into 2 and 3 and 4 mistakes before all of a sudden, or maybe it's you, maybe you're that kid that has been that A student. And now all of a sudden we're in this hybrid model where some of us are in person, some of us are online, and the online learning is hard for you. I have one of those kids, right? He was an AB student. He's not an AB student right now because the virtual learning is so hard. And so he was at his peak. And now all of a sudden he's like, oh no, oh no, oh no. And we're in this place of intervention. We have got to figure out how to make this work to get back on track. So there's so many great metaphors that you can pull out of this little version of Simon Says, and those are just a couple of them, right? So this mirror neuron activity, or Simon Says, mirror neurons are these things that live in our brains that literally we are wired to follow the actions that we see other people do. We talked about that. And I didn't just make this stuff up. There is some great research out of major university all over the world, in particular, the University of Parma in Italy. What they did was they did some studies with on monkeys first and then on humans. And so they connected electrodes to the external part of monkeys' brains. And they gave one monkey a banana and had him peel and eat a banana in front of a bunch of observer monkeys. And what they found were the exact same neurons were firing in the brains of the observer monkeys as the monkey that was eating the banana. And so then they did other things too, gave the one monkey a ball, had him play with a ball and do other things. And the exact same neurons were firing in the brains of the observers. It was fascinating. So then with humans, they did the exact same thing. They connected electrodes to the external part, had one human drink some water, shuffle a deck of playing cards, different things like that. The exact same neurons we're firing in the observers, that is the person doing the task. But with humans, they could actually then interview them later. And so a couple weeks went by, and then they interviewed all the observers. And they're like, now, when you were there, did you actually shuffle the deck of cards, or did you just observe somebody shuffling the deck of cards? Several people totally reported that they had shuffled a deck of cards when they in fact hadn't. So that's the power of mirror neurons. And so if you think about that as a leader in your club, as someone leading virtual meetings, as an adult volunteer watching this today, what does this mean for leadership and role modeling? So I would like you to discuss this, and I'm going to send you into breakout rooms for just a few moments. If you're at a physical site, then you guys can just pause and whatnot. But I want you to answer these three questions. One, what behaviors do you have that you want people mirroring back? Because we all have those. I'm like, oh, I do this really well. I kind of hope that other people will do the same thing because it works really well. However, we also have these other behaviors. All of us have them, myself included, that we do not want people mirroring back. Okay. So one of mine, I'm a total procrastinator. I hate that I am one, but it's one of those things. And I can take steps to change that behavior. But my true nature, I will procrastinate, and I still get things done, but I'm a procrastinator. I hate it. But I lead a team of people. I have people that work for me. I don't want them to procrastinate, right? I don't want them to wait till the last 10 minutes before something is due before they start doing it, right? Because all of a sudden, what if something goes wrong and we don't have what we need, or technology fails? What if we don't have backups? Like, I don't want necessarily the people that I lead. However, I can't get upset with my staff if they have procrastinated a project because their leader is a self-proclaimed procrastinator. So I have to keep that in mind as well. And then any additional insights that you will take away from the Simon Says activity. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up breakout rooms here for just a moment. I am going to, that same slide that I just had up on the screen, I'm going to cut and paste a link to that image in the chat box. So that way you have all of the questions right there. And I'm going to open, actually, I don't have the breakout room buttons. So Steve, if you have it, that'd be great. But what I'd love is, of the 59 people that are still here, I'd love to just open up chat rooms and send you in there for just 4 or 5 minutes, not terribly long, because I don't want to eat up our too much time talking. But at the same time, I really want you to really feel this in your bones. You just experienced this awesome Simon Says game. And now I want you to really reflect on this, because that's where, when you reflect on something where it actually can become, you can apply this learning back to the real world. Okay, so Steve, if you don't mind opening up breakout rooms for just 5 minutes, that would be awesome. And everyone just hit that join button or click on the little breakout room button in your Zoom navigation bar, and we'll see you back here in 5 minutes, okay? And those of you that are at the host sites, if you want to click on that link in the chat box, you can just put that up on your screen. I've seen several of you have screen, like you've been having the big screen up. You can just throw it up there, and you guys can just have that conversation right there in your in person as well. All right, we're gonna go ahead and bring everybody back. Looks like a lot of groups are coming back. This is where I feel like it's Harry Potter. And you know how they can just automatically just totally just show back up in your room. This is the only time I ever feel like I'm actually participating in something that is Harry Potter like, where you all of a sudden just like, what did that little green, whatever the green thing is, and said whatever it was, and like all of a sudden here we are, we're all back. Okay, cool. I see, how many seconds we got there, Steve? Probably 10 seconds left before we get on back. 3, 2, 1, and welcome back. All right, cool. Thank you for having that conversation. I'm curious, populate the chat box with maybe what are some other insights that you might take away from that, from the Simon Says activity, or any really good discussions that you guys had in your breakout rooms. Go ahead and populate that into the chat box. Hi, buddy. Okay, cool. Here we go. All right, let's see what you got. What were some other things that you guys liked or insights you're going to take away from Simon Says? I'm curious. You would want people motioning back, being nice. Absolutely. Being nice to other people, critical thinking. That's a great one. I like that, Chris. That's awesome. So when they see you being a good critical thinker, then that's what they want. You want that other people to mirror that. Yeah. So creativity, being creative in the moment, or just your planning. That presentation that I saw earlier today by, who was it? It was Anna, Danielle, and Courtney. That was amazing. I learned a lot from you guys too, right? So even when you see really great presentations by some of the other kids in your club, what are you role modeling in that moment that other kids are learning from you? Maybe it was the way you presented, maybe it was, you know, all those different things. You're being a leader in that moment, and now people are like, oh, I want to do something like that. I really like the way they did this. We wouldn't want people to mirror back, not listening. Absolutely. How many of you have ever been in a conversation with someone and it's looked something like this? Oh, okay. Okay, right. Yeah. Like these totally get in the way sometimes of us having effective connection with people, right? And I know you've been on this, the Zoom call a long day today. Maybe your phone has been in your pocket a lot, but how many of you get a buzz in your pocket every time you get a Snapchat notification, right? Bzz, bzz, bzz. Every time that happens, it totally takes your attention away from what we're doing right here. And I've got to be more interesting than what's happening in that buzz in your pocket, right? So what do I do as a leader to remove the distractions? How can I model that for other kids in my club? And then also as a leader, when I'm up in front, how can I make sure that I am not getting this thing out and doing things when I need to be focused and things like that? So from St. Joseph County, you want to mirror reliable, organized, decluttered, positivity, good attitude, honest, easygoing, respect, timely. That sounds like that was a pretty awesome conversation. So, and you would not want, no phone with you today. That's awesome. Good job, Liz. So again, I think it's just great to have these conversations, right? So that way, you had the experience, but now we've reflected on it. You're going to remember that Simon Says game and be able to apply what you learned a little bit differently because we chose to take the time to reflect, right? And so, so I have a couple of reflection activities that I'm going to share with you as well. But I also want to show you, here are some other ways. I saw some great ideas already mentioned throughout the day today on ways to make your virtual meetings really interactive. I have a lot more. In fact, because I stayed engaged and listened, I actually took out some that were already mentioned and put in some other ones as well. So, so we're going to now focus and move into a little bit, more of me sharing lots of some additional new ideas that maybe are going to be helpful for you in your virtual presentations or your hybrid presentations as well. All right, so let's see. I need my chat box to come back up. Where did it go? Come on, chat box. Because I'm going to be putting links in the chat box. I don't know why this happens sometimes, but when I'm sharing my screen, sometimes the chat box goes away. I don't know why. All right, so I'm going to put a link in the chat box right now. And this is a link that will totally help me here in just a moment on the slide that I'm on right now. Okay, so if you just create slides in your PowerPoint and Google Slides, whatever you use, that have different icebreaker prompts. So like this image here, all about me. I was born in my favorite sweet treat is, my favorite vacation spot is. All you have to do is just throw this into a slide deck, and then you can either A, send people into breakout rooms to where they can answer these questions, or if you've got a small group meeting, just have everyone unmute themselves, pick one of those questions, and take turns answering those questions. So so we have tons of free images like this on our Pinterest page. So just click on that link to the Training Wheels Pinterest page, go and download all that you want. I intentionally did not brand them with my logo so that you could use them and go and put them right into your own slide decks. So here's another great idea you can do is what I call playing card connections. I tried to think of what are resources that people might have readily available to them in their homes if we're going to be back in this stay-at-home orders, whatnot. So playing cards is one of those things that I think a lot of people have some good access to, for the most part. Not everybody, but for the most part they do. So I either so I created some images that have so there's a bunch of those on my Pinterest page as well, but ask people to bring playing cards to the virtual meeting. And then for this particular one, you would ask them to bring ace through six. And then have them shuffle their own little deck, turn over a card, and then they say, all right, I got number 5. My 5 favorite foods are these. And then they would answer that question. You can also show a deck on a separate webcam, or there's also some virtual playing card shufflers that you can find as well. So if you Google playing card shuffler, you're going to find a website that will actually shuffle a deck of playing cards for you, which is kind of cool. But I'm going to show you another trick that I didn't see this morning. So I'm going to show you how to do it now. So you can actually share a second device on Zoom if you're using Zoom as your platform. So what you see here is this giant stand next to me that lives next to my desk. And what it is, it's my iPad stand. I have an iPad Pro, and so it lives right there. And this stand here, it's got a nice big chunky base to it so it doesn't ever tip over. But you can share other devices other than your screen. And so you have to have that device on the same Wi-Fi network that your computer is on. And then what I use is my camera app. And so I then select screen mirroring on my device, which I'll show you how to do that in just a moment. And then it should locate Zoom, and then you select share, and then voila, it's going to work. So let me show you how this works. So what you're going to do is on an iPad. Now, I don't know, I'm not an Android user, so I don't know if this works on Android. So you might have to do a little Googling. But to screen mirror, all you're going to do is you're going to pull down in the upper right-hand corner of your device. Okay, so I'm going to put that in. So when you pull down in the upper left-hand corner or upper right-hand corner of your device, there's going to be a little button there that says screen mirroring. So when you click on screen mirroring, it's now going to start searching for all the different networks that my iPad is connected to. Well, I haven't selected it on Zoom yet. So as soon as I share, instead of sharing screen, I'm going to share my iPhone and my iPad. And as soon as I select iPhone and iPad, it's now going to pop up. So Zoom is now, it's searching. So do you see now? It says Zoom Michelle. So if as soon as I click on Zoom Michelle, it's now scrolly wheel is finding, my iPad is now finding Zoom. And as soon as it connects and finds it, sometimes it takes a hot minute, which might be a little bit stressful, but there it is. Now you are viewing my iPad. So what's going to happen next is what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop, sorry, I hope I didn't make you dizzy, but I'm going to pop my iPad into into this iPad stand. So I'm going to select my camera app, and now all of a sudden, this here is now sharing my my desktop here. Okay. So what I'm going to do next is I am going, now that's on my photo. See in the lower right hand corner how it is on my over here. See how it's on photo? If I select video instead, it actually pops it a little bit closer. So there's my calculator, there's all my fun stuff. But now all of a sudden, I have opened up my desktop to some different ways that I can share. Okay, I'm gonna actually move this down just a hair like that. Okay, so what I like about this is now I can totally pop in my playing card connections. And so let's say maybe I had a group of kids that didn't have a deck of cards. I can now shuffle them for them, right? So now I'm like, all right, question number 4, who are 4 important people in your life? Number 5, what are your 5 favorite foods? Ace, what's one new thing you still want to learn? 6 movies you enjoy. 2 favorite holidays. 3 places you visited. right? But I can just change this now to do whatever I want. So what I could do is, let's say maybe, here's that all about me, one that I shared with you a little bit earlier. So now maybe I could point to one of these or something like that, or I could do what I call dice breakers. So I could even zoom in here if I wanted to, right? So dice breakers. So instead of icebreakers, we're going to do dice breakers. So what I could do then is I could roll a dice. Now this regular dice, it's pretty loud on my desktop. So I found these really fun 4-H green eraser dice. So now all of a sudden I can roll dice. And what I like about this though, you just have to be careful where your camera is on your device, because if I roll out here, it might be difficult to know whether it is a 1, a 5, or a 6. So if I roll it down kind of where my camera is straight down from my camera, which is right up in here, right? Then now all of a sudden, I've got a different one here. So yeah, so this is my favorite question. If you could be a roadie for any band for 1 month, which band would you choose? I love that question. So, and don't forget that no matter, so let's say maybe I started my meeting with a dice breaker, okay? Let's say that, don't forget that any icebreaker activity that you can do, you can also do as a debrief. So what's one new thing you learned in today's meeting? Acknowledge somebody for a job well done. How will you apply with what you learned today? Describe something that pushed you outside your comfort zone. We talked about comfort zones earlier today. So don't forget, any activity you can think of that you have used as an icebreaker, you can also use as a debriefing activity. So don't forget to debrief. It's so important that we reflect on what we're learning, because if we don't reflect on it, it can sometimes go in one ear and out the other. So and then of course I also, so let's say maybe you printed off that photo of the 4-H pledge icebreaker there. And then you can also, you could, maybe that's where you pull out your little, your body part charms that go with them, right? And so then you can play with these if you want to. I also have really fun large versions. So there's my brain, there's my head, here is my heart, right? And then here is my head, heart, hands. Here's my hands. Here's my my health, my lungs or my feet. And then I also have my 4-H and I have my world. So I could talk about all those exact same things, and this is a way then for me to, to make your virtual meetings, whatever, feel just a little bit more interactive as well. All right, cool. So, so that right there, it's so much different, right? You can also use that same thing to play the games, right? And so like earlier when Steve was showing those Ubuntu cards or those Spotted cards, you could also use your second device to play some board games, different things like that, right there on your desktop. So it just opens up lots of different programming possibilities. Or if you want to do a little presentation, maybe it's your turn to do a presentation for your club that month. Then now all of a sudden it kind of opens up a couple of different programming options. Another thing that you can totally do is that you can share your phone. So instead of choosing share my iPad, I'm going to share and I'm going to choose my phone. And I'm going to show you a couple of other cool things. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to select screen mirroring on my device. It's looking for now. As soon as it sees, as soon as it finds Zoom, very quickly it will find Zoom. Come on, iPhone. But what I like about this is that there are several apps that you can use that also are really fun that you can use in the virtual space. So let me make sure that I'm on. Oh yeah, I'm still on Wi-Fi. So if my phone decides to connect, if it doesn't, then I'll just go ahead and it's not going to find it for whatever reason. My phone doesn't want to play today. So that's all right. So, but I have, let me show you this. I'm going to hold it up in my camera view. There is one app out there called Make Dice. And do you see that? So what it is you can literally put people's faces onto dice. So now that's my friend Kim. And then, so I have a regular dice there and I have a photo of Kim. So now, and all you have to do is shake your phone. And that's my friend Deb, and Deb would then answer question number 2. So if you have, and you can put as many different dice as you want to. Another thing that this one does then is you could, so let's say you have 20 kids on the call that night, then there is a 20-sided dice that you could have rolled. And then it would just be, if everybody had a number, you could even have everyone change their name in Zoom to, like, if I'm Michelle Cummings, but maybe I was person number 4. So it's 4. Michelle Cummings. So then if I'm doing things that I'm person number 4 in that meeting that night. And so then when I pull up my dice and I've got, oh, it's question number whatever, then I know that that's my question that I'm going to do. Where did I get all those squishy props? I actually, I created that activity and I carried on the Training Wheels website. So while we're, I can actually go find it and I can share it with you as well where I got. So I just became approved through 4-H to start selling that activity. So I'm excited to be able to have that, and I'm donating proceeds from the sales of that activity back to 4-H. So for every group that actually buys it, there's going to be clubs that get free props and free stuff like that. So so there you go. There's the 4-H pledge debrief is what I call it. So the little keychains, we also carry those. So anyway, so you can just reach out. My email address, if you're curious and want to ask more questions too, my email address is just michelle@training-wheels.com. So feel free to reach out. All right. So that is a little bit about, let's see here. So those are several different tips and tricks on how to share a second device. And I love that because, again, of all the different programming possibilities that it pops up. So I'm going to put a link in the chat box real quick to that All About Me slide to a JPEG, so you can actually go and download that right now. But I'm going to show you a couple other things that you can do. I'm going to share my screen again. Now, for me, if I think about, here's Dice Breakers, here's the Dice Debrief. I had it built out in slides as well, but it's just so much better just to see it through the screen sharing. All right, so this photo here, this was one of my favorite memes that came out after COVID. This is Zoom circa 1969, right? It was the Brady Bunch gallery. So I came up with, I'm like, hey, why not do a Brady Bunch gallery view game? Let's turn it into a game. So I'm going to call out the name of one person in my gallery view. I'm going to call out the name of that person. They're going to unmute themselves and they're going to pick one of those actual questions from the All About Me, and then they're going to answer the question. But while they're answering, everyone's going to point to wherever that person is in their gallery view. And it's one of those, it totally makes the game just a little bit more interactive and a little bit more fun. So, and again, anytime you can make movement, because the thing about Zoom is that it just randomly selects wherever the person is in your gallery view, right? So I'm going to we're not going to necessarily answer the question, but I'm going to pick one person in my gallery view right now. I want you to unmute yourself and then just talk. And then see how there's a yellow like outline around mine, and they do that for whoever's speaking. So I'm going to pick somebody in my gallery view. I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself. You just start talking, and then your screen will turn yellow or your box will turn yellow. And then everybody just point to wherever that person is in their gallery view. Okay. All right. So I'm going to call out the name of Sam. I totally see you, everyone. So Sam, go ahead and unmute yourself, and then start talking and just say, hey, it's Sam.
Hello.
There's Sam. Everyone point to where Sam is in their gallery view.
Wow.
Nice. All right, Sam, now you pick the next person, somebody in your gallery view, and you can mute yourself again after you call out the name of somebody else.
Liz.
All right, Liz, unmute yourself.
Hi, here I am.
Where's there she is. Liz is down here.
Yeah, there we go. Good job.
All right,
Everybody's
cool.
getting
All
there.
right, Liz, who are you going to point to next? Say it again. You cut out right when you said the name.
I think Chris Green.
Chris Green. All right,
Sorry,
Chris.
it's me. Probably. Hi.
All right, there's Chris. Chris gets an opportunity to say hi. All right, now when you go back and watch the recording of this, I dare you to find somebody that's not smiling when we do it. Like everybody is totally smiling because everyone's like, well, this is kind of fun, right? And so what I like about that is you're infusing fun and learning. Let's give Hamilton County a good shout out because I see y'all, right? So Hamilton County, if you unmute, we're all going to point to where Hamilton County is. And you guys can just scream and say, woohoo!
Woo! We're here!
Look at them all right there. Awesome. I love it. All right, cool. Go ahead and mute yourself again. So the Brady Bunch Gallery View game, again, it just adds a little whimsy, a little fun into your games. Also including movement. Remember earlier how we totally did all the virtual high fives. So this is another thing that, again, adds movement. But again, when you go back and watch, I dare you to find someone that's frowning and not having fun. It's just another way to connect. Like, I know I'm not physically high-fiving anybody outside my screen right here, but it feels like I am. I'm connecting with the other people on the other side of my, that's immediately to my left and immediately to my right. Here's another thing you can do is wheelofnames.com. This here, you can create a slide with icebreaker questions. So maybe it's that all about me one or something like that. But if you go to this website, wheelofnames.com, then you can input whatever names you want to, right? So, and then you spin the wheel to see who answers the next question. So what I'm going to do, I just pulled out of there because I have Wheel of Names. I have been searching through my gallery view. Look, all of these people at some point in time have been on this Zoom meeting at some point in time today. And when you click on the name or on the center of the wheel here, it's going to randomly select one person, and it's Angie! What I love about wheelofnames.com is it throws confetti, it totally cheers, and now Angie would be the next person that would answer the question in my PowerPoint deck or the next question that I just asked people. So next I have a choice. I could either remove Angie because she's already answered a question, and that would mean somebody else would. I'm going to go, no, I'm not removing you from our group, Angie, but just from the questions since you've already been chosen here. And then it pulled her out. And now what I could do is I can click on this again, and then it's going to have another person answer the question, which is going to be Steve! Or I could just close it out and include it in there as well if I wanted to. So what I love about that is, again, A, it's fun. Who doesn't love when people throw confetti and call out your name, right? But then B, it also ensures equity of voice, right? To where everybody gets a chance to answer questions, not just the same people answering the questions all the time. It encourages engagement. You could also, instead of putting in names, you could put really short questions in there as well if you wanted to. So that way, then you could just pick on somebody or pick somebody in your chat box, not pick on somebody, but pick somebody in your gallery view and just have them unmute themselves, then have them pick the next person. So that way, then it's not you, the person that's running the meeting, feels like the bad guy by picking the people all the time and things like that. So those are just a couple of other fun ways that you can make it feel a little bit more interactive. All right, another thing that you all got in your little gift box or whatever, the little gift box that you got from your county is it has a thumb ball in it. Okay, now thumb balls. Now normally this is an in-person event, right? Or an in-person activity, but with a little out of the box thinking, you could do this virtually. We can also do this hybrid version or with a, you can also do this while physically distancing as well, because we don't actually have to throw it and catch it with our hands. We can roll it with our feet and we can touch it with our foot. So that way we're not passing germs onto an actual physical object. So now what a thumb ball is, it's a ball that has pre-printed questions written on it. So you throw it up in the air, you catch it, and you look under your thumb, and you answer the question that's under your thumb. So this one here on the screen here is kind of it's called a Who Are You or an icebreaker thumb ball. So what's your favorite movie or TV show? Best book or author, a fun sport to watch. Let's see, you're a great vacation place, your birthday, your age, different things like that. So if you don't have one of these, you could totally make your own with a beach ball and a Sharpie. It'd be or any ball and a Sharpie. But what you do, first tell your group how the thumb ball works. Tell them you're going to throw that ball up in the air to yourself. You're going to catch it, look under your thumb, and then I'm going to pick somebody in my gallery view that is going to answer the question. They would unmute, they would answer the question, and then they would pick the next person. You would throw it to yourself, or I could pretend to throw the ball to Liz, and then she would pretend to catch it. And then Liz, then after she would answer, would pretend to throw the ball to somebody else, and they would pretend to catch it. And so again, we're adding a little movement, a little bit of fun, a little bit of whimsy, and things like that. Now, what you did get in your little kit is a numbers thumb ball, and it looks like this. So the numbers thumb ball it's got numbers 1 through 12 on it. So now you can make these questions be whatever you want them to be. So let's say you want to do icebreakers. Come up with 12 icebreaker questions, write them up on a board if you're live and in person. For the people that are in person in your training, for those that are hybrid, you create a slide that has the same 12 questions. And now we're all answering the exact same questions at the same time. And then let's say maybe you knew the topics of what the 4-H presentations were by several of your 4-Hers during the, so maybe you come up with questions halfway through that, what did you learn from Emily's presentation? What did you learn from Jack's presentation? And then, or ask them ahead of time, what should the 4-Hers have gotten out of your presentations? And then they should, and then put some questions in there midway to see if people are staying engaged. And you can do that. You can make this be whatever you want it to be. Then at the very end, come up with debriefing questions. Maybe even the same ones that we did with the 4-H pledge debrief, right? And then if you've got everyone numbered off by numbers, then it's like, all right, person number 6, who happens to be Joseph. Joseph is going to answer, whatever the question is. So this has multiple programming possibilities for yourself. And so all 25 of the sites got one of those. And again, if you don't have one, they are so easy to make on your own. We carry them on the Training Wheels website, but you could totally make a prop like that on your own really, really easily. Okay. So another prop that you have in your in the kit that got sent to everybody is what I call the Stack the Deck cards. Okay, now what Stack the Deck cards are, they are a deck of playing cards. So you actually have playing cards right there at your fingertips, and they look something like that. They're giant size. Well, not giant size, but they're like the size of your head, maybe, if you will, or your hand. And so I like things like this because now from across the room, people can see these, right? So so I could use A's through 6 if I were doing the playing card connection activity. But other things it has on it has 3 things. It's got an icebreaker question, a picture of some sort, if you will, and then this little black box that has a statement written in it. So the icebreaker question game is the next one that is one of my favorite ones to do, because let's say I'm like, I'm not good at coming up with icebreaker questions for the thumb ball. Well, you have in your little kits now, you have 52 different icebreaker questions. Now this picture here is of icebreaker wheelies. Those are just icebreaker questions as well, but they're the same as what you would see on this deck of cards. So what I love about this, now if you're live and in person, just hand everybody one card and then tell them to go find a partner. You can still do this standing 6 feet away, and then ask each other the question that is on the card, or give everybody maybe 3 cards. So that way when they talk with one person, they can ask them their first question. Then tell them after you're finished with that first question, you've both answered each other's questions, then go find a new partner. But then take that top card, put it to the back. So that way now you've got a new question that you're going to answer with the new person that you're going to connect with. Now in the virtual space, you just come up with your list of questions. And what I love about this is that everybody has the opportunity to share and use their voice. Because I don't know about you, but sometimes when I lead meetings, I ask questions and sometimes you get this as a response. And it gets awkward, right? You're like, nobody's answering. What do we do next, right? So what I like about doing something like this, where everybody gets to ask and answer the questions one-on-one, then what I love about that is that everybody gets the opportunity to share. It also warms them up to talking, because some people get really nervous talking in front of a group, right? And so this is an opportunity. Everybody gets to share, a chance to share. It's a great, easy way to meet new people. It also allows for conversations to kind of come to a natural end before you would then go find a new partner and ask them a new question. It's also, if you guys have any latecomers that ever slip into your programs, it's also really easy for latecomers to kind of slip in a little bit unnoticed, because you're all engaged in conversation. This is for the in-person version. If you're already engaged in conversation, you're not really paying attention to who's coming in late and things like that. So, and then you could just go hand the new person 4 little cards and just like, go find a partner. Wear your mask and go ask them the question, and then go find a new partner. Just, answer one question at a time. So that's also in your kit. I also like, you could customize these questions to be, so again, if you start out with an icebreaker, you can also do the same type of activity as a debrief. So maybe just use note cards and have everyone write down, or you could write down a bunch of debriefing questions or reflection questions that would come at the end, and then have everybody do the same thing at the end. So it's really a simple way, or you could print off questions onto cardstock or something like that and reuse the questions over and over again. Quarantine the cards for, for at least 3-4 days afterwards, or laminate them so that you can disinfect them. There's all different kinds of ways that you can still be really creative, even in this odd time in history, right? Okay. So here is another technique. Also on these cards, I mentioned and showed you that there were pictures on these cards, right? So this great debriefing technique that I love to do, you see in this photo here, there's all these different picture cards that are laid out. And this was taken, of course, pre-COVID, because no one's wearing a mask, we're all close together. But what I like about these metaphoric cards is that they're abstract concepts, where I ask people basically to look at all the pictures that are down there and pick a card that would best describe an experience you had today during our club meeting. Then pair up with someone and share why you chose the card that you did. And what I love about this is that everybody gets their own personal choice on why they chose the picture or the metaphor that they did. It's a very participant driven technique that, whereas you, the 4-H'er yourself, you have ownership. You know why. You had some good personal choice in that, on why you chose the card that you did. So so this particular one here, you can use the same deck over and over again with the same group of kids. I'm going to show you how to make these on your own. Let's see here. I'm going to pull out of this for a second because I missed a slide in here somehow. The slide that I really wanted to take you to is this one right here. So I'm going to put a link in the chat box to a doc that I created for you all. And it's actually a group that I did last week. I'm going to show you how you can do this in the virtual space. Okay. So if everyone clicks on that link right there, it's going to take you to a Google Doc that I created that it says metaphor card / pictures. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen again so that you can kind of see what I'm seeing as well as the host. So what I love about this is now I can tell I have probably 10 total viewers on this right now, which means in a meeting of 52 people, I know that this is how many people that I have actively engaged in this activity right now in this moment. So what you could do is you could use a link like that, put it in the chat box, and have everyone come to it. And then what I've done is like breakout room number 1. What I want you to do is go to this website here, unsplash.com, and find a photo that best represents a learning you had in today's meeting or something like that. Now, Unsplash is a royalty-free website to where I could go there. And so I'll just go to unsplash.com. And when I go there, this is where, let's say if I typed in, have everyone think, what would be a good metaphor that would maybe represent something that you learned today? So let's say, or maybe if I'm going to just type in 4-H just to see what happens, see if there's something in here what pops up with 4-H. So all these different things are popping up just with the keyword of 4-H. But let's say maybe if I wanted to type in something else, like what's something I learned? Maybe my head is spinning with ideas, right? Oops, I totally misspelled the word spinning. Spinning with ideas. So then if I type in head spin, then all of a sudden all these different images are popping up on Headspin. So what I would do then is maybe I would scroll through here, maybe find one that might really match maybe an experience that I had. I'm not seeing any of those that really look like head spinning to me. Maybe I'll just do I'll just do spinning, see what that comes up with. So now I'm like, oh, okay, head spinning. I'm like, oh my gosh, so many different ideas. There we go. My head is spinning back and forth, whatever. So what I could do is I could click on this image. I could copy this image and I could bring it back over here. And now I could place this image on this document here. So if I was in breakout room number 1, that I would, so let's say you had 27 kids on your, in your meeting that night. And so you wanted 3 to 4 kids in each room. Let's say maybe I got put into breakout room number 2. I could then come here, breakout room number 2, and then we would all put our images right here. And so then in small groups, I could then just share it with everybody why I chose the picture that I did. So this is an example. I did this last week with a group, and these are some of the examples of the photos that everybody found. And it was really cool then to go back and there's a good head spinning one, to hear why people chose the photos that they did. And there's so much good imagery here. So that website there, unsplash.com, it's royalty free. So you are welcome to use those images that you find there in presentations and things like that. But what I like about this from a sharing point of view is now I have this document that I can use afterwards with groups. And so then it becomes this cool thing. Now I see somebody went in and actually changed what happened on my main title slide there, which is fine, but I can just recognize that you have to change your sharing settings. So right now I have it made to where anyone with this link can actually edit this document. So you have to change it. So it could, if I didn't want anybody else to add anything to it, I could make it to where I just wanted everyone to view it, but not change anything on there. So so just know that Google's going to assume that when you make a document that they don't want anybody else, that you don't want anybody else to see it. So you have to make sure you change your sharing settings before you utilize this. Okay. All right, Steve, how am I doing on time? How much time do I have left here? I have 0 minutes left. Okay. All right. So I am over, which means let me do my final sharing with you. I am so glad that you invited me to be a part of your meeting today. I hope you have gotten some good ideas and that you are excited about going out and really getting creative with your clubs this for the next year. Like, who knows how long we're going to be in this particular setting. So finding those ways to stay connected. I have this last little tool that you have in your kits called the Sci-Fi Tube or the UFO ball. And when a connection is made, really cool things can happen. And so figure out those ways to stay connected with your club, because anytime if we all stay connected to the mission, vision, and values of your club, really cool things are going to happen. And if you disconnect from it, it's going to have an effect on everybody else in the club. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of your day. And I look forward to hearing what great, amazing things you're going to accomplish this year together as a state. Steve, back to you.
Michelle, I'll actually take it from here. Again, we cannot thank you enough. Michelle, I've been using a lot of your materials from Training Wheels for well over a decade. And every time I hear you speak, I leave with more and more resources at my fingertips. So again, you inspire us today, as well as giving us lots of tools that we can begin to use immediately. And I can tell you that I've got a couple of Zoom meetings coming up this next week that I'll be using some of the things that you taught us today. Awesome. So again, Michelle, thank you so much.
You are welcome. Keep up the great work, everybody.
As we look to transition in closing our 4-H Leadership Summit, it's my pleasure to be with you all. I'm Casey Mull. I'm your state 4-H program leader. And throughout the day, you've probably seen me come in and go out of this Zoom room, as well as your physical rooms. Part of what I did today was travel to some of our in-person locations. Certainly, I began the day in Boone County. Really appreciate the great lunch in Park County. Sorry I didn't get to spend a little bit more time with you all. But I've also been able to see around several parts of the state that I have not had the pleasure to be in yet. I've been in this position since April 1st, and as I've told several people over the last 8 months, it's a wonderful time to join an organization with a new job in the middle of a pandemic. Nobody has asked, well, Casey, why are you doing it this way? The person before you always did it that way. We are all kind of learning and growing throughout this entire pandemic. And Again, the concepts that Michelle have taught us, I think we will continue to move forward as we emerge from this pandemic. In how do we do some things a little bit differently? When I look to January of 2022, I hope that January of 2022, our 4-H programming doesn't look exactly like our 4-H programming in January of 2020, because that means we really haven't learned anything from, if we go straight back to what our programming looked like a year ago or more. And again, Michelle, you're giving us some of these tools, and our fourth session touched today on some of the importance of why we may need to have a Zoom option available. And as I've been able to talk to some of you around the state today, and throughout the last few months, that's one of the things that I've been hearing from you all. Another thing that I do want to touch on, that I think is important to keep in mind as we work in virtual environments, and I've seen firsthand, is the challenge of broadband access. And that's one of the things that Purdue University is working with collaborators across the state and across the country in order to bring to light the challenge of broadband access. As I've been trying to either be in Zoom or YouTube, as I've been traveling to different communities across our state. So be on the lookout for how we may be able to continue to support our state in expanding broadband access to our most rural communities. I'm excited to also look at the future of Indiana 4-H and some new programming opportunities in 2021. We have several groups that are looking at how do we emerge from this pandemic to do some things differently, and bring some new content. One that I'm incredibly excited about, that really comes from my 4-H background, is a consumer education career development event, or CDE, that Kara Harbison is working with some subject matter experts in the College of Health and Human Sciences to bring this to fruition. So be on the lookout for some new and exciting things in 2021. But most importantly today, I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you all for the grit and determination that you've had. If you're a volunteer, of everything that you did to have us be able to have 92 safe virtual fairs and 56 in-person county fairs this summer, and particularly to our 4-Hers as well. Thanks for teaching us throughout this pandemic. We know hopefully you learned some new skills in some virtual programming today, and we know that you as 4-Hers continue to teach us as adults the tips and tricks of virtual and hybrid meetings and that sort of thing. I would be remiss if I did not also thank our donors and the Indiana 4-H Foundation for all that they do to support Indiana 4-H throughout the year, not just this event, but throughout the year. And finally, I want to recognize our award winners, Trina, Bethany, and Debbie, as our lifetime achievement winners, that our 3 nominees that went forward for the Salute to Excellence Award. We certainly appreciate that. And to all of our tenured 4-H volunteers, we sincerely appreciate each and every year of service, whether it's your first year as a 4-H volunteer or whether it's your 50th or 60th year. We certainly celebrate you. And the last thing before we conclude, well, I should say the last formal part of my comments is I want you all to keep your yourself muted. But one thing that I think is important is to give a silent cheer. It'll be silent since everybody's muted. But if you'll take a couple seconds to give a silent cheer for the staff members, the state 4-H staff members, and the county 4-H educators that help put this program on. So on 3, give the loudest, most silent cheer and most engaged silent cheer that you can give. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you so much. And our final activity, whether you are in person at one of our host sites or whether you are at home, we do want your feedback. And if you would type into your, if you're at home, you can type into your web browser bit.ly/N4H Summit Survey. Or if you're at one of our face-to-face host sites, you can also click on the link that Danielle put in the chat box. Thank you so much, Danielle. If you're in person, you can also complete a paper survey that may be distributed to you all. We really would like your feedback. What went well about this virtual summit? What would you like to do better next time? Was this a good format that if we, in the past, we've been getting together all in one location, 300 to 400 people, what would happen if we did this type of format in the future? St. Joseph County asked who to send the paper surveys to. And if you would send those to Steve McKinley's attention in the State 4-H office, feel free to either scan them or mail them, whatever works best for you. And again, we certainly appreciate all of your time. Again, thank you so much. It's 4 o'clock on the East Coast and 3 o'clock in Central Time. We appreciate you joining us. Have a wonderful evening and travel safely. Be well.
Steve, I stopped recording.
Thank you.
All the 4, oh, sorry, Steve.
No, you're fine. Go ahead, Casey.
I just wanted to thank everybody, all the 4-H educators that are still on here and state staff. Thank y'all all so much for what you did. I've been taking mental notes and at every stop writing down different things I've learned in each of the workshops. So thank y'all all.
Okay, I can stop the YouTube, can't I?
And I'll stop it on the other end. So then we should be all set.
I think my computer's about 2 minutes from crashing. It has been not working well this afternoon at all.
Well, you hit it well.
My video panel was gone for the last part.